Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Joust by Mercedes Lackey. Narrated by Ryan Burke. 1. The hot wind out of the desert withered everything in its path, including anyone so foolish as to be out in the sun at midday. It carried reddish dust and sand on its wings, and used both to scour whatever it did not wither. It did not howl, for it had no need to howl and rage for its power to be felt. It only needed to be what it was: relentless, inescapable, implacable, and ceaseless. This was the dry season, the season when the wind called Kamisine was king. It kept out the sea of sand, bearing with it the furnace heat that drove man and beast into shelter if they were wise, and sucked the moisture and life out of everything. The earth was baked as hard as bricks, as hot beneath a bare foot as the inside of an oven. Add to that the hammer of the sun, which joined with the Kamisine in a conspiracy to dry up all life. Nothing moved during the Kamisine at midday, not even slaves. Except serfs like Vetch, Altan serfs, the spoils of war, who were less valuable than slaves. Little Vetch hunched his shoulders against the pitiless glare of the sun above him, and licked his lips gone dry and cracked in the heat, as dry and cracked as the earth under his feet. The walls of his master's compound offered some protection from the wind, but none from the sun. To his left, the back wall of tan mud brick around Kefti the Fat's workshop and house cast no shade at all on the path upon which he trudged. To his right, lower walls of the same material surrounded his master's tala field. Calling it a field, however, was something of an exaggeration. It could not have held more than 500 tala plants, a single green oasis in the sand and baked earth, all of them heavy with unripe berries. It was here, only a few steps from the village where Kefti had his workshop, for two reasons. The first was that tala had to be irrigated during the dry season if it was to bear any amount of fruit at all. The second was that Kefti would never have let anything as valuable as a tala plant grow where he could not put his eye upon it on a regular basis. Vetch was fairly certain that Kefti counted the berries themselves twice daily. Fortunately, the husbandry of the precious tala was not his concern, for Kefti would never have entrusted anything so important to a serf. He was not even allowed to set foot inside the enclosure. Vetch kept his head bent down as he heaved the heavy leather water bucket along. His arms and shoulders ached and burned with fatigue, and his stomach with hunger. His eyes stung with the sweat that dripped and the dust that blew into them. His mouth was dry, full of Kamisine grit, yet he dared not take a mouthful of the water in his bucket or use it to wash the sand from his eyes. The water was for the tala plants, not to quench the burning thirst of a mere serf. He kept his eyes fastened on the hard-packed, sandy clay of the path under his dirty, bare feet. This was not because he was afraid to look up, and possibly incur the wrath of any freeborn Tien who might happen by for showing insolence. He was watching for a particular little spot on the path that led from Kefti the Fat's well inside his compound to the cistern that irrigated his tala field. This spot was marked only by the fact that the soil there was a slightly different color than the rest. He wanted so badly to put the bucket down, the rope handle cut into his hands cruelly. It was all that kept him going, knowing that spot was there, marked by the dirt he dug up and replaced last night. Ah, there it was. He fastened his gaze on it, and labored toward it, trying not to pant, which would only dry his mouth further. Vetch made no outward sign that he had noted the place, for the last thing he wanted anyone to think was there was anything unusual about the spot. He couldn't have sped up if he'd had to. The water bucket that had been tossed at him by his master this morning was unwieldy and quite full. If he wasn't careful, most of what was in it would slosh out before he got to the cistern. The bucket was far too big and heavy when full for someone as small as he was to carry easily. Not that he had a choice. Serfs made do with the tools they were given, and kept silent about any complaints they might have in the presence of their masters, or they suffered whatever consequences the master chose to mete out. A man might hesitate to scar a slave who had cost him money to buy, and might earn him more money when sold. He would have no such compunctions about a serf, who only cost him money in the housing and feeding, who could not be sold unless the land to which the serf was attached was sold also. How many times had Kefti told Vetch that? "You're of cursed little use to me alive, insect," he would say. "Your death would mean nothing, except that I need not waste my bread in the mouth of one so useless as you." He sometimes wondered why Kefti kept him alive at all, except that Kefti the Fat was so grasping that he never willingly let go of anything he owned, no matter how useless or worn out it was. Every scrap, every bone, even the ashes from his fires were used until there was nothing left. So that was probably it. Kefti was determined to use Vetch up, as he did everything else. There were laws regarding the treatment of slaves. There were no such laws protecting serfs, for serfs were Altan and the enemy, spoils of war, prisoners of war. Even when they were only little boys, and in Vetch's case, very little boys indeed. He had never been big, but now he hardly seemed to grow any more on the poor fare that Kefti the Fat allotted him. A weedy little boy he was, named for a weedy little plant the Tians judged not even fit for fodder, not fit for anything, as his master would say. And never mind that it was Altan custom to give their boy children unpleasant names while they were young, to mislead the night-walking ghosts into thinking they were worthless, rather than snatching them up in the darkness. Vetch, he was on the Tian inventory rolls, and Vetch he would now remain for as long as he lived. And properly named, too, according to Kefti the Fat. "What have you done to earn your bread?" the master would say, his fat belly shaking with rage, his pendulous jowls trembling as he delivered another blow to a back already scarred. "You steal from me! You are a thief, who takes my food and gives me nothing in return!" This was usually right after Vetch had attempted and failed at some task, and Kefti was beating him to teach him to do better. This was, often as not, some chore that should have been given to a man, or at least a larger boy. But that was never an excuse for failure, and took not so much as a single stripe from Vetch's chastisement. "Teach with the rod, for stripes improve the memory," said one proverb. "A boy's ears are on his back. He hears better when beaten," ran another. These were Kefti's mottos, and he lived by them. He even beat his apprentices just as much as the law and their parents permitted, though them he dared not starve. But he saved the heaviest punishments for Vetch. Vetch deviated from the center of the path just a little and shortened his steps so that he was able to come down hard on the off-color spot. "Upon Kefti the Fat every misfortune will fall, my sandal to grind his head into the dust," he chanted to himself, just as he had chanted over the finger-long Abshadi figure he'd made out of river clay yesterday in the image of his master. "My foot to break his back, the thorns of acacia to pierce his belly, and the food turned to thistle in his mouth." Cursing a master was a thing absolutely forbidden. If he were caught doing so, any beating he'd had before this would seem as nothing. He knew that, but if he could not curse Kefti, there would be nothing in his life worth getting up for in the morning. Not that he had any real faith that his curses would come to pass. Kefti the Fat had too many charms hung about his person and his house for the curses of one small serf boy to fly past them and strike home. But it was something to curse the master, a small blow, if only a symbolic one, something more than merely enduring. And there was always the chance that Vetch would, by sheer dint of repetition, or the chance that he contrived a curse that Kefti didn't have a charm against, get some small crumb of discomfort to plague his master past all the protections. That one small hope was really all that Vetch had, and it was what he lived for. Yesterday, when Kefti had gone to sleep for his afternoon nap without assigning Vetch a task to follow filling the cistern, Vetch had seized the opportunity to run down to the river and dig raw latas roots to hide under his pallet to eat later. Now, in the dry season, the great mother river had shrunk from a fruitful matron to the slimmest of dancing girls, and a languid one at that. The latas was easier to reach, the roots now buried in the mud flats rather than waist-deep in the river water, and crocodiles disinclined to pursue potential prey over the mud flats, when so many fish were stranded in ever shallower pools left behind by the receding Great Mother River. While the latas had been in bloom, the glorious blue flowers rising on their waving stems above the surface of the river, Vetch had mentally noted every patch, so he knew where even the smallest and least accessible clumps were. He had to. He was in competition with every other hungry mouth in the village. Perhaps none were as starved as he, but unlike onions and barley, the roots were free for the digging, and all it took was a stick and determination to get them. In digging up the roots, he had come across a generous clump of nearly pure clay, of the sort that Kefti would have been very pleased to see. To Vetch, it had been a treasure as fine as the roots he carried home, for any time that Vetch got his hands on the clay, he would make an abshati figure to use to curse Kefti the Fat. He certainly knew most of what there was to know about modeling abshati figures, for he heard the instructions bellowed in the ears of Kefti's apprentices, day in, day out. The making of such figures was usually for funerary purposes, not cursing. There was a good living in the making of abshatis, to represent the deceased or to supply the spirit with servants in the next life. A good half of Kefti's pottery income came from funerary wares, or replacing such items as went into the tomb from the household stores. Vetch probably could have made abshatis as good as any of those turned out by the apprentices, had Kefti allowed him. But no one would purchase an abshati made by a serf, an altan, the enemy, lest it carry some sort of subtle curse against Tians that would render the magic the priests would say over it ineffective. Ordinary mud would not hold the detail he needed to make a good figure, nor would it shatter the way a well-dried statue of clay would. But although his master was a potter, there was no way for Vetch to purloin his clay, for he guarded it as jealously as his tala. Good clay was valuable, and a careful accounting was made of every weighable scrap of it. This time, through some quirk of good fortune, the figure Vetch had modeled was a particularly good one. He had managed to get the limbs all in the right proportions, and Kefti's bulging belly, ugly frown, and perpetually creased brows just right. Perhaps it was crude, and the face a bit blobby, but anyone who looked at it would surely recognize who it was meant to be. While it was still wet, he had filled the mouth with bits of thistle and shoved acacia thorns deep into the belly. Then he had set it up on top of the wall in a hidden corner to dry hard in the sun and the chamisine. And when all of the work was done for the day, because it was such a good likeness, he decided that instead of merely grinding the thing under his heel while chanting his curses, he would try something different. He had dug a hole in the path in the moonlight and put the figure in it. That way he could tread on it with every bucket hauled to and from the well, reciting the curses in his head. Maybe if he did that enough, one of them would fly home and strike true. Knowing he would put his foot on his master each time he traveled the path kept him going, even in this heat. The dust that flew up in a puff from under his bare foot as he planted it on the burial spot was nearly the same no color as the foot itself, coated with dried clay and dust as it was. All the better. Cursing was earth magic, and maybe this time the links would be strong enough to make the curse stick. Vetch had tried, and more than once, to get something of his master's person to put into the figures he made. But Kefti was a coward, always afraid of magic and curses, and was so careful of such things that he never pared his nails without counting all the bits before burning them, and even made his barber burn the hair he'd scraped off the master's misshapen head before Kefti would leave the shop. Well, Kefti was not so well beloved among his neighbors, so perhaps he was right to be so concerned. Vetch reluctantly took his heel from the spot where the figure lay buried, and heaved the bucket forward another step. His arms ached so much, and his legs were so wobbly from exhaustion, that it was all he could do to keep from dropping to his knees in the dust, but he dared not set the bucket down for an actual rest. At any moment, Kefti might awaken from his nap and look out to see if Vetch was working. Every morning and every afternoon, so long as the chamisine blew, He filled the drip cistern that fed the fragile pottery pipes that in turn watered his Tian master's tala plants. The only source of water for the cistern was the great mother river or the master's well, and neither was easier than the other to get water from. If he fetched water from the well, it meant pulling up the water one bucket at a time, bringing up the rope, hand over hand, with the bucket feeling as though it was getting heavier all the time. And the well was, of course, nearly as far from the cistern as the river, though in the opposite direction. The river was marginally farther away, though he would not have to drag the weighty bucket up its rope. But the clear water from the well wouldn't clog the pottery pipes the way that muddy water from the river would, unless Vetch was very careful when he filled the bucket. Being very careful meant wading out into the river, up to his knees, which put him in the way of the crocodiles, who would not turn down prey that came so obligingly within their reach. Vetch hated this bucket. Too heavy, too big, too awkward, and if he'd dared, he'd have put a hole in the bottom of it. But if he did, Kefti would probably find something worse for him to use, bigger and heavier, or so small as to be nearly useless. Tala could only be grown during the dry season, after the great mother river had shrunk to a shadow of her wet season greatness. It only set its berries after the sun-baked fields of wheat and barley were harvested and reduced to bleached stubble, and the earth beneath the stubble was riddled with cracks as wide as a man's hand. But tala fruits were worth their weight in electrum, for tala fruits gave the Jousters their ability to control their great dragons. Dragons and tala were inseparable. The only reason to grow the tala was because of the dragons, the creatures that were the greatest weapons that the Tians had. Vetch had only ever seen the dragons at a far distance, overhead, flying out from the city of Memphis a little up the river, gold and scarlet, blue and green against the hard, bright blue of the sky. They would have been beautiful if they were not so terrible. Dragons, well, in part they were responsible for his being a serf. The war would not have gone so badly for Alta if the Tians hadn't had so many more dragons and jousters. He supposed, dully, that he should be cursing them too, but he could only focus his hate on one target at a time, and at the moment, that target was Kefti. Vetch stumbled over a clod and trod down hard on a stone, saving the bucket from going over at the last moment. "Night demons take you," he cursed the clod and stone alike, and thought, resentfully, that if Kefti were to allow him the clothing that were allotted to a slave, he would have straw sandals, and he would be saved stone bruises, saved the burning heat that came up through his hardened soles. Kefti's paths were like Kefti's heart, hard and uncaring. What could it possibly cost to permit his one serf a simple pair of sandals? That was the moment when a revelation, and a sickening one, came to him, and he realized that one of his errors in cursing Kefti might have been in the phrasing of the first part of the curse. He had specifically said, "my sandal to grind his head into the dust." But Vetch wasn't wearing sandals, didn't own sandals, not even the cheapest, woven straw kind every slave got, and likely would never own sandals. Granted, that was the way that the magician Vetch had spied on had phrased his curse for his customer, but the customer had worn sandals. Vetch ground his teeth in frustration and jerked at the rope handle of the bucket. Well, he would continue the cursing for the entire 3 days, but how could he have overlooked something so simple? Better he should have cursed the tala fields, but that would be a dangerous thing to do as well as an audacious one, potentially more dangerous than cursing his master. Granted, the mud brick wall held little shrines to every god that could be invoked, and plenty of talismans for growth and plenty, which should have prevented any harm whatsoever from coming to the fields. But if Kefti even thought that Vetch was cursing the fields, his stick would be out and drumming a beat on Vetch's back for days. Besides, Vetch wanted to hurt Kefti directly, not indirectly. And anyway, as the son of a farmer, someone who loved and served the land, something within Vetch shrank from wishing harm even on a tiny plot of tala plants. Vetch's master was not a farmer. He was a potter and the master of a brickyard. Nevertheless, he made a great deal of money from his little tala field. His workshops were for his daily bread, but his tala brought him luxuries that his neighbors envied. A harvest like this one would bring more than enough to pay for a rock-carved tomb in the Valley of Artisans, a tomb he could not otherwise have afforded, and for which his apprentices were making a veritable army of Abshadi servants and pottery funerary wares fit for a man far above Kefti's station. It also paid for all manner of luxuries, fine linen kilts, many jars of good date wine every day, melons, honey cakes, and roast duck on his table on a regular basis. Kefti even had a melon cooling in his well at this moment, a true luxury in the dry season. Oh, melon. Just the thought of a melon made Vetch's stomach cry out with hunger. He hadn't even tasted a melon rind in an age. Kefti thriftily had his cook pickle the rinds from his melons, in keeping with his parsimonious nature. And that thought led down the well-worn path of food. Good bread and beer, melon and dates and pomegranate, honey and fish, all the things that Vetch had not tasted since he became a serf. For that matter, he had not had enough to fill his belly since the last of the great temple festivals at the beginning of the growing season, and that was only because it was the temple of Hammon that provided the bounty. The raw latas roots Vetch had eaten this morning, in addition to his allotted stale loaf end, had helped with the never-ending hunger, but nothing would ever make it stop altogether. From the moment Vetch had entered Kefti's service, he was always hungry. As the savory aromas from Kefti's kitchen tantalized his nose, he would be making a scanty meal of whatever Kefti allotted him. Breakfast, a palm-sized loaf of yesterday's dark barley bread. He could have eaten a half-dozen of the same size. Or supper, a tiny bowl of pottage his family wouldn't have fed to a pig, and another little loaf of stale bread. Sometimes the fare was varied by the addition of an onion beginning to go bad. Lunch was whatever he could find, in the hour when Kefti slept, a handful of wild lettuce, latas roots grubbed out of the riverbank and eaten raw, wild onions so strong they made the eyes water. Sometimes he found wild duck eggs in season. Sometimes there were berries or palm fruits or dates fallen to the ground. Mostly he got only what Kefti gave him. He hadn't seen cheese or meat or honey cakes since the farm was taken. He dreamed about food all the time, and there was never a moment when his stomach wasn't empty. He went to sleep curled around his hunger, and woke with it gnawing at his spine. The only thing that ever really competed with the hunger was anger, and anger was as constant a companion as hunger. Not that he could do anything about his anger, but at least when he was angry, sometimes he'd get so worked up that he'd upset his stomach, and then the hunger would go away for a little. And when he was angry, he could make the loneliness and the pain and the fear recede for a little. When he was angry, he wasn't on the verge of the tears that often threatened to overwhelm him. Sometimes anger was the only defense he had, when the village boys plagued him and threw stones at him, when Kefti beat him. He couldn't strike back, but at least he could keep from weeping, giving them the satisfaction of knowing that they hurt him. Crying would make him into a greater target for torment than he already was. Tears were a sign of weakness he couldn't afford. But he was truly the most miserable of boys, and sometimes he thought that anger was the only possession he had that could not be taken from him. And anger was, perhaps, the only thing that kept him alive, in the midst of a life hardly worth living. He slept on a pile of reeds he had cut, under the same awning that sheltered the wood for the bread oven from rain, in the outer back court, beyond the kitchen court. His clothing was a loin wrap of whatever rags were deemed unsuitable even for household use, and only when it was little more than a collection of holes held together by dirt and threads like spider's silk was it ever replaced. Thus Kefti gave lip service to the provision of food and shelter for his serf. Under Kefti, Vetch had nothing that was not scant except for anger and hunger. Well, one thing more, perhaps. He had hatred. He hated Kefti with a despairing, dull hatred that was as constant as the anger and hunger, and was surpassed only by the fear that Kefti inspired. His stomach growled again and grated painfully. Sweat prickled Vetch's scalp, and a drop of sweat trickled down his temple, down his face, and down his neck. leaving behind a trail of mud and the dust that coated him. But the hot, dry wind swiftly dried it before he could free a hand to wipe it away, adding one more itch to all of the insect bites and healing scratches he was always plagued with. His stomach pressed urgently against his backbone, and he was tired, so tired. Even that anger that never left him was not enough to overcome how tired he was. What had he done that the gods should treat him so? How was it fair that Kefti claimed him and could work him like a mangy donkey because he had bought the house and a thin strip of the land that had once belonged to Vetch's father? How was it right that the Tian thieves had taken the farm that had been Vetch's home from those who had lived and worked it for generations? What justified what had been done to Vetch's family, to a man who had not so much as raised a hand in self-defense against the Tians? Anger lived in his belly, waking and sleeping, but it was an impotent anger with nowhere to go. And at times like this, it was a weary anger that had worn itself out on the unyielding stone of his life. A few steps more and he made it to the side of the above-ground stone cistern. With a sigh of relief, he eased the bucket to the ground and went up the 2 steps that allowed a little fellow like him to reach the cistern lid. He slid the wooden cover aside, pausing for just a second to savor the momentary breath of cool damp that escaped, then groped behind him for the bucket handle, ready to haul it up again. It wasn't there. The anger in him roused and gave him a flare of energy. Vetch whirled, expecting to find that one of the Tian boys who apprenticed with his master had tilted the bucket on its side, allowing it to spill its precious burden into the thirsty, hard-packed earth, or worse, had stolen the bucket, which would force him to go to Kefti, who would beat him for losing it. Then he would have to fill the cistern with whatever Kefti gave him, crippled by a back aching and raw. Someone had taken the bucket, all right, but it wasn't an apprentice. Behind him, a tall, muscular Tian, a warrior by his build, and one of the elite Jousters by the heavy linen kilt, the wide brown leather belt, and the empty leather lance socket hanging from it, held the heavy bucket to his lips, gulping down the master's well water with the fervor of one who was perishing of thirst. Vetch stared at him, the surge of anger he'd felt at having his bucket stolen by yet another Tian overcome with sheer astonishment at seeing one of the Jousters here. He had never seen a Jouster so close before, not even an Altan Jouster. Where there was a Jouster, could his dragon be far away? Vetch looked wildly about, then a snort made him look up to the roof of the pottery drying shed inside Kefti's walls. And there was the great dragon itself, looking down at him with an aloof gaze remarkably like that of one of the pampered cats that swarmed the temple of Pashat. Vetch gaped. The dragon was a thing of multicolored, bejeweled beauty, slim and supple, and quite as large as the shed it perched upon. A narrow, golden, large-eyed head oddly reminiscent of a well-bred horse's, with the same slim muzzle, dished nose, and broad forehead, was surmounted by a bony crest that shaded from deep gold into a pale electrum, as pale and translucent as the finest alabaster. That elegant golden head rose on a long, flexible neck that shaded from emerald to blue, the wings of blue shading into purple, rising from muscular shoulders twice the bulk of the hindquarters, were spread to catch the sun. The long, whip-like tail, which reversed the shading of the neck, going from green into gold, was curled around the cruel golden talons of the forefeet, as the dragon lounged comfortably on the flat roof of the shed. The eyes, though, was what caught you and held you, slit-pupilled, and the deep crimson of the finest rubies. Not that Vetch had ever seen the finest rubies, or indeed any rubies, but that was what people said, and certainly the colors sported by this beast had to be every bit as gorgeous as the magnificent wall paintings in even the poorest Tian temples depicting the jewels worn by gods and kings. Such beauty, it was hard to look at the dragon and remember that he should hate it. The jouster finished his drink and dumped the rest of the bucket of water over his head, without even bothering to take off his helmet, and the anger awoke again at the wanton wastage of what had taken Vetch so long to haul. Vetch made an involuntary whimper of suppressed rage in the back of his throat as the man tossed the bucket aside, as if it was something of no account, to be discarded, which meant, of course, that if Kefti came out at this moment and saw him without the bucket in his hands, now anger turned to panic. Vetch scrambled after the bucket just as his master, the last creature he wanted to see at this moment, appeared in the door of his courtyard. Kefti was huge and terrifying. His size alone was intimidating, for he must have weighed twice as much as this jouster. His gut bulged over his dingy, grease-stained linen kilt. His fat hands were quick with a blow, and his doughy face wore a perpetual scowl beneath his striped headdress. He could not have chosen a worse moment to wake up from his nap and come a-prowling, exactly as Vetch had feared. Kefti the Fat was the worst master Vetch had ever had, for though most of them had regarded their serfs as of less importance than a donkey, none had been cruel. Vetch was the only one of his family left with Kefti. The Tian who had originally taken control of their land, along with that of their neighbors, had sold it in turn to another prosperous Tian, who in his turn broke it up into smaller portions and sold them. Each time it was sold, Vetch's family got a new set of masters, but at least they had been allowed to remain together, working the earth still, for the owners had all agreed that it would be in their best interest to farm it communally, using the combined labor of Vetch and his family, which, after all, cost nothing. This went on for several years, until at last came the purchasers that included Kefti. Kefti had specifically bought the house itself and the family vegetable garden, and Kefti was not inclined to farm the land communally with the others, as every other owner had been. In fact, he was not inclined to farm at all. He wished to enlarge his fortunes by becoming an absentee landlord. This had resulted in the actual dispersal of all the remaining members of Vetch's family, his 3 sisters, mother, and grandmother. Kefti kept only Vetch. What happened to the rest of them, Vetch had no idea. Kefti had taken him to his own house in this village on the outskirts of Memphis, and had rented out Vetch's home and its tiny garden to yet another Tian. Taken was perhaps too mild a word. Vetch had been dragged away from his family, literally kicking and screaming, as the girls were led away weeping by their new masters. Grandmother had given him a last look that told Vetch she knew she would never see him again, then shuffled off after her new master, head bowed, with every fiber of her registering defeat. The last Vetch saw of his mother was a final glimpse of her collapsing to the earth. Then Kefti had begun beating him to make him stop screaming, which was the last thing that Vetch remembered before waking up to a bucket of water poured on his head and being tied to the back of Kefti's cart to follow along as he could. Why Kefti had kept Vetch at all, the boy had no idea. Perhaps it had only been for the sake of the records. Certainly a man with the look of a tax collector came every so often, and Vetch was trotted out for his inspection. Perhaps in order to hold any land, you had to have at least one of the serfs that came with it. If that was true, then what would happen when he and his family were all dead? Vetch didn't know that either. He didn't really want to think about the alternative, that his sisters and his mother would become breeding stock, producing a bloodline linked to the property, to allow the new owners to hold it, giving them more hands to work it. But why Kefti had decided to keep Vetch rather than one of the girls or Vetch's mother, that was something only Kefti knew. Not that Vetch would have wanted to see his sisters or mother or grandmother under Kefti's untender care. No, better it was him, not them. Better that Kefti hadn't gotten the idea to perpetuate the bloodline. Best of all that the need to keep a serf ended when the serf was dead. And perhaps that was why Kefti had kept Vetch, smallest of the lot, cheapest to keep, and likely the quickest to die of ill treatment. Too bad for Kefti. Vetch was tougher than he looked. He was never sick, no matter what trash Kefti fed him. Vetch had never thought he would ever envy the lot of a slave, but he had learned better under Kefti. For slaves, there was always the possibility of freedom. A master might free them at his death, or a slave might earn his freedom in some way. Not so for a serf. They were tied to the land from birth to death, and tied to the master that owned the land. As property that could be bought and sold readily, slaves were as valuable as any other livestock. Not so for serfs. They came with the land, and one could not sell them without selling the land. Kefti could never realize a profit by having Vetch trained to some skill or great strength and selling him at a profit. Kefti had no reason to do more than keep Vetch alive and work him as hard as possible. Vetch would never be worth more to him than he was at this moment, and from the look on Kefti's face as he glared at a Vetch who was not at this moment working, his value had just dropped again. Kefti had not seen the jouster. He certainly hadn't seen the dragon. All he saw was Vetch standing on the steps of the cistern with empty hands and no bucket in sight. With an inarticulate roar, Kefti snatched up the little whip that never left his side and descended on Vetch. For all his bulk, Kefti the Fat moved surprisingly fast. Vetch only had time enough to crouch down and cover his head with his hands when the quirt descended on his shoulders, leaving a stripe of fire across his back that made him gasp with pain. Once, twice. Vetch squeezed his eyes shut, ducked his head further, stuffed both hands in his mouth, and bit his knuckles, strangling his cries with his hands. Kefti never delivered fewer than a dozen blows even at the best of times, but sooner or later he had to see the jouster, and then he would stop, if only to gape in shock. If Vetch could just hold on without fainting until his master realized they were not alone, but the third blow never came. Vetch risked a glance backward over his shoulder and saw, with astonishment, that the jouster had caught the wrist of Kefti's whip hand and was holding it effortlessly at shoulder height. Never quick-witted, Kefti's expression was frozen between the moment of rage when his hand had been caught and the dawning realization of just who and what had stopped him from beating his property. The jouster's helmet concealed most of his face. Vetch could not see enough to read his expression. But why had he stopped Kefti from striking? "The boy is not at fault," the jouster said, in a mild voice. "I took his bucket to quench my thirst. He could hardly take it away from me." Vetch's mouth dropped open with astonishment so great that the pain of his 2 stripes seemed to fade. The most he had hoped for was that Kefti would be too embarrassed to beat him in front of the jouster, which would give Vetch a chance to explain himself. He had hardly thought the jouster would take his part. Kefti went red-faced and spluttering, but what could he say? Nothing, of course. The jousters were a kind of nobility, and certainly outranked a mere Tulla farmer, potter, and brickmaker. Nor would he dare do anything further to Vetch while the jouster was there, since the jouster had so forcibly expressed his disapproval. Once he was gone, however, he would certainly extract a double dose of punishment out of Vetch for having looked a fool in front of a jouster. Unless the jouster continued to speak with his master. Then perhaps Vetch could slip away, get the bucket, and go back to his task again while Kefti was talking to the jouster. If Kefti saw that Vetch had run back to his appointed labors at the very first moment possible, he might feel the beating he'd already given Vetch was enough. Vetch kept one eye on them both and eased 1 foot down the stair. The dragon snorted again, and the jouster looked up at it, then down at Kefti. "From the look of things," he continued in that same mild voice, "you've been abusing and neglecting the great king's property. This boy looks half-starved, half-beaten, and treated like a masterless cur. You do remember, don't you, that serfs are the great king's property and not yours? Or is it possible you had forgotten that little detail?" Kefti went from red to white, all the blood draining from his skin until he looked like an enormous, damp, white grub. The jouster turned his gaze from Kefti to Vetch. "I need a boy," he said casually, as if it were no great importance to him. "And if you're getting any amount of work from one that's starved, he must be remarkable. I'll have him." Kefti's jaw dropped. "But," he protested, but, as you know, a jouster can requisition any of the great king's property within reason, if it is to serve him and his dragon." The jouster shrugged. "One small boy, 3/4 starved, is certainly within reason. You will speak to the king's assessor when he comes to see if the king will permit you to continue holding the land to which the boy was tied. Or, of course, you could see if there is some other member of his family available. But if there is, I suggest that you treat the new acquisition better than this one. The assessor's eye will certainly be on you now." He let go of Kefti's wrist. and Kefti dropped to the ground, to lie there like a quivering, misshapen, unbaked loaf. "But," Kefti burbled, but... The jouster ignored him. Instead, he looked up at his dragon again, which uncoiled itself and stepped carefully down into the yard. The roof of the drying shed creaked as the dragon removed its weight from the structure. The dragon stretched a wing lazily out to its fullest extent, then pulled it in and yawned. It moved up beside the jouster just as a faithful dog would come to heel, then bent its forequarters so that its shoulders were even with the jouster's chest. The jouster grabbed the back of Vetch's loincloth as if he were a parcel and heaved him up over the dragon's shoulder. The band of his loincloth cut painfully into his stomach, though Vetch more than half expected it to give way and tear. Vetch landed stomach down on the dragon's neck, but the jouster had not thrown him hard, and his breath was not driven out of him. He'd landed on a sort of carry pad of stuffed leather in front of the jouster's saddle, and he clung to it like a lizard on a ceiling as the jouster leaped into the saddle itself. Then the dragon tensed himself all over, stretched his wings wide, and with a leap and a tremendous beat of those wings, took to the sky with a frightening lurch. The sudden upward movement pressed Vetch into the carry pad, and he felt the jouster seize the band of his loincloth again, and for the second time in his life, fear replaced every other sensation, the fear that he was falling. But he fought back the fear and clung to the pad. A second wing beat drove them higher, through a storm of dust kicked up by the wind of those wings. Vetch watched Kefti's striped canvas awnings over the woodpile, the kitchen court, and the summer pavilion of the roof go rippling loose and flying off. Below them, Kefti lifted his arms to the sky and began to howl like a jackal. A third wing beat, and a third tremendous gust, and half the thatch of the drying shed tore loose as well, and the furnishings from the rooftop tumbled over the edge into the street. Fashionable light wicker-work chairs and tables, palm-frond mats, and pillows stuffed with duck and goose down came off the roof like a shower of gifts from a generous noble. Passers-by scrambled up after the bounty and carried off everything they could seize. Kefti was not well beloved. He could count on never seeing so much as a stray feather again. His howls were mingled with curses and entreaties to the gods, who, with luck, were deaf to his pleas. And the last of Vetch's fear evaporated in half-mad glee at the sight. A fourth wing beat, and Vetch could no longer see the house of his former master, only hear his thin wailing from below as he lamented his losses and called upon the gods to witness his ruin. The ground whirled away as the dragon wheeled, the fear returned, redoubled, and Vetch closed his eyes and hung on with all his might. He had no illusion that this was rescue. He had merely traded one master for another, but this one at least had chided Kefti for starving and mistreating him, so perhaps this master would be better than Kefti. At least he would be different. At least life would be different. And to that thought he clung, as he clung to the saddle pad, and with much of the same desperation. 2. Glee could not hold back the terror for long. In all of his life, Vetch had never been higher off the ground than the top of a wall. Now he was so far above the earth that the tiniest glimpse of it getting farther and farther away made him feel sick and dizzy. And this evidently was only the beginning. When he'd seen dragons passing overhead, it had never occurred to him how high they were. Now he knew. Oh, how he knew. And the knowledge was enough to scare him witless. The dragon continued to rise, surging upward and upward, so high that Vetch squeezed his eyes closed again, for he could not bear the sight of the villagers reduced to the size of ants, and the mud-brick houses of the nameless hamlet on the outskirts of Memphis to the size of the pebbles that the ants swarmed around. This was bad enough, would have been bad enough had the flight been as smooth as those his spirit took in dreams, but no. With every wing beat, the dragon lurched skyward, then dropped back a little, convincing Vetch's stomach that they were all about to plummet to the ground. If he'd had anything in his stomach, he would have lost it within the first few moments. As it was, his gorge rose, and there was a musty, sour taste in the back of his throat to accompany the nausea. Vetch kept his eyes squeezed shut. Finally they stopped lurching and bounding, and Vetch cracked his right eye open a trifle to see that the dragon was gliding out in level flight. This was only relatively level. It still rose and fell again with each wing beat, except when it was gliding. When the dragon glided, his stomach was a hard, cold knot of agony, certain that they were about to fall out of the sky. When it beat its wings, his stomach turned over again. In the first moments of the flight, he vowed that if he ever set foot upon the ground again, he would never leave it. And once they reached the height that the jouster wanted, he vowed that if he lived through this experience, he would dig a hole in the ground and live in it for the rest of his life. Eyes shut or eyes open, both states left him in a state of panic. When his mind unfroze enough for him to notice anything but fear, the first thing that struck him was the extraordinary heat of the dragon's body, hot as the hottest sand at midday during the dry season, hotter than the furnace wind of the Camisine, heat that came up through the pad he clung to, which was just as well, as he was shivering in a cold sweat. The other was the feeling of the jouster's hard, strong hand in the small of his back, once again holding to the belt of his loincloth. Never once did that grip weaken. Kefty the Fat might have been strung beneath the blubber, but this man was 10 times stronger. And after a few moments of level flight, Vetch began to believe that at least the jouster wasn't going to let him fall. Not that he was enjoying the experience. Given his face-down position, he couldn't open his eyes without staring down, a very, very long way down, at the ground that was now so horribly far beneath them, and he couldn't close his eyes without being horribly aware of every little lurch and lean of the dragon that carried him. His heart was pounding so hard with fear that he thought it might burst through his chest. The wind of the dragon's wing beats drowned out every other sound, and now the pain of those 2 stripes burned all across the stretched skin of his back, adding to the ache of his fingers, arms, and legs as he clung to the pad. Of the 2 options, he finally decided that not looking was the lesser of the 2 evils, so he squeezed his eyes tight anyway and prayed. There wasn't much else he could do. He prayed to Alton and Tian gods both, though the prayers were anything but articulate, and certainly not even close to the proper forms, consisting of all the gods' names jumbled up together with "Get me down." But the gods were with him, it seemed. The flight wasn't a long one. Just about the time when Vetch's muscles were starting to cramp and hurt from the strain of holding on, he felt the dragon dropping, and this time the falling sensation didn't end in an upward lurch. He cracked open one eye to see the ground rushing up at them, and squeezed both of them as tightly shut again as he could. If anything, seeing that they were hurtling back toward the ground was worse than seeing it so far below them. His heart seemed to stop as the fall went on, and suddenly he couldn't breathe. Now the great wings thundered all around him, fiercely beating the air, and Vetch redoubled his grip on the pad. He braced for the impact of hitting the ground, but it never came. Only sudden stillness and the snap of wings folding, like canvas or leather snapping in a high wind. And no movement at all. Was it over? Vetch's eyes flew open involuntarily. Face down on the pad as he was, the first thing he saw was the dragon's shoulder, the folded wing, and then the ground, a proper distance away, with a beetle crawling across it that was a real beetle, not an ox reduced to the size of a beetle by distance. The ground. Never had he been so happy to see a stretch of earth. The jouster's hand loosened on Vetch's belt, and without being prompted, Vetch let go of the pad and slid down the dragon's hot, smooth shoulder to the earth. His feet hit the ground together, his legs buckled under him, and he landed on his rump, but he scrambled to his feet quickly, his eyes never leaving his new master, much though he wanted to lie on the ground and embrace it. The jouster tossed his leg over the saddle and the dragon's neck, and jumped lightly down, giving his dragon a hearty slap on the shoulder. The dragon snorted and tossed his head a little. "Now what have you brought back, Artie?" asked a gruff voice from behind Vetch's back. "This can't be a prisoner of your arm, and I doubt it's a spy either." Vetch didn't turn, though he startled a little, and pain arced across his back, marking the path of those stripes. The jouster had claimed him. The jouster was his master, and a serf never turned his back on his master, except to be whipped, a lesson that Kefty had driven home with a heavy hand. However, the voice sounded mildly irritated, and the underlying tone conveyed that it was someone in authority, The jouster pulled off his helmet, revealing a handsome, if melancholy face, square-jawed, with a great beak of a nose and high cheekbones, brown of eye and black of hair as all Tians. He spoke to whoever was behind Vetch. At least Vetch now knew his master's name. Ari. "This is my new dragon boy, Heraket. Sif. I claimed him from his master already, so you'll have to send to the palace to handle the accounting. The boy can probably tell you who the fat blob was. Seems a likely child. He was working like a little ant when I saw him, filling a cistern with a bucket too big for him. He wasn't afraid of Cachette anyway, and that's a head start, so far as I'm concerned." "Not some street trash," the voice replied dubiously. "He's got fresh stripes. I'm not blind, Heraket. I was there when he got them for letting me take his bucket and quench my thirst." Ari replied, putting the helmet down, then turning to unbuckle the throat strap of the saddle. He sounded a trifle irritated, then unexpectedly the jouster laughed. "No, he's a serf, not a thief, not a gutter brat. Now the fat slug that was beating him is going to have to find another in his bloodline if the lazy lout wants to hold the land the boy was tied to." Vetch blinked, to hear his own speculation borne out. So that was indeed why Kefti had taken him. Somehow that only made him feel angrier. The jouster's voice took on an interesting tone, very faintly malicious. As he continued unbuckling the dragon's saddle straps, "You know, if whoever sold the land divided it up too much, the other landholders might not have spare serfs in his line to give up to anyone else. He might lose that land when the assessor comes to see about it." With a fierce surge of longing, Vetch wished he could be there when the assessor came. He wanted, oh, how he wanted to see Kefti squirm, prevaricate, and sweat. He had sunk all of his savings into that house, or at least he'd told Vetch that often enough. So if he lost it only because he did not have Vetch any more, what a supreme bit of revenge that would be. "But a serf! Why not a free boy?" the voice complained. "There must be dozens of free boys you could have from their parents for the asking." "Because I'm tired of replacing free boys when they get haughty airs and decide they ought to be something better than just a dragon boy." Ari snapped, and unbuckled the last strap. He pulled the saddle and the pad that Vetch had clung to off the dragon's back. He turned with it in his hands, and looped all of the straps around it into a compact bundle with a swift and practiced motion. He dropped the whole thing in Vetch's arms. Vetch had been expecting this from the moment he'd heard what he was to become. A serf, after all, was for the bearing of burdens. He caught it as it dropped, though one of the strap ends hit the ground and his stripes burned again. He was used to working, and working hard, with more whip cuts on his back than two. The saddle was heavy, at least for him, and he staggered for a moment beneath its weight. It had an additional scent besides that of leather, a hot, metallic scent with an overtone of spice. The scent of the dragon? "There, boy," the jouster said, in a tone of dismissal, as he bent to pick up his helmet and tuck it under his arm. "You go with Heraket. He'll teach you your business. You'll be living here now." Jouster Ari stalked off without a backward look, and Vetch turned, the saddle in his arms, to face the person he had not yet seen. Heraket, who must be an overseer. The man wore a simple white linen kilt, augmented by one striped, multicolored sash around his waist, and a second that ran from his right shoulder across a chest as muscular as any warrior to the opposite hip. His square head was shaven, though he did not wear a wig, his skin as browned and weathered as that of any farmer, and he wore a hawk-eye amulet of glazed pottery around his neck. He gazed down on Vetch with resignation from beneath a pair of heavy black eyebrows. But at least he didn't look angry, and he wasn't wearing a whip at his waist either. "Come on, you," he said with a sigh. "Since I'm to teach you your business, the best time to start is now." Vetch ducked his head obediently, silently telling himself not to look sullen, and followed as the man strode off across the beaten earth of the courtyard. But he stopped dead at the sound of something large and heavy following him. He turned. The dragon stared down at him, cocking its head quizzically. It had been right on his heels, "Come on, serf boy," the man snarled, when he turned to discover that Vetch was not behind him anymore. "Cachette will come along without being led, much less leashed or chained. He follows me and Ari like a dog, and in time he'll follow you. Cachette isn't like other dragons, and that's something you'd better keep in mind from this moment on. Ari doesn't need Tala to control him. You're damned lucky to be Ari's boy. Cachette is a never-wreck to handle compared with the others." He turned abruptly and strode off again, and Vetch hurried to catch up with him, the dragon following along like a hound. For the moment, the ever-present anger that burned in his belly had retreated before his feeling of complete dislocation and bewilderment. The dragon had landed in a huge courtyard with enormously high limestone walls around it, paved with pale beige earth pounded hard and as flat as a smooth mud brick. There were 4 entrances or gates to this courtyard, square arches, each surmounted by a sculpted and painted symbol of a god, each one right in the middle of each wall. All were tall enough to allow a dragon to pass through them, and broad enough for 3. The man marched straight through the one nearest them, which had a hawk eye painted in blue, red, and black carved into the top. Vetch followed, and the dragon followed him. The colors were bright enough to dazzle the eye. There was nothing like these painted walls in Kefti's village. The painted images leaped out at Vetch, dazzling him. Even Kefti's apprentices never worked with such wonderful colors. On the other side of the wall were more limestone-faced walls, equally dazzling in their whiteness. They formed a sort of alley or corridor stretching in either direction. The area was also open to the sky. These walls were not as tall as the ones around the courtyard, and dragon heads peeked over the tops at intervals, peering at them with some unreadable emotion. They weren't all the green and gold of Cachette. There were blue ones in all shades from dark to light, red ones, a purple color, and a pale gold and silver. The colors were dazzling, gorgeous, and they filled his eyes the way that a fine meal filled the appetite. Already Vetch could tell there was a profound difference between these dragons and Cachette. Ari's dragon had some friendly interest in his eyes when he looked at Vetch. These dragons had the eyes of feral cats, wary and wild. He expected noise out of them, based on the way the oxen and donkeys of his father's farm behaved when a stranger came into their yard. To his surprise, there was very little. The dragons hissed and snorted, but there was no bellowing, no growling. Perhaps they didn't make any louder sound, perhaps they couldn't. They came to an intersection, and the bald man turned the corner to lead him down another corridor, then another, and just as Vetch thought he was totally lost, turned a final corner that brought them inside another courtyard. He stumbled forward on momentum and blundered into a huge pit that formed the center of the courtyard, a pit that was knee-deep in soft, hot sand. He floundered in the stuff helplessly, and the man reached out a long arm and hauled him back onto the hard verge. Again, the whip cuts on his back reminded him they were there. "Stay on the walkway around the edge, boy," the man said, but not unkindly. "That sand will burn you else until you're used to it. You'll need to toughen your skin to it." He'd already found that out. The sand radiated heat upward, as hot as the sun overhead, hotter than the Camisine. His legs stung a little, though he wouldn't have called it a burn exactly. His feet were too calloused to feel much, even heat, from so brief an encounter. "Put the saddle over there," Harriket continued, pointing to a wooden rack mounted on the wall nearest Vetch. "Untangle the straps and drape them over the rack to dry. Dragons don't sweat, but Jousters do. Cachette doesn't need to be chained the way the others do, so leave him free." The dragon, ignoring both of them, plunged past them into the center of the room to wallow into the hot sand. Vetch heaved the saddle up onto the rack as he'd been told to do. Under Harriket's watchful eye, he arranged the saddle straps over the bars of the rack, untangling them as he did so. Something told him that the straps shouldn't touch the ground, so he took care that they did not do so. The Camisine did not venture down here, for a wonder, though he could hear it whining above the walls. Not that it was cooler here, not with those hot sands contributing to the fire of the sun overhead. When he turned to face his instructor, he thought that the man was not displeased. He looked up into Harriket's face and waited for more instruction. It was not long in coming. The first thing you need to get into your mind is this. Cachette and his jouster will be your sole concern from morning to night, Harricat told him, crossing his muscular arms over his chest and looking down at him, examining, weighing, assessing. A dragon boy not only tends to his dragon, he tends to the jouster that rides him. No one can give you orders but your jouster and me, unless Ari or I tell you otherwise. Vetch bobbed his head. Yes, overseer, he replied. Harricat grunted. Here is the next thing. Your jouster can probably find plenty of other servants if he needs them, but you are the only one who is to tend to his dragon. If you have to choose between tending the dragon or the jouster, there is no choice for you. Tend the dragon. Vetch blinked, but again nodded obediently. Now, the first thing you must do, this very moment, is to feed Cachette so that he knows you. Only a dragon boy, or at need, the overseer or the jouster will feed a dragon. They are too valuable to let anyone else meddle with them. Harricat hesitated, then added, And other than Cachette, a dragon sharp set with hunger might savage anyone he didn't know who came to feed him. They're wild beasts, very large and very powerful. Don't ever forget that. Not for a moment. Other than Cachette. Well, that was some comfort. But the thought still made Vetch gulp nervously, and the way that Harricat had hesitated over his choice of words made him wonder if the man had substituted savage for devour. Not a comfortable thought at all. What had he fallen into? But you'll never need to worry about Cachette. That was said with a certainty that quelled a little of Vetch's unease. Now, come with me. The only way to learn how to feed him is to do so. Harricat turned and went out the doorway, and Vetch followed. Shortly the man was leading him at a trot down the corridors. Vetch was hard put to keep up with the overseer's long legs, but those words worried him. Only the jouster or the overseer or the dragon boy feeds a dragon. So now he was probably going to be in competition with another boy, who, from the sound of it, would be free-born, to take care of Ari and his dragon. That could spell nothing but trouble. Sir, he panted, literally the first question he had asked of anyone since the jouster arrived at the cistern. He had to cough to clear his dry throat, for he still had gotten nothing to drink. Sir, who is Cachette's dragon boy? The overseer looked down at him, his lips tightening. Vetch flinched. He couldn't imagine how a simple question had made the overseer so annoyed. Imbecile, Harricat muttered, and answered more loudly. You are Cachette's boy. Haven't you been listening to me? He almost dared to hope. Was it possible? Did this mean that Cachette's care was going to depend entirely on him? And if so, surely not. Surely there was someone else, a rival, who would be very angry when he saw that Vetch was a serf. And it could be worse than that, much worse, given what the jouster had said about boys getting heirs. Perhaps he had selected Vetch in order to humiliate this other boy, who would, of course, take out his humiliation on Vetch whenever the master's backs were turned. When Kefti beat his apprentices, the apprentices pulled evil tricks on Vetch. It followed as surely as the sun rose, and that was without Vetch being a rival. Sir, I meant, who is Cachette's other dragon boy? In his heart was the dread he would have to face a rival who would share his duties and, without a doubt, attempt to make sure that everything that went right reflected to his credit, and all the blame for whatever went wrong landed on Vetch. Some of that must have shown in his expression as the overseer's face cleared, and he grunted, There is no other dragon boy for Cachette. Jouster Ari and I have been caring for him of late. He grunted again, this time with a distinct tone of disdain. Jouster Ari's previous boy elected to accept the position in the king's army without notice, and left us cursed short-handed. Now all that business about serfs and free boys made sense. Soldiers had higher status than mere servants, and certainly fewer menial duties. So that's what he meant by getting heirs. It would make sense that the jouster would now prefer to find a boy who had no choice, who could not go elsewhere except, perhaps, back to Kefti, which, of course, was no choice at all. "Here, down this way is where the servants from all the temples bring the sacrifices," Heraket said, making another abrupt turn. This was an alley that looked like a street in the village in a way, though the walls were much taller than any village structures, and the unbroken stretches of wall argued for something the size of a major temple. But the walls along this stretch had doorways and clear-story windows, so it seemed that here the walls were part of huge buildings. Heraket stopped in front of a real, closed door, rather than an open archway or simple gap in the walls. He opened it, and with his hand on Vetch's shoulders, shoved him through. On the other side, Vetch almost broke and ran at the vision of carnage that met his eyes. The air was full of the metallic scent of blood, so thick he could practically taste it, and everywhere he looked there were dead animals, hundreds of dead animals. Working here were butchers, a dozen of them, naked to the waist, smeared in drying blood, dismembering the corpses and throwing the pieces into bins and barrows beside them. He was no stranger to the slaughter of farm stock, but never on a scale like this, and never anything bigger than a goat. There were carcasses of enormous cattle, goats, sheep, stacked up as casually as mud bricks, being hacked up by the butchers into hand-sized and head-sized chunks, and the sight made him feel sick and dizzy. And for a moment, all he could think of was the last sight of his father, covered with his own blood, and the anger surged. But the fear and sickness that followed buried it, and he had to clutch the wall and put his burning back up against it to keep from fainting. But curiously, as the shock wore off, he saw there was no blood or very little. "This is all fresh from the temple sacrifices," Heraket was saying, quite as if he had not noticed Vetch's reaction, as the nearest of the butchers tossed chunks of meat, bone in, skin on, into a barrow parked next to his chopping block. "It's a nice piece of economy when you think about it. Every day hundreds of animals are sacrificed to the gods or cut up for divination ceremonies, but there's no use for the bodies when the blood and spirit have drained away." As Heraket spoke, Vetch began to get control of himself again. It was only meat. No animals were being killed here. It was only meat. Of course, the Tians believed that the gods required only the blood and the mana of the creatures sacrificed on the altars. There were so many gods and so many people who needed their favor. He had never actually been to the avenue of temples in Memphis, but he had heard tales, heard that there were 100 gods or more, and almost as many temples, and all of them got sacrifices daily, not just the bread and beer and honey, the flowers, and the occasional fowl of the little temple of Hammon, Sirius, and Iris in the village, but live beasts and entire herds of them. "There aren't enough priests in the world to consume all that flesh," Heraket continued, "even if they were as fat as houses. So it comes to us, who can certainly use it. That's why they built the Jousters compound on the Temple Road. So, he's filled that barrow. Now you can take it." The barrow was heavy and hard to push, but Vetch was accustomed to be ordered to do things that were difficult. Heraket watched critically as he grabbed the handles and started shoving, then took the lead. Vetch kept the barrow rolling, following Heraket back to Cachette's pen at a much slower pace than they had taken to get to the butcher's place. Heraket kept his strides short, although he did not bother to look at Vetch more than once or twice. Already, though, things were profoundly different than they had been under Kefti. The overseer was not chiding him nor punishing him for taking too long with the barrow. Not once had he been cuffed for stupidity or had his ears boxed for asking a question. Once again, Vetch dared to hope. Cachette was watching for them. Vetch saw the now familiar head peering over the walls long before they got to the opening of the pen. Cachette didn't wait for him to bring the food all the way into the pen either. No sooner had Vetch gotten to the part of the corridor immediately outside the entrance than the dragon snaked his head out of the doorway and snatched a chunk of meat from the barrow in his powerful jaws, startling Vetch so that he jumped and squeaked involuntarily. But Heraket gave him a long and measuring look, and after a pause while his heart pounded, Vetch continued pushing the barrow forward, telling himself that if Cachette had wanted to eat him, he'd have gone down that long throat while he was still struggling with the saddle. Cachette plucked chunks from the barrel 3 more times before Vetch parked it where Harriket pointed. He ate neatly, if voraciously, snatching up a chunk of meat, tossing back his head, and swallowing it whole. Vetch could even see it traveling down his long neck by the bulge it caused. But he never so much as gave Vetch a threatening or speculative look. Harriket stood at the side of the sandpit with his arms crossed casually over his massive chest, completely relaxed. Vetch tried to copy his example, though his heart raced in his chest. But Cachette was not in the least interested in Vetch, only what was in the barrow. And in fact, the dragon began to remind Vetch of a falcon a little, in the neat single-mindedness with which he filled his belly. "He's an easy charge, so long as you do well by him," Harriket said, speaking quietly. "The only time he's offered a snap at someone was when the idiot boy forgot his evening feed, and he didn't get a meal until morning. By the God, Harris, I'd have snapped too. And the fool blubbed at me after, and thought I'd feel sorry for him." Harriket snorted. "I pitched that one out on his ear myself." Vetch vowed never to be so much as a moment late with one of Cachette's meals. Harriket frowned, though not at Vetch. "That was Cachette's first boy. 2 dragon boys we've lost now, and Cachette's the easiest beast in the compound. He takes a bit more time in tending, perhaps, but by the gods, it isn't the kind of time you waste with one who's hell-bent on not going where you want him to." The overseer sighed. "Maybe it's Ari. He doesn't pet and praise his boys, take them along to feasts the way some of the others do, and there's no profit to be made out of him." Harriket turned, ever so slightly, and looked out of the corner of his eye at Vetch. Vetch kept his mouth shut. Harriket was telling him this for a reason, and if he didn't yet know what the reason was, soon or late he'd find out about it. "Besides," that angry little voice inside him reminded, "it isn't as if you have a choice. It's here or Kefti." When the barrow was empty, Cachette heaved an enormous sigh and turned to the hot sand. This time he dug himself a depression in the middle of it and stretched his entire length within it. Within moments he was, to Vetch's astonishment, deeply asleep. "He'll sleep like that until it's time to go out again this afternoon," Harriket said, with a little noise that sounded like a fond chuckle. "You couldn't wake him now if you tried. Ari was back early from his patrol, so we've just enough time to get you kitted up and clean and fed before I show you the afternoon jobs." He paused and raised an eyebrow. "And I believe we should do something about those stripes of yours, too." Vetch almost gaped at him in shock. Never ever had one of his masters offered to do anything about the marks of a beating. With that, they left Cachette wallowing in the sand, sleeping off his meal in the noontime sun that beat straight down on him, met by the heat radiating up from the sand. Harriket hustled Vetch off again to a room, and not an open-air courtyard, though it was not nearly as huge as the butchery. This was a very fine room indeed, with plain, honey-colored limestone walls, narrow openings near the ceiling to bring in air and light while excluding the full cruelty of the sun and the chamisine. It even had a stone floor. The only buildings that Vetch had ever seen that were made of stone like this were temples, and he found himself trying not to gape. Along one side of this room were ranged full terracotta jars of water as tall as Vetch was, with wooden or horn ladles hung on their sides. There were also neatly folded piles of fabric on shelves above the jars, what looked like smaller pottery jars of unguents and possibly soap. And to clinch that, this room was for bathing. There was a drain in the center of the floor. Harriket shoved him inside, and he stood hesitantly on the threshold. "Strip," he ordered Vetch abruptly. "I hope you know how to wash." He sounded dubious, which woke some smoldering resentment, but Vetch didn't have to be told what to do twice. The last proper bath he'd had was... He cut off the unwanted memory of washing off blood, his father's blood. It was enough that he would have a proper bath now. He pulled off the rope belt and the rags, and hesitated with them in one hand. Surely he would wash them.
"Fair, boy, you don't think that's worth saving, do you?" Harriket barked with distaste. "Throw it there, and get on with it."
He pointed to a rubbish pile, and not at all loath to rid himself of the rags, Vetch tossed them aside. He headed straight for the water jars and ladled dipperfuls of water over himself, scrubbing himself down with a handful of lye soap and a loofah sponge. And he scrubbed every inch of himself as well, fingernails, toenails, even his back, though the soap got in the cuts and stung until he had to bite his lip, trying to get stains off his legs, wishing he had a razor so he could shave his skull bare as his father had used to do for him. He scrubbed himself twice over, rinsing himself with more water from the jars, and was about to start on a third round when Harriket grunted, "That'll do, boy. Any more and you'll have the skin off. I want you clean, not raw." Harriket tossed him a folded piece of cloth to dry himself with, then another bundle of fabric when he'd done with that. He caught it and unfolded it to find not just a loincloth, but a proper linen kilt, such as he had not worn in too long, not since the moment he had been made a serf. But he still remembered how to wrap a simple kilt, or his hands did anyway. Then, skin tingling and arrayed in that real linen kilt of his own, he turned obediently to the overseer for the expected inspection. Harriket surveyed him and nodded with satisfaction. "Not so bad," he said with reluctant approval. "You clean up better than I'd have guessed. By the way, dragon boys don't wear sandals. You'd lose them in the sand wallows. From the look of your feet, they're tough enough. Now turn your back to me." Vetch did so, as Harriket got one of the jars of unguent from a shelf and applied it generously to the whip marks. And the pain vanished, replaced entirely by a cool tingling. Vetch couldn't believe it, and as Harriket put the jar back on the shelf, he turned, wondering if he should thank the overseer. But Harriket forestalled him with a question. "Hungry?" Vetch tried so hard not to look too eager, but, well, he was only a little boy after all, and not too practiced in disguising his expression except by the simple expedient of staring at his feet. Harriket, for the first time that day, actually smiled. "Now it is me who is the fool. Of course you are. You look like a sack of gnawed bones. Come along." Harriket strode out of the bathing chamber and Vetch scrambled after him, beginning to feel very dazed by this marked change in his fortunes. This morning he had been filthy, starving, and about to be beaten. Now he was clean, well-clothed, and so far he hadn't encountered anyone who was likely to have as heavy a hand with the stick as Kefti. "What's your name, boy?" the overseer asked gruffly. "I can't keep calling you boy, or I'll have half the compound answering when I shout at you." "Vetch, sir," Vetch replied, taking 2 steps for every one of Harriket's. "And who is your master, Vetch? Harry's going to want that assessor out on him by tomorrow, I expect. So I had better get that sorted out by this afternoon." Harriket gave Vetch another one of those sidelong looks. "That's what I'm for, seeing the tallies are all correct, all the chickens put to roost." "Kefti the Fat, sir. He's a porter and brickmaker with 6 apprentices, and has a tallow field outside his house in the village of Mu-Asin." For a moment, Vetch worried that this wouldn't have been enough to identify his former master, but Harriket interrupted him. "That's enough, Vetch. There can't be more than one fat potter with a tallow field within a hop of Memphis. The king's assessor will find him." And then, as Harriket turned to open yet another door and he followed, he discovered that he had been led straight into paradise. Or if not quite paradise, it was as near as Vetch had ever been to it. Paradise was a kitchen courtyard of lime-washed mud-brick walls, shaded from the pitiless sun by bleached canvas awnings strung between the courtyard walls, additionally supported by ropes crossing underneath them, tethered to the other walls. It was full of simple wooden benches and tables set with reed baskets heaped with bread, pottery jars of beer with the sides beaded with condensation, wooden platters of cheese, baked lettuce roots, and sweet onions, and little bowls of the juice and fat of roast duck, goose, and chicken, such as he had not tasted since the moment he became a serf.
The aroma of all that food made him feel faint and dizzy again. He stared at it, not daring to go near, hoping beyond hope that he would be allowed the remains whenever Harriket and the other masters were finished eating. And then his stomach growled, and hurt so much it brought tears to his eyes for a moment. And the anger returned, anger at these arrogant Tians for making him stand in the presence of plenty that he wasn't to touch. "Well, what are you waiting for, boy?" Harriket said impatiently. "Sit down, eat! You do me no good by fainting from hunger." And he shoved Vetch forward with a hand between his shoulders, making it very clear that this was not some cruel joke. Vetch stumbled toward the table and took a seat on the end of the nearest bench, hardly daring to believe what he'd heard. He looked up at Harriket again, just to be sure. The overseer made an abrupt gesture with one hand. Vetch took that as assent. He managed somehow to react like a civilized and mannerly farm boy and not cram his mouth full with both his hands. It took all of the restraint he had learned at Kefti's hands, though, for the aromas filled his nose and the nearest platter of loaves filled his sight, and his mouth was watering so much he had to keep swallowing, or he'd drool like a hungry dog. He took one of the little loaves, though his hands shook, tore it neatly in half, helped himself to a single piece of cheese, to lattes and onion, and a small jar of beer. He laid all of this on the wooden table in front of him, and only then began eating. The taste of fresh bread nearly made him weep with pleasure. It was still warm from the oven, the crust crisp and not stale, the insides tender and not dry, and it was 3 times the size of his ration under Kefti. Then he dipped the other half of his bread in the rich fat, and took a bite, and did weep, for the taste exploded on his tongue, and with it came all the memories of what home on a feast day had been like. He glanced back at Harriket, but the man was gone, which meant his mind reeled with the thought, which meant that he was expected to eat his fill, and no one would stop him. But the memory of a day during the rains, when he'd found a discarded basket of water-soaked loaves in the market, warned him against gorging. That day had been a disaster. He'd eaten himself sick, and had spent a horrible night, stifling his groans as his belly ached. He'd gotten punished twice, in fact, once with a bellyache, and the next day when his exhaustion made him sluggish, and he'd soon collected a set of stripes from Kefti. He would eat slowly, and yes, eat his fill, or as near as he was allowed, but he would not stuff himself, or he would be very sick, and his new masters would surely be angry at him. So far, no one had been ready to add to his stripes. He would not let his greed give them an opportunity. When he'd finished the first round of bread, he started on the cheese and onions, and about that point, the other dragon boys started coming in. A group of 4 came in together, chattering away. Like him, all were clothed in simple linen kilts and barefoot. Like Harriket, all wore a Hawkeye talisman at their throats. They were older, taller, and stronger than Vetch was, though, and well-fed and moving with the kind of casual freedom that no serf or slave ever displayed. And unlike him, if their hair wasn't cut short, their heads were shaved altogether. That was the mark of an Altan serf, long, unbarbered hair, like some wild barbarian tribesman from the desert, like one of the Bedu, the nomads who had no king, only tribal rulers. Tians, the masters, shaved their heads, or trimmed their hair at chin length. He made himself as small as he could on the bench. They stopped dead at the sight of him and eyed him with curiosity. "Who's that?" one asked of the largest of the 4. "Gachet's boy," said the other, with a knowing glance. "I heard Jouster already brought in a serf over his saddlebow that he decided to make into his new dragon boy." The first replied, and looked down his long nose at Vetch, his black eyes narrowing with superior arrogance. "Mind your manners, Gachet's boy," he said loftily to Vetch. "We're all free here but you, so remember your place." Vetch ducked his head. "Yes, sir," he murmured, and that seemed to satisfy the other, for he crowded onto the bench near his friend and paid no more heed to Vetch. Vetch felt his anger churn inside him again. They were just like Kefti's apprentices. Worthless lot they were. They thought the worst of them was superior enough that Vetch should offer his head to their feet. None of them, likely, had ever been landowners. Had he not been born free as any of them, and son to a family who had owned their land for generations? But he had not lived the last few seasons without learning that when a freeman and a serf had conflicts, it was always the serf who lost. So he kept his eyes fastened on his food, kept his anger in check, and hastened to make himself even smaller. He watched the others when he went for more food, always snatching his hand back empty if it looked as if one of the free boys was interested in the platter or basket he was reaching for. But even so, for the first time in a very, very long time, he was able to eat as much as he wanted. In fact, he had not really eaten like this very often back when his father was alive, for even a farmer did not have the means to produce a seemingly never-ending stream of food and drink at a meal. Only a great village feast would bring forth this sort of abundance. Kitchen girls, slaves, he thought by their neck rings, though they were the sleekest and best-looking such slaves he had ever seen, kept coming out of the kitchen with more food, more beer. No matter how much the boys ate, there was always more. One of the older girls seemed to have taken a liking to him. She made certain that there were platters within his reach, and replaced the empty jar at his hand with a full one. He thanked her shyly, and she winked at him, and hurried back into the kitchen. Harriket came for him about the time that he had decided he couldn't safely eat another morsel. That was long before the other boys finished, but then he'd had a head start on them, and they were lingering over their food. The boys hushed their chatter when Harriket appeared in the doorway, and watched as Vetch scrambled to his feet in response to the beckoning hand. The chatter began again as soon as Vetch cleared the doorframe, following Harriket, and his ears burned with embarrassment and resentment, imagining what they were saying about him, making fun of his looks, his intelligence, his imagined habits, comparing him to the brutes of the desert, the beasts of the fields. It doesn't matter, he told himself, though in truth it did. They were no better born than he. Tians were by no means morally or mentally superior to Altans. The Altans were the older race, and were dwelling in civilized surroundings when the Tians were grubbing lattice roots with pointed sticks. But, "Don't pay any attention to those idle lizards," Harriket said dismissively. "There are 3 creatures here you have to please. Jouster Ari, myself, and Cachette. No one else matters." Easy for him to say, Vetch thought, recalling all the nasty tricks that used to be played on him by Kefti's apprentices and the freeborn boys of the village. He was surely in for more of the same from this lot, but Harriket might have had the mind-reading power of a clear-sighted priestess, for he seemed to pluck that thought right out of Vetch's skull. "Freeborn, serf, or slave, a dragon boy is a dragon boy, and if they try any tricks with you, you come to me," Harriket said, with some little force. "Remember what I said. Your duty is your jouster and Cachette, first to last. Anything that interferes with you doing that duty is an offense against your jouster and his dragon, and believe me, boy, we take that very seriously. Beating is the least of what I'll deal out to a troublemaker." "What?" he blurted, so taken aback that he spoke the word aloud, and winced involuntarily, expecting a buffet for his insubordination. But Harriket didn't cuff him. "You please me, your jouster and your dragon," he repeated once again, "and that is all you need to concern yourself with. But don't antagonize the brats," Harriket added. "Have the proper attitude. They are freeborn, and you're not." "Yes, sir," he murmured. That was more like what he'd expected to hear. "But if you're keeping your proper place, and they interfere with you, I'll give them something to weep about," Harriket said, and it sounded to Vetch as if a tinge of grim satisfaction colored the words. "They'll be cherishing stripes for a week if they harm you. But enough of that. You'd best be sure you're pleasing me and Ari and Cachette," Harriket continued. "And believe me, there's a lot to do to please us." Of that, at least, he had no doubt. 3. Back and forth Harriket led him, showing him where the Jousters' quarters were, the armory, and the little temple of the god Harras, the Jousters' particular patron. Vetch was beginning to get the sense of how to navigate around the complex. Really, once he got over his bedazzlement at the size and scale and luxury of this place, it wasn't any more difficult than negotiating the tangle of streets and houses of Kefti's village. It had at first seemed a maze, but now he realized that the dragon pens, at least, were all at the eastern end of the compound, with the great landing court right in the middle of them. Everything else was west of the pens and court, and the area closest to the pens was devoted to the butchery. So long as he kept going east from wherever he started, he'd come into the area where the dragons were housed. So even though the complex was the size of several villages, he couldn't get entirely lost. And the walls were not bare and featureless either. He hadn't paid much attention before because he had been concentrating on Harriket, but now he saw that at every intersection of corridors, on the walls at the corners, there were engraved images of gods, all different. Nearest to Cachette's pen, where there was an intersection of 2 corridors, the gods upon the east-running corridor were the fat little dwarf god of good fortune and fertility, Kaz, and on the north-running one, the charming little goddess of the dawn, Noshette, with her beautifully plumed wings spread wide against the sand-colored wall. It wasn't lost on him when he realized each corridor was marked by a god, that he could navigate among this maze of corridors by means of these carvings. The dragons were not peering over their walls now. In fact, there was no sign of them at all, and when Harriket beckoned to him to follow into his own dragon's pen, he saw that Cachette was still drowsing in his sand wallow. "It will shortly be time for the Jousters to take their second patrols of the day, since there is not, at the moment, any actual war taking place." Tell that to my people, Vetch thought, the anger that was always with him sullenly flaring. But Harriket was still speaking, ordering him, rather. "Now you come saddle Cachette again," Harriket told him, as Vetch stood gingerly on the edge of the sand wallow. Cachette was already easing himself up out of the hot sand, slowly and reluctantly, making little grunting sounds. "Go over to the saddle stand and call him. Say, 'Cachette, stand,' and make it sound like you mean it." Vetch took his place beside the wooden rack holding the saddle and harness. He glanced at Harriket, but got no clues from the overseer's expression. "Make it sound like you mean it." Well, ordering an ox around or a goat, you had to sound firm. But it had been very, very long since he had been permitted to give orders even to an animal. He wasn't even used to raising his voice. Finally, he tried to imagine how he would feel if he were the master, and it was one of those boys who had sneered at him back at the kitchen who was the serf. He tried to think of himself ordering the boy to fetch something. "Cachette!" he called, his voice sounding shrill in his own ears, but at least it didn't sound uncertain. "Stand!" Cachette snorted. The snort sounded amused, but the dragon came readily enough and stood towering above him, neck craned over, head looking curiously down at him. Again, he was struck by the heat of the dragon's body. It was as if he stood beside a clay bread oven during the baking. Cachette looked even taller than he recalled. He couldn't have touched the dragon's shoulder even if he'd stood on tiptoe. Now, how is he going to get the saddle on the beast when Cachette's shoulder was higher than Harriket's head? Harriket watched him, eyes narrowed, waiting for what? The overseer passed a hand over the top of his shaved head, and Vetch knew that he was waiting for Vetch to do something. Was Harriket waiting for him to deduce how to handle the dragon from the clues he'd been given? It wasn't fair, but it was a test of whether or not he could think for himself. He looked around and couldn't see anything to climb onto in order to get the saddle onto the dragon's back. If he couldn't get the saddle up on Cachette's back, could he get Cachette to come down to him? "Cachette!" he shouted, hearing his voice squeak a little at the end. "Down!" And that, it seemed, was the answer. With a grunt, the dragon knelt at the side of the sand pit, just the 4 quarters, putting his back just low enough for Vetch to reach. He heaved the saddle off the rack, taking care not to tangle the straps. He remembered how it had lain on the dragon's back, just in front of the wings. He thought he remembered how all of the straps buckled. He manhandled the saddle over Cachette's neck, wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and took a quick glance at Harriet. The overseer looked satisfied, or at least he wasn't frowning. So that was probably it, but Harriet wasn't going to give him any more clues. He would either manage to carry his orders out on his own, or back to Kefti. But it couldn't be that hard. It couldn't be any more complicated than harnessing a donkey to carry a load, or an ox to the plow. It ought to be logical. There were just not that many ways that you could buckle a harness. He didn't think Harriet expected or wanted him to fail either, which was a refreshing change. No, he got the feeling that Harriet merely wanted to see if he could do the job, how quickly, and how much help he would need. "Maybe," whispered that angry voice. "He expects that you're going to botch it because you're an Altan barbarian." Well, if that was the case, Harriet would find out he was better and smarter than those freeborn Tians. While Cachette was still crouched, Vetch took the opportunity to buckle the highest neck strap on the saddle, the one that carried what he thought was the breast strap fastened in the middle of it. Then he ordered, this time with more confidence, "Cachette, up!" The dragon stood, and Vetch puzzled out the straps that fastened on the front of the saddle at the neck and throat. But the rest of the harness was not immediately clear, and he paused with a strap in his hand. There were a lot of straps. Maybe there were a lot of different ways you could fasten a harness, or at least this particular harness. "Find the mate on the other side," Harriet prompted, "and bring them under the forelegs, to that breastband that's sewn to the neckband. That's the fat strap that should follow his keelbone. After you fasten the neckband, the straps are always in pairs." So Harriet was going to give him some hints. He wouldn't have guessed that from the overseer's stony expression. He relaxed a little and continued his task with more confidence. With a few more such hints, Vetch got the harness fastened, then without further prompting, went over all the straps again, cinching them down as he recalled his father harnessing the donkey for carrying a load to market. When he glanced again at Harriet, the overseer wasn't frowning at all. In fact, there was no mistaking his look of satisfaction. When Vetch finished, Harriet came over and double-checked the fit of each strap. Some he tightened further, but the ones across the neck he loosened. "Here, the neckband. It's more to carry the breastband than anything else," Harriet told him. "You want it loose enough to slip 2 fingers under it, but here," he moved down to 2 of the straps that passed in front of Cachette's legs. "These need to be as tight as you can pull them. This one here, too." Vetch watched him closely, making mental notes. What he wanted was to be free of masters, but, short of a miracle, that wasn't going to happen. Failing that, this was the best place he'd ever been in, and he did not want to be sent away. Especially not back to Kefti, for he was fairly certain that if Kefti was ever presented with the opportunity to get his hands on Vetch again, what he would contrive for the remainder of Vetch's life did not bear thinking about. It would be so bad, in fact, that Vetch's previous existence as Kefti's serf would seem pleasant in comparison. "So I will serve Cachette and my jouster, and they will never want another dragon boy," he vowed to himself, watching how Harriet slid 2 fingers between the harness and Cachette's neck to check the fit. Jouster Ari reappeared at that point, and Harriet stepped back abruptly. Vetch scrambled back out of the way, certain that the jouster would find something wrong. All of this would come tumbling down, and with a word the jouster would send him back to Kefti, or at least order Harriet to beat him. But after an inspection of the harness, Ari gave a brief nod to Harriet, handed the overseer his lance, and slapped Cachette on the shoulder. Without a command, Cachette extended his foreleg to the jouster. Ari used it as a step, and with its aid, vaulted into the saddle. Harriet handed the lance back to Ari, and the jouster set the lance into the socket at his belt, and took a firm grip on the handhold at the front of the saddle. Warned now by his own experience, Vetch shielded his eyes. Cachette spread his wings and leaped upward, and in a storm of sand and hot wind that buffeted Vetch and made him shelter his face in the crook of his elbow, the dragon vaulted into the clear blue of the heavens. The dragon and rider wheeled above the pen for a moment, and Cachette gained height, looking like a jewel-bright painting against the cloudless blue of the heavens. Then abruptly, they side-slipped to the north and were gone. "Don't just stand there gawking, get that shovel!" Harriket barked, and Vetch hastily looked back down and saw where the overseer was pointing. "Once Cachette's out of the pen, you clean it. Clean it thoroughly and immediately." At Harriket's direction, Vetch got the shovel and barrow he'd used to bring the meat and began the cleaning. Cachette used a second pit cut into the earth and rock to one side of the huge wallow, smaller than the wallow and not nearly as hot, for a privy. Like a cat, perhaps, for the droppings were neatly buried and the smell minimal. Not unpleasant either. They smelled a bit acrid, but not fetid. The droppings themselves, black, hard as stones and round, were about the size and weight of a melon. "Don't touch those with your bare hands," Harriket warned, as he carried one with the shovel to the barrow. "Something about them burns the skin." He took Harriket's word for it, though he was surprised and couldn't imagine what could do the burning. The droppings were actually cooler than the nesting sand, so it evidently wasn't heat that would burn the skin. Perhaps it was something like natron, only stronger. "This stuff is worth its weight in silver," Harriket said warningly, as Vetch pushed the barrow at his direction. "You account for every dropping to me, and I account for it to the priests. Whatever they use it for, it's important to them. There's a tally board where you'll be taking it." So there was. Vetch unloaded his barrow and put the mark on the board for every dropping before he went back for a second load. There weren't nearly enough droppings piled in the courtyard where he upended his barrow. Given all the dragons that were here, someone must come to take the stuff away pretty promptly. Vetch didn't ask what the dragon dung was good for. If it was priestly business, it was just as well not to know, and that was doubly true when the priests were Tian. They were likely to take an innocent question poorly if it came from someone like him. The sun, which had been directly overhead when he began the task of clearing out the pen, had traveled westward, and the corridors were now shadowed by the high walls. That certainly made his job a little easier, although the Camisine managed to drop down and began to scour its way through the complex, bringing the fire of the desert with it. Still, he was not looking forward to nightfall, for it was as cold at night during the dry season as it was hot during the day. Once the sun god left for his nightly journey through the underworld, he took all of the warmth with him. "I wonder where I am to sleep," he thought suddenly, when it occurred to him that the day was more than half spent. He hadn't seen anything that looked like a sleeping pallet since he'd arrived here. He really didn't want to sleep where the rest of the dragon boys slept. He'd lie awake all night waiting for them to do something to him. But he probably wasn't going to get a choice about it either. Unless they might have other serfs here, or they might have him sleep with the slaves. That wouldn't be bad. At least they wouldn't have a reason to plague him. When he tipped out the last of the droppings on the pile, Harriket signed to him to leave the barrow over to one side of the room. "Someone else will clean the barrow. Now you have lessons that go along with tending your dragon. You'll be seeing the Cachette's harness and saddle. So now it's time for you to begin to learn to clean and mend harness," said Harriket, and led him off again into the maze of corridors. At the very edge of the area of the pens, just past the butchery, where pens and open courtyards gave way to real buildings with roofs and doors, was his next destination. Now that the noon meal was over, there was more activity here, and along the corridor marked by the sign of Teleth, the wise god of scribes and engravers. It now appeared that the doors there marked a series of workshops. This was where Harriket led Vetch, who was certain now that he could at least find his way back to Cachette's pen from where he was. "Oh, Shobek!" Harriket called, pushing open a door to a dim room full of shadows that smelled of leather and leather oil. It was also full of dragon boys, presided over by a dour old man. "Oh, Harriket," replied the old man, a thin and wiry individual with a leather cap fitted over his shaven skull. "The new one?" "The same," Harriket replied, and before Vetch could ask anything, turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Vetch standing just inside the doorway. This time, it appeared, his work was to be accomplished under someone else's supervision besides Harriket. The old man examined Vetch for a moment, The other dragon boys here were ranged in neat rows all down the room, each sitting cross-legged on a brown reed mat, each one with his hands full of some piece of harness or other leather work, head bent in concentration. Clearly this man Shobek had charge over them all, and enforced discipline completely. The other boys might glance up at Vetch, but it was a brief glance, and each one quickly returned his gaze to the work in his hands, lest the overseer of this workshop catch him staring too long. The air was redolent with the pleasant smell of new leather, of leather oil, and some spice he couldn't identify. "Ever worked leather?" the old man growled. And when Vetch shook his head, he just sighed, as if he had not expected any other answer. "You are the newest and most ignorant of everyone here, boy," the man said roughly. "You have a lot to learn, and you'd better make up your mind to learn it quickly. I'll have no idlers in my workshop. Show me your hands." Quickly, Vetch stretched out both his hands, grateful that he'd gotten that bath. His nails might be broken, his palms calloused hard, but at least both were clean. The old man grunted. "Good. You're no stranger to work, and you've got clever small hands. I can make some use of you now, so mind what you're told, for I won't tell you twice." Within moments, Vetch was sitting cross-legged on a reed mat of his own, discharging the dirtiest job of all, that of cleaning the saddles. Old saddles, actually, with the leather cracking and going dry. Evidently he wasn't to be trusted yet with saddles that weren't all but ruined. "No one is using these at the moment," Shobek said, as he piled 4 of them beside Vetch's mat. "Clean and get these fit to repair, and then I'll put you on Cachette's spare harnesses." As Shobek instructed him, he was relieved to find that there was not much that was going to be difficult about this job. His first job was to clean the saddles, using some concoction in a pottery jar. His second, to oil, and try to revive the elderly leather by rubbing in a compound of wax and tallow, with precious myrrh added to give it fragrance. And it was myrrh that his nose had detected, though he hadn't recognized what it was at first, for its signature aroma had been mingled with the honey scent of wax and the heavy scent of the oil. It wasn't the hardest task he had ever had, by any stretch of the imagination, and although at this point, the hottest part of the day, anyone who wasn't a servant was lying down in a cool room or trying to cool off by bathing in a pool, this wasn't a bad job. He was sitting down. He was in a cool, dim room. The thick mud brick walls kept the heat out, and the stone floor cooled things further. There was a certain sensuous pleasure in working with the leather, watching it slowly revive under his attentions, the fragrant myrrh soothing his senses. He knew what myrrh was, of course. On feast days, even Kefti would get a cone of perfume scented with it, or some other fragrance, and wear it all day on top of his coarse, braided horsehair wig. The Tians loved perfumes and unguents, and someone who did not bathe at least twice a day, and who smelled of grease and sweat as Kefti did, was regarded with unconcealed disdain. So on festival days, in the hopes of mingling with his betters, Kefti would bathe like a concubine and lavish as much myrrh on himself as he could afford. Not that it did much good. Not all the perfume cones in the world could cover up the rancid scent of Kefti the Fat. There were other spices in the wax as well, though none as strong as the myrrh. Perhaps this was what gave the dragons their pleasant scent. The saddles were not large or heavy, as Vetch already knew, nothing like the kind of bulky chair he would have envisioned for riding a dragon. Instead, they were a kind of thick pad of kapok-stuffed leather molded by time and use to the shape of a particular dragon's shoulders, with straps and braces, handholds, carry pads, and harness straps firmly sewn onto them. The ones in his charge were very old and much abused, stiff and dried out, the pale brown leather cut up here and there, the harnesses snapped, the sinews stretching torn loose, the stuffing coming out in places. The other boys were doing the skilled work, that of replacing harness straps and restitching and patching. All he had to do was to untangle straps, which were generally stiff and dried hard, then remove as many of the broken ones as he could, and get the leather clean and supple again. It wasn't easy work, cleaning these filthy saddles and harnesses, but compared to hauling water in the full sun and the Kamisine wind to nourish the Tala,
It was practically like having a holiday.
For once, he wasn't concentrating on the curse on Kefti, nor on spilling a bucket. He found himself half entranced while he worked, thinking of nothing at all, merely listening to the other dragon boys chatter softly to one another. Evidently, so long as they got their quota of mending done and didn't talk too loudly, their overseer didn't care if they gabbled away. But then they were all freeborn. Freeborn boys obviously had fewer constraints on their behavior, even when working at a task, than serfs. There were limits on how much they could be punished, and for what infractions. Freeborn boys could leave apprenticeship if their parents agreed, so a master had better not beat them more often than their fathers did if he wanted to keep them. The more difficult the job they were apprenticed to, the more freedom they tended to have. So given how difficult the dragons were to work with, the dragon boys probably got away with a great deal. Of Kefti's apprentices, 2 were learning the skilled trade of the potter, the other 4 the far less skilled task of the brickmaker. The pottery apprentices lorded it over the other 4, who got no relief when Kefti took his daily nap. They had a canopy to work under. Kefti deemed that sufficient for their needs. Vetch wondered, though, whether Dragon Boy counted as being an apprentice or being a real job. Or were there degrees within the task, that you were the equivalent of an apprentice until you became an overseer, or even a jouster? There certainly weren't any dragon boys over the age of 15 or 16, not if he was any judge of ages. This lot ignored his presence altogether, which suited him. They spoke of other boys, of their families, of what they planned to do this evening when the dragons slept and their duties were over. It astonished him a little to hear how very much they were allowed to do in their free time. For Kefti's apprentices were permitted to leave their master's home only to go straight back to their own. But the dragons didn't fly by night. Perhaps they couldn't. When the sun god descended and it grew cold, perhaps they slept. That would mean that there wasn't much in the way of duties for a dragon boy after sundown. Certainly, all of them had plans to enjoy themselves. Some of them planned to bathe in certain pools in the complex, some to fish by moonlight, and a favored few, older, and who actually had real money to spend, intended to visit a winehouse outside the complex. Then some of the talk turned to certain dragons and jousters, and the nobles of the king's court who had interest in them. "The next time Lord Sefdu invites Kesterman for a feast, I'm to come along," boasted one, to the apparent envy of his peers. "Lord Sefdu!" exclaimed a boy who should not have adopted the shaved head style, for it made his exceedingly round head look like a grape on a slender stem. "They say he has acrobats and dancers and musicians at all of his feasts, and a river horse, and bustard and sturgeon and honeyed dates stuffed with nuts, and boating on his pleasure lake by moonlight," chimed in another enviously, "and every guest has a serving maid of his own." "He's been to every practice," the first boy said smugly, "and he's won a great deal of money on Basir, thanks to what I told him. He told Basir that he wants to reward both of us, on top of what he's given you already," exclaimed the round-headed boy. "Shekabes, when we're done, can I touch you? Maybe some of that luck will rub off." Vetch learned massive amounts about the jousters and their lives just by listening. The nobles, it seemed, some of them anyway, found it entertaining to watch the jousting practices. They would wager on the jousters as they practiced the skills that made them what they were, sometimes tipping the dragon boys for information on the health and temper of dragons and their riders. Now Vetch had at least one minor question answered, so that was where the boys were getting their money. And, as he stretched his ears shamelessly to listen, he soon found that wasn't the only way they got money to spend. "Lady Heda's getting desperate. She gave me a whole silver piece to carry a message to Ari this morning," one of the older boys said, with a sly grin for the others. Even Vetch knew what that meant. Ladies didn't ask boys to carry messages to men unless they were in the midst or wanted to instigate a love affair. It sounded as if this Lady Heta was in the latter position. "And did you?" asked the round-headed boy, with a lift of his lip that suggested that Lady Heta was throwing away good money on a hopeless cause. "I left it in his rooms when I went to clean Abbotnum's," The first boy shrugged. Who's to say if he even looked at it, or cared if he saw it? She should have learned better by now. She sent me on a fool's errand, that one. But she pays well. Besotted! The second shook his head. Stupid women, as well as caught the image of Tabro-Keth in the temple of Karnak-Azari. Actually, you'd be better off courting the statue. You might get a miracle, and the image might fill you with the god and respond to your invitation. That's what Lesoth says. Another of the older boys nodded wisely. Ari's never paid attention to court ladies. Oh, he likes his women well enough. He's never even looked at a pretty boy. But the court ladies haven't a chance with him. Paid night blossoms, yes. Ari is like any other man with them. One who had been silent until then rolled his eyes. Like any other man? Like a bowl of hummin, you mean? Lesoth says that Ari's got a mighty reputation in Celestari's wine shop. The dancing girls there all know him well. The others laughed knowingly, and Vetch gathered from that comment that Celestari's wine shop was one of those where the dancing girls performed horizontally as well as vertically. But, ladies, the boy continued, shaking his head, ladies might as well throw their silver down a well as waste it on paying us to take love poems to Ari. Married or not, it doesn't matter. He won't so much as look at 'em, no matter how much they fling themselves at him. So they might as well give their silver to us as not, a third put in impudently. It doesn't hurt Ari, and a foolish woman can't hold on to money anyway. I'll carry love poems for them, and even put them in his bed. A fourth snorted. No more chance of that with the new boy around. It's him who'll get the silver now. But the second shook his head. Nah, the silver will stay in their purses, worse luck. You know they won't trouble to bribe a serf. They'll just order him to do what they want. Not that it'll make any difference. 4 years I've served Jouster Calendek, and he says that Ari's the smartest of the whole pack of Jousters. That Ari prefers paid women because he can send them off when his pleasures are over, and no jealousies and weeping after, and that if he had any sense, he'd follow Ari's example instead of getting entangled with spoiled cats. They seemed to have forgotten Vetch's presence entirely, or else, because he was a serf, they paid no more heed to him than if he'd been a piece of furniture, which was fine by Vetch. The more he could overhear about his new master, the better. And the boys continued on in that vein, each one with another tidbit or two, about the ladies who had tried to attract Ari's attentions, about the dancing girls and pleasure women, the higher-class ones called night blossoms, that Ari had brought back to his rooms after an evening spent outside the compound, or when a troop was sent in by the great king or the vizier to entertain the Jousters as a reward. It was very soon apparent to Vetch, though, that despite all the innuendos and sly hints, the other dragon boys knew little more about what happened in Ari's quarters than did the ladies who sought in vain for the Jousters' favors. There was much speculation and very little substance in what they said. It was also quite clear that this, the carrying on of messages from ladies who sought the company of a jouster, was the easiest source of some, if not all, of the dragon boys' ready money. The messages were clandestine, of course. Those ladies that were married needed to take care that their lords and husbands didn't find out that they fancied a jouster. Those that were concubines needed to be nearly as careful, for though they might not have the position of wife, their lords would take it very much amiss to discover they were offering those favors to another which should have been reserved to their lord and master. Only the unmarried and unmated ladies could distribute their favors freely, and even then, care had to be taken that a jealous suitor or wrathful father did not get wind of a romance. The Jousters were a class apart, but that didn't mean that parents of rank wanted a love affair going on with one. Jousters had no real wealth of their own, unless it came to them from their fathers, no land, no property, nothing of substance to offer a wife and her family in the way of an alliance. Everything they enjoyed was provided by the king, and came back to the king if they died. They might, if they were notable fighters, survive long enough to get the gold of favor as well as the gold of honor, and perhaps be ennobled and given a house and land. But given the nature of the way that they fought, defeat was usually fatal, and few lived to retire with honor. All this Vetch had already known. The Jousters were famous across the length and breadth of Tia, and if they weren't individually public heroes, lionized and lauded whenever they set foot outside the compound, it was because the great king wished them to be thought of as his personal force, much like the king's regiment, not as individuals. In the rigid hierarchy of Tian society, the Jousters were unique and occupied a niche that was only just short of ennobilization, had many of the material privileges of being noble, yet were utterly dependent on the king for those privileges. It slowly dawned on Vetch that the Jousters were, in their way, no freer than he was. If he was tied to a piece of land, they were tied to the dragons. They could serve only the great king, and all that they had, they owed to him. They actually owned very little, for most of what they had was also the great king's, and if they lived in great luxury, well, they paid for that in the risking of their lives every day. As the others nattered on, Vetch gleaned some idea of just what that meant. A lucky shot from below, or a particularly skilled marksman could bring a rider down. When dragons ventured too near the ground, they could be hurt, and when injured, not all the Tala in the world would control them, and usually the first thing to go was the saddle and the rider. Riders simply fell from the backs of their dragons all the time, sometimes in combat with the Jousters of Alta, but just as often in simple practice. The dragons did not always cooperate with their riders. Sometimes riders were thrown, and sometimes there were mid-air collisions, in the course of which a jouster could be thrown from his saddle. He gathered that there were nets of some sort intended to catch a downed jouster if he fell in practice, but sometimes the accidents happened when the jousters weren't over the nets. And of course, there were the clashes with the Jousters of Alta, as each rider attempted to deliberately unseat the other with his lance. "Is Lesoff still trying to find a way to use a bow?" asked the round-headed boy. "No, he gave that up yesterday when he finally got tired of Nemteth snapping at his arrows when he loosed them," the other answered. "Jouster Ari finally took him aside and warned him that he could choose between Nemteth catching all of his arrows or breaking Nemteth of catching all arrows." "Ouch!" the round-headed boy winced. "That would be bad." "Believe it," the boy nodded. "As it is, it takes a lucky shot to hit a jouster. If his dragon stopped snapping at arrows, though—" He made a strangling noise, evidently intended to convey, quietly, the desired effect. So, that was why they didn't try to use bows themselves, and why they weren't being shot out of the sky on a regular basis. He was learning an awful lot just by sitting here, cleaning leather. Thinking it over, it seemed as if a lance was the only really practical weapon since a bow was out of the question. A club, well, you couldn't get close enough to use a club. You couldn't throw a spear, not with the dragon's wings flailing away on either side of you. A sling, well, that took a lot of skill. A sword presented the same problems as a club, which left the lance. In the case of a lance strike in a real joust, a fall in that case was invariably fatal. The dragon, if not captured by another jouster, might or might not return to its pen. Other than cachette, the dragon's only loyalty lay in that they were fed regularly, and that was not necessarily enough to bring a riderless dragon back to his pen when they were far from home and the mountains so temptingly near. Though, in fact, one had returned from combat this very day. Its dragon boy was not envied. A dragon without a jouster didn't get regular exercise, and it was prone to get irritated or sluggish under such circumstances. If the former, well, it was the boy that the dragon took his ill temper out on. And if the latter, when the dragon did get a new jouster, it would become irritable when forced to exercise and lose the fat that it had gained in the interim. The boy's talk concentrated on the dragon that had returned, and commiseration with its boy, not the rider that had fallen. In fact, they didn't even once mention his name. That was not callousness on their part, in fact. Vetch considered such caution very wise. Too much talk of him might bring his spirit here, instead of staying properly in his tomb. Night-walking spirits were not known for their gentleness. A hungry ghost might remember old grievances, or feel jealous of the living. There were 100 ways such a ghost could revenge itself on the living. He could bring fever spirits, or the demons of ill luck. He could plague the sleep with nightmares. He could even lead stronger spirits to the sleeping victim, or drive one mad. So the fallen jouster would be remembered, oh my, yes, with proper offerings and sacrifices in the Jousters' little temple tonight. The temple was consecrated ground, and the priest of Harris knew how to propitiate a spirit and give it a resting place it would be content with, while it waited for proper housing. Then all that was right and proper would be accomplished at the tomb of the Jousters when his body was finished with the 40 days of embalming. But that would be across the Great Mother River, in the Vale of the Noble Dead, and was the duty of the mortuary priests. The teens believed that to enter into the summer country, the deceased must have a proper anchoring in an embalmed body, and proper offerings for at least 40 days, and more offerings to take with it when it crossed the Sky River. If this was not done, it wandered. If it was not done properly, it wandered, and the longer it wandered, the angrier it became. That was why it was not a good idea for the living to walk about at night, for fear of encountering angry or hungry spirits, the more especially if someone who actively hated you had ever died. Kefti, for instance, had made so many enemies that he hardly dared stir at night, and on the few occasions that he did leave the safety of his house after sundown, he was so hung about with charms and amulets that he looked like an amulet hawker, and he rattled with every step. Vetch had no experience one way or another with spirits. With Kefti for a master, by the time he was let go for the day, he was so weary he always fell dead asleep. He had tried to set up a tiny shrine for his father, but it kept getting swept away when he was at his labors, and anyway, he didn't have anything to spare for offerings but the clay loaves and beer jars and other goods he molded in miniature and left there. Certainly his father's spirit had never returned to give him any signs. There were tales of that as well, of spirits that returned to help the living, though in truth those tales were fewer than the tales of vengeful ghosts. But then, how would his father even know how to get here, or even where Vetch was? In all of his lifetime, his father had never been farther from his farm than the village. Harriet ordered her fed up and given a double dose of Tala, the boy who was in charge of that returned dragon said. So she won't be much of a handful for a while, and I heard straight from him that he's got a new jouster for her, so she won't get a chance to go sour. I can handle her. There's a lot of new jousters coming, I heard. One of the younger boys ventured cautiously. You heard right. The great king, may he live 1,000 years, wants the number increased, replied the boy who seemed to know everything, or at least wanted the others to think he did. There's more hunters out looking for fledglings, and more jousters being trained. And more of us, of course. That's probably why Ari came in with a serf on his own, so he could free up Harriet from tending Cachette. Harriet's not going to have the time to tend Cachette pretty soon, what with all that going on. Now a glance of speculation was cast in his direction, but when he saw the way the conversation was going, Vetch had quickly dropped his gaze to his work. Think they'll put more serfs in as dragon boys if this one does all right? Asked a new voice. The leader sounded as if he wasn't opposed to that idea. Probably. I'll tell you what, though, that might be a good thing. I mean, think about it. New jousters have to come from somewhere, so why not us, on a regular basis, instead of only now and again? After all, we know as much about the dragons as the jousters, and we spend more time with them. Ari was a dragon boy, they say, or maybe a scribe, before he tamed Cachette. In fact, that was why they made him a jouster. So why don't all the dragon boys tame dragons? Someone else asked. Then we could all be jousters instead of shoveling dung. But the knowing one laughed. Tame a dragon, are you mad? You think tending the old ones is work? Try taming one from the shell. It's too much work, much too much work. If you think your work is hard now, just think what it would be like to tend 2 dragons instead of 1, and spend all your free time with the baby so he thought of you as his mama, and help him with his fledging, and train him to sandal before he actually flew. You'd be so busy you'd meet yourself coming and going. Don't think they'd let you off tending your jouster's dragon because they wouldn't. Yes, but Cachette's so tame, So easy to work with. Wouldn't it be worth it? The other persisted. Not if the king wants jousters and wants them now, replied another of the older boys. Training takes long enough as it is, and the only people that really benefit from a tame dragon are the dragon boys. While the Tala makes dragons tractable, why bother? The talk turned to other things then, mostly about girls outside the compound, and Vetch lost interest. But what he'd heard had been very useful. Now he knew why both Ari and Cachette were different, why Ari was so particular about his dragon boy, and why, at the same time, he was surprisingly considerate to Vetch. So the jouster had been in Vetch's shoes before he'd tamed his dragon, and he hadn't just gotten a fledgling from the hunters. He'd somehow raised one from the egg. Vetch had been allowed to make a single goose into a particular pet when he'd been deemed old enough, a goose that was guaranteed never to go into the pot, or at least not until it had died of an honorable old age or accident. He had been given a hatching egg, so that the first thing that the baby had seen was him. It hadn't been a case of taming the gosling so much as raising it. And Ari had done that, with a dragon, which must, based on how much food the young gosling ate, and all the care and brooding it required, have been a phenomenal amount of work. Small wonder the king wasn't willing to train dragons for the jousters that way. For not just anyone could train the young hatchlings that way. The gosling hadn't followed any human as its mother. It had only followed Vetch. No, that task would have been taken on by the jouster who meant to fly that particular dragon, which meant that the jouster could not be fighting at the same time, because bringing in regular meals to keep a baby dragon's belly full would be a full-time job, as well as the cleanup afterward. Not that Vetch particularly wanted to see more jousters in the air, not when they were leading the fight against his people. It made him feel very queasy inside, to be reminded of that. Here he was, serving the enemy. Not that he had a choice. Not if he wanted to live, eat, not in particular if he wanted to do more than eke out a miserable existence. He shook his head a little. Too many complicated things, he told himself fiercely, redoubling his efforts on the saddles. And what was the point of thinking about it? For what could he do? He was only a little boy. No matter what he did, no matter what became of him, nothing in the greater world would change. The war would still go on, and Ari would just find another boy for Cachette. Shobek came over at that moment to inspect what he'd done, and grunted his satisfaction with the work. Vetch noticed then that the other boys were putting their work aside for Shobek to inspect and gather up. Some he nodded over, some he scolded for shoddy workmanship. "You'll only get it to do over again tomorrow," he said crossly, as one of the boys looked sullen. "Haven't you gotten that through your thick skull yet?" "Well, yes, Shobek," the boy replied. "Then if you don't want to keep seeing the same job on the same saddle again over and over for the rest of your life, do it right tomorrow." He looked around at the rest of the boys, whose attitude had changed, and who all looked eager to be gone from there. "Well, off with you." They were off like a shot. Vetch didn't know what to do, but he was saved from having to ask by the arrival of Harriquette. "You, Cachette's boy, remember that you are to come here right after pen cleaning after the noon meal," the old man said, as Harriquette took possession of him. "Remember, every day." "Yes, sir," he called back over his shoulder, though he wasn't certain the old man heard him, for a new crop of 6 or 8 boys came crowding in to fill the small room. "Now," Harriquette said, as he led Vetch down a corridor decorated with royal hawks, the token of the god Horus. "You will learn what it means to serve your jouster as well as your dragon." 4. Very shortly, Vetch had a good idea where he was. They had gone this way earlier, in Vetch's whirlwind tour of the compound. This corridor, where the temple of Horus also stood, marked, in fact, by the images of the god Horus, led to the jousters' private quarters. This place wasn't so difficult to find his way around in after all. The jousters' importance would have been evident even to someone who didn't know what they were, just by the virtue of the wall decorations on this corridor. Rather than simple carved images at the intersections of other corridors, the walls here were adorned with stunning, brilliantly colored paintings of the god Haras, in his falcon-headed human form, in his falcon form, in his form of Haras-Ri, the falcon of the sun. These paintings were huge, covering the entire wall, from top to bottom, and Vetch had never seen anything like them for sheer beauty. Certainly nothing could compare to them, even in the temples he had been in. If this was what the corridor outside the Jousters' quarters looked like, what must the palace of the great king be like? Were his paintings not paintings at all, but inlaid with precious materials? They had ended up at the doorway arch leading to the Jousters' quarters. This was a very large opening, with the royal hawks carved into the limestone wall in bas relief on either side, and a third hawk with wings spread wide carved over the lintel. Also incredibly painted, he expected them to spring to life at any moment. Why not a dragon? He wondered. But this was not the time to ask. Here, Harriket said, but not to Vetch. This is Ari's new boy. His name is Vetch. Ari chose him himself. So I've heard, replied the resplendent personage at the door. The person to whom Harriket was speaking was in every way possible the opposite of Harriket. Where Harriket was muscular, this man was thin as a reed. Where Harriket was bald and apparently disdained the use of a head covering altogether, this man wore an elaborately braided and beaded wig, though truth to tell, beneath the wig he was likely shaved bald as well. This was no coarse horsehair or linen thread wig. This was a wig made of human hair, dark and lustrous, each tiny braid no thicker than the cords of a snare, and ending in a turquoise gold or carnelian bead. It made Vetch's head spin to think how much it must have cost, and this overseer was wearing it as an everyday ornament. Harriket was brisk, but not entirely unfriendly. This fellow was haughty and cold. Harriket's clothing was simple. This man had an ornately pleated kilt of fine linen and a belt, armbands, and collar of faience and woven beads, as well as ornamented sandals. His collar featured the royal hawk with outstretched wings, rather than merely a faienced ornament of the hawk's eye, and he clutched a gilded, carnelian-tipped wand of office, as if he feared to permit it to leave his hand. The man looked down at Vetch with a thinly veiled sneer. And this is to tend to Jouster Ari. Harriket shrugged. He looked indifferent, but Vetch sensed an undercurrent of disdain and dislike, not for him, but aimed at the other man. He also had the feeling that Harriket understood this haughty fellow much better than the fellow understood Harriket. He may surprise you. They tell me he surprised everyone else today with how diligent a worker he is. A serf? The other man's eyebrow raised. Harriket made a non-committal sound. We all know how phenomenally lucky Ari is. Maybe he's the kind that can look into the muck of a newly flooded field and find the gold of honor. The other overseer looked pained. Harriket ignored him and tapped Vetch on the shoulder. Vetch, this is Te Velathat, the overseer in charge of the Jousters' personal quarters. You do what he tells you until he sends you back to me, or I come to fetch you. Harriket still sounded indifferent, but Vetch read the warning in his words. Harriket had no power here. This was Te Velathat's realm, not his. It was up to Vetch to keep himself out of trouble and satisfy the overseer of the Jousters' quarters. Well, this was familiar territory. There was only one way to satisfy someone like Te Velathat. Grovel and work. Grovel a very great deal, with such subservience that he might just as well offer his head to the overseer's sandal and work as hard as he ever had for Kefti. Well, he could do that. He had a great deal of practice at both by now. Vetch bowed, as low and as well as he possibly could, noticing as he did so that the skin of his back felt tight, but not sore. Whatever Harriket had rubbed on the whip cuts had worked a wonder. Te Velathat sighed theatrically, but didn't seem displeased by the exaggerated display of subservience. Harriket took that as a signal to depart, and did so. He turned on his heel and stalked off as quickly as he could without it looking like a retreat. Vetch didn't blame him, but at least he knew desperate that his status be noted and acknowledged by anyone he considered to be his inferior. And that was precisely how to get along with such a man. Tevela That was far less of an enigma to Vetch than Haraket and Jouster Ari were. In that he was, thus far, a typical arrogant Tian. Vetch hated him, of course. Vetch also knew better than to show that hatred. Like Kefti, the man would not hesitate to punish the least sign of insubordination, and Haraket would not defend Vetch in such a case, for the welfare of Cachet was not at stake here, and obeying his overseer was. Though Haraket might dislike Tevela That, Vetch expected that he would certainly feel Tevela That was justified in punishing the rebellion of an Altan serf. So Vetch kept his eyes down and his hatred to himself. He reminded himself that all he had to do was obey orders, which could not, be as onerous as the tasks Kefti routinely set him. When he'd served Kefti, he'd come to regard cleaning as almost a holiday. He would not be slaving in the hot sun at midday, and Tevela That could only claim his time until Cachet returned. The overseer waved impatiently at him. "All right, boy, come along." Tevela That might look like an indolent sort, but he wasted no time. He turned abruptly and strode off with a fast, jerky pace of a stork in a hurry, and obviously expected Vetch to follow. Vetch did, running to keep up. He had the feeling that there was no way that he could appear to be too subservient. The plan of the Jousters section of this maze was clear once they passed that doorway. It consisted of a series of courtyards, each centered by a pool for bathing or with ornamental fish and latas in it, with the Jousters' personal rooms arranged around the courtyards. Each courtyard was linked to the next by a covered hallway that pierced each room-ringed court like a needle, so that the squares of courtyard and rooms lay along the hall like beads on a string. At this hour, evidently, all the quarters were deserted by their tenants, though there were several boys to be seen, busy cleaning rooms. The haughty fellow eventually stopped at one of the quietest of the courtyards. The pool here, although there were blue latas growing at one end, was clearly used for both swimming and as an ornament. The latas were planted in their own section, separated from the swimming portion of the pool by a raised wall, just under the surface of the water, and the rest was tiled in white and green. A canvas shade had been stretched from one side of the courtyard to the other, at one end, giving some relief from the heat of the sun. The courtyard was paved with stone, and there were small date palms, some bearing fruit, planted in enormous terracotta pots arranged at intervals around the central pool. There seemed to be 4 suites of rooms in this court. The overseer stopped at the entrance to one of those suites and looked down at Vetch as if expecting him to stand there like an idiot, or perhaps waiting for an excuse to use the little whip that was fastened to the beaded belt at his side. That too familiar smoldering in the pit of his belly warned Vetch. He must not give the overseer an excuse, not only to beat him, but to dismiss him altogether. He was not anxious to lose a place where he was being fed as much as he could eat. He had clean clothing and baths, and there was no Kefti. Especially not over something as ridiculous as not being able to do a little cleaning properly. Kefti had been too miserly to hire many servants or purchase slaves, so Vetch had done just about every task in the household that didn't require special training, including a great deal of cleaning. Vetch took a step or two inside the doorway and let his eyes adjust to the gloom. This was a simple enough set of rooms. That was something of a surprise. Vetch would have expected a great deal more in the way of luxury, but there was nothing elaborate but the wall paintings, really. There were 3 rooms in a row across this side of the courtyard, with a small storage room to the left of the central one in which Vetch now stood, and what was probably the bedroom to the right. Only the outer wall facing the pool was faced with limestone. The rest was sensibly constructed of mud brick, with a layer of thick sand-colored plaster covering the brickwork, leaving a smooth surface for the wall paintings. The walls themselves were as thick as Vetch's forearm, with horizontal slit windows up near the ceiling. Every Tian house, other than the simplest mud brick huts, had those, meant to provide means for a cooling breeze to flow through, though at the moment, what was winding through them was the Camisine. Tevela That waited, just as Haraket had waited, presumably to see if Vetch would act on his own initiative. Without being ordered, Vetch entered the main room and immediately began picking up discarded clothing, tidying away scrolls and rolls of reed paper, capping a bottle of ink left open. After all, that was what those other boys had been doing in other rooms in this same complex. If Te-Velathat thought he was a stupid barbarian who had to be explicitly ordered what to do, he was going to be surprised. With a look of relief, the overseer left him alone without another word to him, either of instruction or of warning. Now that, in its way, was something of a trap. Vetch had no doubt that Te-Velathat would be back to check on his work, and would also be looking sharp for anything missing that Vetch might have tried to steal. That was fine. The day Vetch couldn't manage a simple cleaning was a day when crocodiles would turn to lotus roots for their sustenance, and Te-Velathat could look in vain for signs that Vetch had stolen anything. Stealing from Ari, besides being just plain wrong, would also be stupid. Vetch would be willing to bet that the Jousters' property had plenty of precautionary curses on it, and anyone who stole anything of theirs would live just long enough to regret it. This was a curious set of rooms. Vetch was acquainted with farmhouse comfort, and Kefti's idea of luxury. This didn't match either of those models. With Te-Velathat out of the way, he spent a little time exploring it. Ari not only had his set of 3 rooms on the other side of the bedroom, in what would be a corner room, he had a bathing room shared with another set of rooms. Presumably those rooms were just now empty, since when Vetch poked his nose curiously in there, he saw there were no personal possessions in them. The storeroom was just that. It contained chests, boxes, and jars, 2 bolts of linen, rolls of paper, a few oddments all on wooden shelves. The room that opened out into the courtyard held a charcoal brazier, a writing desk and a flat cushion to sit on, stools, a low table and chair beside it, a couch with another little table and an alabaster lamp, and a large chest of scrolls. The lamp was a simple, thin cup meant to hold oil and a floating wick. Spare furnishings to Vetch's mind, and the furnishings themselves were plain and virtually unornamented. The plastered walls, however, were covered with beautiful paintings. In the central room, these paintings featured scenes from court life. On the first wall, lithe little dancers wearing nothing more than jewelry. On the second, musicians, a harper, a woman with a drum, a flute player, and 2 girls with sistrums. A set of shaven-headed acrobats cavorted on the third, and a group of men with hawk-eye amulets were lounging at a feast on the fourth. The paintings were life-sized and wonderfully done in fine, clear colors. The sleeping chamber held Ari's bed and headrest, 2 chests that held clothing, an armor stand, now empty, a rack for the lances that gave the jouster his title, and a rack that held both the short and the long bow, and quivers of arrows for each. The last was interesting, given what Vetch had learned today about why jousters didn't use bows. Did Ari hunt? If so, what and when? The bed was a simple, elegant frame, with a woven lattice for maximum coolness, the headrest an elegant but unadorned curve of wood. There was a table beside the bed with an oil lamp on it, another with a round mirror and a pot of coal for lining the eyes as well as a razor. No Tian would do without coal. It protected the eyes from the glare of the sun. There were some cushions and some good rugs on the floor, but not a great deal else. In the sleeping chamber, scenes of nature adorned the walls. The river with blossoming reeds and latas, horses racing across the desert, birds flying above a field. And on the wall most visible to the bed, a great dragon, wings spread. There was no doubt that the dragon was meant to be Cachette, for it had his coloring. These were paintings that, if Vetch was any judge, were worthy of a palace, yet there were few other signs of luxury. In the main chamber, nothing much ornamental but that truly handsome alabaster lamp made in the shape of 3 lotus flowers, each of which would hold oil and a floating wick. In the bedchamber, only what Vetch had found, no jewelry chest, only another fine lamp. There wasn't even a board for hounds and hares, or the pebble game, which adorned nearly every other home Vetch had ever seen. It seemed strange to Vetch that one as exalted in rank as a jouster should live in quarters that were furnished more simply than Kefti's, but at least that made it easier to clean them. He started with the bathing room. It was much like the one where Harriket had ordered him to strip down. Since mud brick would fare poorly around water, it was faced and floored with limestone, with jars of water and dippers, and on a limestone shelf, jars of soaps and oils, sponges. There was a bench upon which one could lie to be massaged by an attendant. Another shelf held folded piles of soft linen cloths, and 2 of those were crumpled on the floor. Vetch picked them up and set them outside the door. A jouster also apparently had his choice of scented unguents when he was clean. There was quite a selection of clay and stone unguent jars lined up on another shelf above that massage bench, though truth to tell, most of them looked unopened. Well, if Ari chose to live simply, that just made it easier to take care of his things. Vetch got a broom from the storage closet and swept out the bathing room, for with the chemisine blowing, there was sand in everything, and there was no point in doing more than try to keep it under control. He then used one of the jars of water to wash down the floor for good measure. For a moment, he wondered if he should use the water of the pool to refill the jars, but that seemed dubious. He thought he remembered a well nearby in the passageway, in fact, so that it was handy to 2 of the courtyards and sheltered from the sand-laden wind. He had recalled correctly, and went through the all-too-familiar ritual of hauling water, only this time it was with a bucket that suited his size, and he only had to refill the bath jars and 2 smaller ones that held drinking water. Then he swept up the bedroom, collecting a discarded kilt and loincloth as he did so, and adding them to the pile of linen towels. The outer room was already tidied, so he swept it before returning his attention to the lamps, refilling their oil reservoirs from one of the jars in the storage room. As his last task, he went insect hunting, looking in every nook and cranny, under every bit of furniture, lifting every jar and chest, looking for the insects that often sought shelter there. Most especially he looked for scorpions, those deadly and silent desert creatures, which could hide almost anywhere. He finally found a little one in the bathing room, and smashed it with the butt of the broom before washing it down the drain with a cup of water. He was standing in the middle of the now clean outer room with a bundle of Ari's soiled linen in his hands, wondering what to do with it, when Harriket came for him again. "Put those there," the overseer said, pointing to a basket just outside the door. "Someone collects dirty clothing and linen once a day to take it to the laundry women." He nodded. Well, at least he wasn't going to be expected to do the laundry, too. "Is there anything else I should do?" he ventured diffidently. It would have choked him to have asked Tavella That for further instruction, but he trusted Harriket to tell him the truth. Harriket gave a brief inspection of his work and shook his head. "Just what you've done, and this will be a part of your duties every day. The courtyard servants are all body servants, too lofty to clean. While Ari did without a dragon boy, they had to share the cleaning, and let everyone know how they felt about such demeaning tasks." Harriket's tone of contempt spoke volumes about what he thought of those servants. "One thing to remember, though, there are a number of jousters, including the other 2 on this court, who would rather see as little as possible of the boys. Keep that in mind when you encounter one. Ari's not like that, but assume anyone else will be." So, even the oh-so-superior free-born dragon boys were not as welcome to the jousters as their attitude would have led Vetch to believe. That was something to keep in mind, though not for the reason Harriket meant. Vetch ducked his head in answer, and followed Harriket out of the courtyard. "Cachette will be returning shortly, and that is when you will give him his evening sand bath and his supper," Harriket continued, shooing Vetch along with an impatient gesture. "After sundown your time is your own, but between dawn and dusk you'd best be prepared to hustle." It was a great deal of work, but it was also nothing nearly as hard as Kefti's assigned chores, and Kefti had him working from before dawn to after dusk, doing it all on less than half the food in a day that Vetch had gotten at a single meal here. Thus far, Vetch had absolutely nothing to complain of. By the time they got to Cachette's pen, the dragon was already there. Ari just gave Harriket an exhausted nod in greeting, and dropped what remained of a lance on the ground as he left, presumably heading for his quarters. What remained of a lance, which meant that Ari had been in a fight with one of the Alton Jousters. Their numbers were far smaller than the Tians, but they were a factor in the ongoing conflict. They certainly kept the Tian Jousters from having everything their own way. Vetch picked up the macerated lance and deposited it where the rest of the trash was collected, with very mixed feelings. He didn't want any harm to come to Ari, not the least because if Ari was killed, he'd have no need for a dragon boy. And even if Cachette was drugged by Tala into accepting another jouster, it wasn't likely that the new man would be as tolerant of having a mere serf serve him as Ari was. On the other hand, he couldn't help but hope that the Altan jouster had at least given Ari something to think about. Can a jouster be beaten without being killed? Vetch didn't know, but if that could happen, at least for Ari, if he's defeated, let it be without him being hurt. He prayed fiercely. I don't care about any other jouster, but as long as Ari's kept safe, let there be an Altan who can win in the jousts. Ari presumably felt that Cachette was in reliable hands now, for he'd left without a single backward glance. That left Vetch under Harriquet's supervision to take the saddle and harness off Cachette. This time Harriquet didn't lift a finger. He left it to Vetch to manage by himself. But at least he gave some signs of approval when Vetch did everything, did it correctly, and without guidance. Now bring him along and follow me, Harriquet decreed, and strode off, expecting Vetch to keep up. He put one hand on Cachette's shoulder, as he had seen Ari do, and set off after the overseer. Cachette didn't need any encouragement. Wherever they were going, it was a place that Cachette liked. The dragon nearly bowled them both over in his eagerness to reach it. They remained within the area of the pens, but this time they followed an east-west corridor with the cat goddess Pachette on the walls. Eventually, when they reached what must have been the southeast corner of the complex, Harriquet turned into another open-roofed area. This is the buffing pen, where you'll give Cachette his sand baths, Harriquet said, leading them both inside. Every day at this time, in fact. This was another open-air court, a place of huge stalls, like those for horses, but big enough for dragons. Harriquet guided Cachette into one of them. There were rings here for chaining the dragons, but of course, that was not a precaution that Vetch needed to use with Cachette. Go get one of those buckets of sand, Harriquet said, pointing to a place where buckets, yes, full of sand, were lined up against the wall. Vetch did as he was told, while Harriquet got a basket heaped with soft cloths from a storage shed. Then Harriquet showed him how to take a handful of sand and polish the dragon's hide with it. Cachette seemed to love it, leaning into the grit like a dog being scratched. The sand polished off dirt and anything else that had stuck to the scales, and the sand was particularly good at cleaning the hide of the wings. Those peculiar wings. They weren't like the wings of any other creature that Vetch had ever seen, certainly not like bird wings, nor like bats, nor like insects. They had many peculiar folds and planes, layers of skin and flexible tendons and thin, flat bones that were almost as flexible as the tendons. But all of those surfaces made for places where itchy things could lodge, so Vetch set to scrubbing with a will. Cachette wasn't scaled everywhere. The wing webbings were made of tough, thin skin. There was skin at the eyes and nostrils and in the joints. All of the skin needed oiling when he was done scrubbing Cachette with the sand. The oil soaked in quickly, leaving the hide softer and more flexible. In fact, it vanished so quickly that not one grain of sand stuck to the hide afterward. His beautiful blue scales were like the curved, shiny, iridescent wing covers of beetles. They shone with a deep and luminous color so rich it was like nothing in Vetch's experience. And Cachette adored it, loved every bit of attention, and even helped Vetch to get to inaccessible spots by crouching down or contorting himself to bring some area where Vetch could reach it. Vetch burnished him with sand first, then at Harriquet's direction with soft, oil-soaked cloths, until the dragon gleamed. While he worked, other boys brought in their dragons, until all the other dragons were in the buffing pens as well, and the whole place was full. He couldn't help but notice that every other boy brought in his dragon with a heavy collar around its neck, and a strong chain attached to the collar. The least tug on the chain would somehow close the collar down around the dragon's throat, cutting off its breath. So that was how a mere boy could control a huge creature like a dragon. "Only Cachette is safe to handle without chains when he's around the others," Harriket observed, as another dragon boy brought his charge into the pen, but not as Harriket had, with only a hand on his shoulder. "They're like dogs sometimes, snappish and quarrelsome. That's why the walls of the pens are so thick, so they can't reach each other over them." This green bronze dragon wore her chain around her neck like the others. Just at that moment, she balked and tried to pull the chain loose from the boy. He gave the chain a yank, and the collar closed down around her windpipe, choking her for an instant. She wheezed for a moment, and then subsided. The boy gave the chain a flip to loosen it, and continued where he'd been heading to chain his charge to a post at the far wall of the pen. "Right now, Parkisha is sated by the tala on her food, but he's wise to chain her," Harriket observed. "Fights between dragons are impossible for anyone but the Jousters to break up, and," he fixed Vetch with a knife-sharp glance, "remember this, boy. Fights are generally fatal to handlers caught in the middle." Vetch nodded and gulped. But Cachette was nothing like the half-wild thing chained to the post next to him. He had turned into a veritable puddle of dragon, leaning into each buffing stroke with his eyes half closed. Like an enormous cat, he loved grooming and being groomed. Oh, the others enjoyed it too, but not to the extent that Cachette did. Finally, Harriket deemed the task done even to his exacting standards, and allowed Vetch to lead the dragon back to his pen for the last time that day, leaving Cachette to bask in the sun while his hide absorbed the oil, which imparted that spicy scent to him. Vetch got another barrel full of meat. By now, drowsy and relaxed, and more certain of his new dragon boy, Cachette was not so impatient to be fed. He ate in a leisurely fashion, while Harriket and Vetch watched. "The other dragons all get tala mixed with their meat at every meal. Make sure you never get one of those barrows," Harriket cautioned. "Cachette is never to have tala, not even at morning feed. And believe me, when you see the others snapping at their boys, you'll be grateful that you've got Cachette, and not mind the extra work he makes for you. Maybe the other boys will have less work than you, but yours will be easier, and Ari's a good master." With Cachette fed and digging himself a hollow in the sand in which to sleep, Harriket gave Vetch a grudging smile. "All right, Surf Boy," he said gruffly. "You've done as well as anyone else his first day. You're finished until morning. Go back to the kitchen and get your supper, and you're free to do whatever you wish until dawn. You'll sleep on a pallet in here with Cachette, though, and not with the other boys. Ari's particular about Cachette, and he wants someone with him all the time." "Yes, sir," Vetch said, feeling that for once he'd encountered Tians who deserved being called sir. And he was going to sleep here, away from the other boys, potential tormentors. He felt another burden of worry ease away from him. "You're how old, boy?" Harriket demanded suddenly. "And what in Tophet were you before you were bound to the land?" 10 or 11, sir, though I'm not sure." He'd lost track of the seasons, really. It wasn't hard to do so when your days were exhausting and the work never ending. Maybe older. Maybe much older, but he wasn't going to say that. Much older, and he might be deemed too old for this task. "My father was a farmer," Vetch stammered, surprised by the abrupt demand. Masters did not, in his experience, give a toss about how old you were, or what you'd been when you were free. "Not too old, not too young. Good." Harriket nodded. "Right. Off with you. Get that dinner. I'll have the pallet brought here for you. It will be waiting for you when you're ready to sleep." With that, he left Vetch at the door to Cachette's pen, stalking off with his long, ground-eating strides. Vetch gathered his courage and looked for the kitchen. By now he had a rough map of the place in his mind, and he found the kitchen by dead reckoning and following his nose. This time he was not the first one to reach the place. There were other boys there already, but they were largely too full of themselves and their doings to pay much attention to him, particularly as he settled himself at a table out of their way. The sun was just setting, and torches were being lit, so he was left to himself at first. But there was already food on the table as before, so he didn't mind. Wonderful bread, stewed greens and fresh onions, boiled lettuce roots, all of it fresh and cooked well, not burned, not left over. There were more little bowls of fat, too, for dipping bread into, and a spiced paste of ground chickpeas. Eventually, one of the girls serving drink noticed him. She slapped down a pottery jar of beer in front of him in an absent-minded sort of way and nodded to another, who left him a hot terracotta bowl of pottage. Then, as he was scooping up pottage in pieces torn from a piece of flatbread, came the surprise. Because the next thing that was left at his table was a plate full of meat. Now Vetch hadn't had meat in, well, longer than he could remember, because even a farmer as his father had been didn't slaughter his animals very often. In fact, the meat he'd gotten most often had been wild duck, goose, and hare, except on one memorable occasion when someone's ox had broken a leg, and the whole village had a feast before the meat went bad. This was a whole platter of sliced beef, cooked until it was just barely pink and oozing juices. He stared at it dumbfounded. Why, this was the sort of thing that only rich men ate at dinner. But then it dawned on him why they had all got meat. All the sacrifices from the temples, of course. And why not? Compared to what the dragons ate, the amount of meat that would be cooked and served at a single meal was trivial. So why shouldn't the Jousters and their staff share in the bounty? Nevertheless, Vetch wasted no time in helping himself, tearing the slices apart with his fingers. He stuffed the first bite into his mouth and closed his eyes in purest pleasure. This wasn't like that long-remembered stewed beef. This was better, incomparably, amazingly better. The salt-sweet meat practically melted on his tongue, bombarding him with a savory complex of flavors that made his toes curl with delight. Well, and of course it was better. You didn't offer the gods your old, work-worn ox or a cow aged and tough with bearing calves and producing milk. You brought the gods a fine, young bull or heifer, or even a tender calf. You'd be stupid to do otherwise. The best of the best came to the gods, who drank in the blood and the essence, which left all that perfectly wonderful meat for mortal enjoyment. If this was what the dragon boys and other slaves and servants got, who were last on the chain, after the priests had taken their pick, then the Jousters, then the dragons, what must the priests be feasting on every night? No wonder no one ever sees a skinny priest. But there, it was dangerous serving the gods. Sometimes it was deemed necessary that someone go to serve them in person. Then there would be a sacrifice that would not be passed on to the Jousters' compound. At least the Altan gods were that way, and if anything, the Tians were even more bloody-minded. Vetch shuddered and pushed the thought from his mind, concentrating on the savor of every morsel. It was only priests that were sacrificed anyway. Slaves were deemed too lowly to please the gods, and serfs were the enemy. And who would send an important message via one's enemy? The sky darkened, and someone went around the periphery of the court, lighting the rest of the lamps, while someone else pulled back the awning. Others came to sit at his table, servants within the complex, he thought, not other dragon boys. Some were probably serfs, but there was no way to tell which were and which were not, for slaves as well as serfs went with uncut hair and unshaven scalps. They didn't talk to him, but that could simply be because they were stuffing food into their mouths with evident enjoyment. Then, when he thought he could not possibly be more satisfied, the serving girl plunked down another pottery platter in front of him. Honey cakes. Fresh, baked, crisp, and flaky, with the honey glaze on their tops shining in the torchlight. The sweet aroma rose to his nostrils and tickled his appetite all over again. He fell to with a will, much to the open delight of the serving girl. Finally, feeling as stuffed as a festival goose, he reluctantly got up from the table, the last of the dragon boys to leave, though servants were still coming in to eat. But even then he was in for one final surprise. Just before he left the kitchen courtyard, that same serving girl intercepted him. She was not so much a girl, he noticed now, It was just that she didn't have that worn-out look that serf women and slaves got. He thought she might have been close to the age of his own mother. "Here," she said, pressing a package wrapped in a broad leaf of the kind fish were baked into his hand. "Take this with you. Little boys get hungry in the night, and you look 3/4 starved anyway. We Altons have to stick together." So she was another Alton serf. He tried to give it back to her, alarmed at the thought that he might be getting her into trouble. "I don't," he began. "You'll get—" But she laughed and closed both his hands around it. "Ah, nothing of the sort," she said cheerfully. "Even if we didn't have so much food here that we give what's left to the beggars every meal, you are a dragon boy, and Cachette's boy at that. I'd be in trouble if I didn't make certain you had plenty to eat, not for sending you off with something extra." She turned him around and gave him a little shove. "Off with you. I've work to do." So, clutching a packet that held more food in it than he got out of Kefti in 3 days, and that was by weight alone, no telling what was actually in the packet, he made his way back to Cachette's pen. When he thought about all the times he'd been unable to sleep because his belly was aching with hunger, or when he'd managed to get to sleep only to have hunger pangs wake him in the middle of the night, well, he could hardly believe his luck. Torches placed at intervals along the walls and at each intersection showed him the pictures on the walls clearly. He did get lost going back, but eventually he righted himself and followed the pictures to the pens. The torches burned brightly, with the faint scent of incense to them, and not a great deal of smoke. The yellow light they gave off was clear and strong. The walls were high enough that the chamisine didn't blow them out, only made them waver and flicker now and again, as a gust or two passed the wind baffles. His eyes were light-dazzled so that when he looked up, he couldn't make out the stars, though, which was what had led to his getting a little lost, for he couldn't tell east from west in this maze without seeing the sun or stars. Or the moon, but it was rising late tonight, and wouldn't even begin to peek above the walls until after he found Cachette's pen. He could hear the sounds of the other boys chattering together somewhere, and for a moment he felt the strange emptiness inside of him that no amount of bread could touch. But then he turned the corner to Cachette's pen. He stood in the soft darkness for a moment and let his eyes adjust to the dimmer light, for there were no torches in here. When he was able to make out details, he saw the pallet waiting for him beneath the awning that protected the saddle and harness. At that moment, all he could think of was sleep. Tia was a desert land, and the desert was as cold by night as it was hot by day. Now the hot sands where Cachette rested were a source of comfort, a radiating warmth better than the wall Vetch used to sleep beside, for this warmth wouldn't fade before the night was half over. Vetch was happy enough to spread out on his pallet and settle down beside the lightly snoring dragon. The dragon was fast asleep in his wallow, and it didn't look as if Vetch could have wakened him if he'd tried. With no torches in here, once Vetch's eyes had gotten used to the darkness, he looked past the awning over his head to the stars. In the darkness of his old sleeping place in Kefti's back kitchen, Vetch had spent many an unhappy night on his pile of reeds, shivering in his rags. This pallet was, he thought, made of a thick mattress of straw inside a covering of fleece, all of that covered with heavy linen. There were 2 blankets as well, and an Alton pillow rather than a Tian headrest. It felt strange to stretch out and not have scratchy straw sticking into him, or feel the stone through the straw. It felt as if he was stretched out on a cloud. He carefully put his food packet near at hand, but inside an upturned bucket that he vermin-proofed with a brick to hold it down. Then he laid himself down on his pallet, warm, full, and trying to figure out what he had done to warrant this sudden change in his fortunes. He looked up at the stars for a clue, but the stars weren't in the mood to answer, it seemed. From somewhere in the distance came the sounds of a celebration in progress, and the occasional note of a flute or throbbing of a drum. He wondered what was being celebrated. Not another Tian victory. But no one had said anything about it, so perhaps it was something else. Maybe it was nothing more than a party. When you were as rich as these people were, you could have little feasts and celebrations all the time, for no particular reason. He felt odd. He wanted to hate the teens, even the ones here. After all, weren't they taking the place of dozens, even hundreds of warriors? Weren't they the reason why the conflict was going so badly for the Altans? Oh, he wanted to hate them, but that meant hating Jouster Ari, who had saved him from Kefti, and Heraket, who had been decent to him. But the stars were very bright and very distant, and though he tried to open his mind and heart to the gods for guidance, he heard nothing counseling revenge. He pulled the blanket up to his chin and wriggled his toes sleepily. The pallet beneath him was soft and wonderful, so superior to a pile of reeds that there was no comparison. He yawned. Yes, he would hate the teens, all of them. Tomorrow. He closed his eyes and drifted into sleep, with Cachette snoring in his ears. And for once, he did not dream. 5. Heraket came to rouse him in the morning, as Nofet, the goddess of night, was just pulling in her skirts to make way for Rehaket, the sun god. He woke at the first sound of a footfall, and all at once. It had been Kefti's habit to wake him with a kick to the ribs, if he were not already scrambling to his feet when his fat master lumbered into the kitchen courtyard. For all that Kefti was lazy, he still rose with the first light in order to get the most possible work out of his serf and few servants and apprentices in the course of the day. So Vetch slept lightly, and the soft sound of Heraket's step woke him completely. He was not confused as to his whereabouts, though. He knew perfectly well where he was the moment he opened his eyes, and as he unwound himself from his blanket and set his gaze on Heraket's unlovely face, his heart lifted. There would be no beatings today, no empty belly, no burdens too heavy, or work too much for his strength. He was a dragon boy now, and had the sort of life he could not have dreamed of having even this time yesterday. He felt his lips stretching involuntarily, and for a moment did not understand what his face was doing. He was startled an instant later when he saw a slow, slight smile on Heraket's face, to realize that he was smiling, and Heraket was smiling back. How long had it been since he had last smiled? He couldn't remember. Feeling extremely odd, he covered his confusion by bending to fold up his blankets and roll up the pallet. The barge of the sun god was not yet above the horizon, but the beams of his light were streaking the sky. The air was cold enough to make Vetch shiver, the chamisine already whining around the tops of the buildings. Soon enough, though, Lord Rehaket would begin to hammer his power down upon the land, and upon anyone not fortunate enough to be able to remain in shade or indoors. Rehaket was not the chief god of the Tians, as he was for the Altans, perhaps because although he gave life to this land, he also brought death in the dry season. Tian's greatest deity was Haman, the ram-headed lord of storms and the stars, said by them to be the father of all the gods. Among the Altans, Haman was nothing more than the god of the shepherds. "Up with the sun lord, are you?" Heraket said, with a lift of one corner of his mouth. "Well, good. Today I want you to try and make your way through your duties without me. You ought to be able to. For one thing, you can follow the others around if you need to find things. For another, the corridors are clearly marked." Vetch nodded, though his stomach fluttered a little with nervousness. He did not really want to follow the others about. He had the feeling that they would make things hard for him if he tried. Maybe they wouldn't be allowed to hurt him, but they could do other things to make his life difficult. "Yes, sir," he replied, and hesitated. There were 100 questions he wanted to ask, 100 reassurances he wanted to beg for. Heraket read all that in his face, and shrugged. "Somebody will put you right if you ask. You'll have to learn quickly, but you aren't stupid, boy. You can manage." Vetch didn't much like the sound of that, but it wasn't as if he had any choice in the matter. Well, actually, he did. He could make a mess of his duties and be sent back to Kefti. But he was just one serf after all, a single unimportant serf. How could he expect an overseer to devote any amount of time to herding him about in his duties? Heraket had already spent an incredible amount of time on him yesterday,
and that was probably only because he was making sure he would not have to send Vetch away. If he was to succeed, he would have to be better, smarter, and more diligent than the free-born boys here. Harriet's face took on an expression Vetch didn't recognize. "Look, boy, I can't lead you around as if you were a palace brat needing a nursemaid. If I do, it'll only make things difficult for you with the other boys. They'll think I'm playing favorites, and then there'll be hell to pay. You're in a bad place, and so am I, and you'll just have to jump into the river and hope Lord Harris's amulet protects you from crocodiles." Vetch swallowed, but this he understood. Harriet was right. "Now listen. You know what to do in the afternoon, so these are your morning duties. The very first thing you do every morning is to feed Cachette. That is of first importance. Cachette will have gone all night without eating, and you should know by now how much a dragon has to eat. He'll be starving as soon as he's thoroughly awake." They both looked over their shoulders at that. Cachette was barely stirring, and raised his head to blink sleepily at them. Obviously he was not thoroughly awake yet. "Once you've done that, then saddle and harness him," Harriet continued. "The jouster Ari will be here as soon as he thinks Cachette will be ready. He's the first in the air. You can count on him for that. Once Ari and Cachette are away, then you can get your breakfast, and follow the other boys and do what they do." "Yes, sir," he replied, and Harriet strode off on some duty of his own. Cachette had put his head back down and had gone back to sleep, torpid despite the rising sun. So it looked as if he had some breathing space before Cachette started looking for his food. Vetch gave himself a good stretch, shook out and rewrapped his kilt, then went to fetch Cachette's breakfast of meat. But this time he found himself showing up at the butcher's along with many other dragon boys. Harriet was already there, and while Vetch was waiting his turn for a barrow, he kept one eye on the overseer. Harriet watched each boy fill his barrow with a critical eye. Twice he stopped a boy from leaving without truly filling his barrow, and once he stopped a boy who was trying to stagger off with too much. He scooped half of the meat into another boy's barrow, with the admonition, "Dump that in front of her and come back for a second trip. If you hurt yourself trying to carry too much, you'll get no sympathy from me." Vetch had to line up for the butcher's once he got his barrow, but once he had it, and loaded it up with as much as he could carry safely, Harriet waved him past a station where the other boys were scooping powder atop the meat and mixing it in. "That's the tala," the overseer warned. "Remember, not even a touch of tala for Cachette. Ari would have my hide, and I'd have yours." Well, Vetch didn't doubt that one bit. Harriet left him in the next moment, to go and scold yet another boy for loading his barrow too lightly. Vetch could still hear him roaring at the other lad as he pushed his barrow away down the corridor. "How dare you short your dragon because you're too lazy to carry him a full meal? How dare you overseason with tala to make up for it? You young bastard, are you trying to kill your jouster? Don't you know what will happen? If his dragon—" The sense of the words was lost as Vetch pushed his barrow around another corner. But he wondered what would happen to an underfed, overdrugged dragon. Would it be so weakened that it couldn't fly properly? Would it just not have enough energy to fly a combat? Would too much tala make it drunk or stupid? Or if it got really hungry, would it turn on its jouster? Wild dragons could and did eat humans. He shuddered a little and hurried on. The east was getting brighter, with long streaks of light shining up across the blue sky, the hands of the god reaching out to touch the land. He found himself humming the morning hymn to Rahaket for the first time in so very long, perhaps for as long as it had been since the last time he remembered smiling. He was smiling now as he whispered the words of the hymn to himself. "How beautiful art thou, bringer of life, shining winged one! How beautiful with morning's banners streaming forth in glory." Cachette was restive and a little waspish after the long night without food, but in the other pens, Vetch heard hisses and whines, the snapping of jaws, and the curses of the dragon boys. He knew then that he was very lucky to have Cachette as his dragon. All Cachette did was to play his favorite trick for snatching meat from the barrow, snaking his head around the corner again once he spotted Vetch coming from his vantage point over the wall. Vetch had been more than half expecting it, so this time he didn't jump. In fact, the dragon gave him such an amusing sidelong glance as he grabbed his treat that Vetch had to laugh. So that was 3 things he hadn't done. Forever. He had smiled, sung, and laughed, all in the same morning, before breakfast. He felt a little dizzy with amazement. Yesterday he had nothing to look forward to but misery. Today, how beautiful art thou, radiant with banners. Cachette ate faster than he had at the 2 previous meals, probably because he was so hungry. He tossed the meat chunks down his throat as fast as he could without choking, and the barrel was already half empty. Watching how much Cachette was eating, Vetch made a decision. He dumped what was left in the barrel on the ledge beside the sand wallow, and went back for another half a load. Harriket was still there, and gave him a surprised look and raised an eyebrow when he saw Vetch again. "Cachette's really hungry," Vetch said, diffidently to the overseer. "I thought, should I bring him extra?" "Not just before a fight, but feed him extra when he comes back in, as much as he'll take," Harriket decreed with a thoughtful nod. Then he muttered, as if to himself, he may be putting on a growth spurt. They never actually stop growing after all." Vetch waited. He had the feeling that Harriket was making up his mind about something. Harriket mused, then did make up his mind. "Wait a moment, boy." "Noltan!" The overseer waved at one of the butchers. "Bring me a basket of hearts for this boy." The butcher nodded, and brought over what he had been requested, dumping the organs into Vetch's barrow. "Now you go give those to Cachette," Harriket ordered. "If he's really putting on a growth spurt, that's not impossible, even though he's mature, even though he's going to be flying shortly, we need to do something about it. So whenever he starts eating like a pig, but he's going to be going straight out, you ask for a basket of hearts. That's dense meat. It'll give him strength without weighing him down. Now off with you. And Vetch?" Vetch was already halfway to the door, but he turned obediently at that. "Sir?" he asked. Harriket was actually smiling, broadly. It quite transformed his face. "Good lad. You're thinking. Keep it up. Ask me first before you do anything with Cachette, but keep thinking." "Yes, sir," he said, feeling a flush of pride warming his cheeks and ears. He all but ran back to the pen, pushing the much lighter barrel before him. Cachette dove on the hearts as if he hadn't just eaten a full barrel load of meat. Clearly they were a great treat for the dragon. Vetch had to laugh, though, at the playful way he would pick one out of the barrow, toss it into the air, and catch it before it hit the ground. Cachette seemed to enjoy the sound of his laughter, too, for he curved his neck and regarded his dragon boy with a sparkling eye that seemed, at least to Vetch, to have a great deal of good-natured humor in it. Cachette ate every scrap of meat that Vetch had brought, but the last few hearts he ate daintily, taking time to enjoy them. Vetch saddled the now sated dragon, and the jouster arrived just as he finished tightening the last of the straps. Cachette cooperated beautifully, dropping and rising on Vetch's commands as if he had been doing so for years. Once again, Vetch could overhear what was going on in the nearer pens, and it seemed that the other dragons were finally being less obstinate, but only just. Presumably the Tala made them more obedient, but the other dragon boys had to shout their orders over and over before the dragons obeyed, so Vetch was quite finished long before they got their dragons all buckled and cinched down. Ari didn't say anything, but he did give Vetch an abstracted nod when he arrived. After a brief and approving inspection of the harness, Ari patted Vetch on the back in an absent-minded way and climbed into his saddle, and a moment later, he and Cachette were hardly more than a little dot in the sky. By now the sun was well up and it was beginning to get warm. Not all the heat was coming from the sand in Cachette's wallow. The camisine whined around the tops of the walls, bringing with it the scent of the desert, and overhead a vulture circled. And Vetch was beginning to get hungry, despite the packet of bread and meat and honey cake he'd been given last night. Well, the sooner he got the pen clean, the sooner he could get something to eat. He got to work, not only cleaning out the droppings,
but giving everything a good stir about with a rake that he found. Yesterday at this time, he'd been hauling water and clay and river mud to Kefti's pottery and brickyard, with nothing more than a loaf end in his stomach. He'd have done 10 times the work he'd done this morning, with more in front of him, and the promise of no reward at all. This, well, he got to judge the size of his loads. The tools were the right size for anyone as little as he, and the raking was no work at all compared with anything Kefti set him to do. At last, with the sun now well above the walls of the compound, and casting long slants of golden light on the sand of the pen, he put the rake away. The light had not yet made its way down into the corridors between the pens, but certainly he had done enough by now to justify getting his breakfast. Had no trouble finding his way to the kitchen court this time. Just as he got there, one of the girls was pulling the awning across the courtyard, and he watched with curiosity. Now he realized what that bunched canvas was across the top of one of the walls of Cachette's pen. It was a similar awning, but it couldn't be to shelter the dragon from the sun, not when they needed and craved heat so much. Maybe it's to keep the rain off. That actually made sense. It wouldn't be dry season forever. Soon enough, the winter rains would start. However, the sands were heated. Rain wouldn't do them any good. When the serving girl was done, he sat down at what was beginning to be his usual seat at the farthest end of the farthest table, and got his breakfast of hot bread and barley broth with the other boys. Once again, there were others besides the dragon boys eating there, and they were the ones who sat at his table. Many appeared to be servants or craftsmen of one sort or another. There were a great many of them, more people than lived in both his old village and Kefti's combined. He thought about that as he ate, watching the others at the tables around him. He finally decided that it probably took a lot of people to keep this place running, servants for the Jousters and overseers, leather craftsmen for the saddles and harnesses, woodworkers to supply furniture and do repairs, weapons makers to make the lances and clubs that the Jousters used, laundry women, cooks and bakers, seamstresses, stonemasons and brickmakers. This place was a little world unto itself. The other dragon boys, however, had not softened their attitude toward him. Free and Tian, and so far above him that he might as well be a beetle for all of the attention they were carefully not paying him, they were very blatantly excluding him from their company. Except that they kept looking at him out of the corners of their eyes, and whispering to each other as they did so. It made the wonderful soft bread form a lump in his throat. He could tell that they would neither forget nor forgive his inferior race and status. He was an interloper among them, unwelcome. There would be no friends here. Once again, he got that hollow feeling as he watched them chatting and laughing with each other, and pointedly closing him out of their circle. He should not have expected anything else, and in his heart he knew that. Not even slaving for Kefti had he felt quite so alone. It was worse than having tricks pulled on him. They were all doing the same job, after all, he and they. It wasn't as if he was going to be doing less than any of them. It wasn't as if he was going to be especially favored by any of the overseers. If anything, he could count on Tevelathat being harder on him than anyone else. Why couldn't they at least be willing to talk to him a little? He hadn't had a real friend in so long. Small wonder Herricket wanted him to sleep with Cachette. At least the dragon was willing to be his friend. He clenched his jaw and turned to his surest defense: anger. What makes them the lords of the world anyway? Just the luck of being born Tian, that's all. If the war was going differently, any of them could be serfs now, this moment. They don't deserve their good luck. He filled the hollow with anger, but it was a slim bulwark against the loneliness. The bread turned as dry as old reeds in his mouth. The broth might as well have been water. It was very hard to swallow, and he stared down into his bowl to avoid their smug glances. It had been so long since he'd had a friend. Bleakness made his eyes sting, and he closed them, lest he betray himself with a tear. But perhaps a thought occurred to him, and his eyes stopped stinging, and the lump in his throat diminished. Perhaps, given Herricket's tirade against one of them this morning, he might not be the only serf as a dragon boy for long. Boys could be dismissed. Harriket had made that abundantly clear. So if he did well, maybe one or more of the other jousters would follow Ari's example. Boys got heirs, and left of their own accord as well. Who was to say that a jouster who'd been left in the lurch would not decide it would be much better to have a boy who could not leave? That made him feel a little better. In fact, it made him feel a bit more courageous. Good enough that although he did not trade hauteur for hauteur, he lifted his head and straightened his back, concentrating on his hands. Let them pretend they were better than he was. Harriket had shown that he approved of how Vetch was doing. It was Harriket and Ari he had to please, not them. He would do better than they. No matter what they did, he would be better at it. He would tend to Cachette until he glowed with health. He would labor at the leather work and do twice as much as any of them. He would show all of them up for the lazy louts they were, and shame them all. And damned if he would ask anything of any of them. But by the time he was settled here, their jousters would be asking them, "Why can't you be like Cachette's boy?" After breakfast, he trailed behind the others, having gathered from what he overheard that it was time to get a bath and a new kilt. They all went straight to the same bathing room where Harriket had taken him when he first arrived. He debated loitering until the others were done, then decided to edge inside and hope they ignored him. They did, and despite some horseplay and a little shoving amongst themselves, the presence of another adult overseer who was handing out clean white linen kilts and inspecting the boys for cleanliness must have kept them on good behavior. He did loiter just long enough for the greater part of them to clear out, taking the opportunity to scrub himself really well, much to the evident satisfaction of the watching overseer. "Very good," the man said, as he handed Vetch a loincloth, a kilt, and a leather thong with the glazed faience talisman of a hawkeye on it that he had seen around everyone else's neck here. "Cachette's boy, aren't you? Jouster Ari is a stickler for cleanliness. I'm pleased to see that you are as well." "Yes, sir," Vetch replied, and ventured, "Could someone cut my hair, sir?" He didn't mean to cut it off, of course, but he hoped it might be trimmed up a bit. Evidently, he wasn't even to be allowed that much. "You're not a free-born boy," the overseer rebuked. "But here." He handed Vetch a coarse shell comb and another bit of a leather thong, and at least Vetch would be able to get the knots out of his hair, for the first time in months and months, and braid it. He handed the comb back to the overseer, who stowed it away, wishing he could shave his head altogether. But only a free-born boy could shave his head and wear a wig. A serf was branded as such by his own hair, long and uncut. It was the easiest and cheapest way to mark a serf. Shaving took time, the resource of a good, sharp razor, and had to be done every day. Hair damp, freshly kilted, wearing the glazed hawkeye talisman, he followed in the wake of the last of the boys, knowing there were other chores that needed doing between now and when the dragons returned. So long as the others didn't notice his presence, he felt better with the hawkeye around his neck. Such talismans kept the night-walking spirits away, and demons, as well as guarding him from the crocodiles of the great Mother River. It wasn't the talisman that he would have chosen. He'd have taken one of Nofret's stars, if he'd had a choice, or better still, the sun disk of Hakat Ra. But it was good to have it. The talisman wasn't only for luck. It marked him, should he ever need to leave the compound as a servant of the Jousters. No one would interfere with him while he was wearing it. No one who was not of the Jousters wore the hawkeye. If a talisman of the god Harus was wanted, it would be one of the god himself. And yes, he learned as he walked boldly behind the last three boys into yet another chamber that there were plenty of tasks to be done. For the first time he found himself taking a place among all of the other dragon boys who were lined up in front of some racks of equipment. This was yet another proper room, a large one, smelling of oil and fresh wood, and yet another overseer, this one a hard-looking man of a kind with Harriket, only leaner. This room was lined with rack upon rack of lances that all jousters used. The overseer intercepted him as he entered the doorway, stopping him by the simple expedient of stretching his arm out to keep Vetch from passing. "Jouster Ari's boy. Vetch." Caught off guard, he bobbed his head nervously. "Yes, sir," he managed. "This way." He pulled Vetch off to the side, with one hard hand on his shoulder. He stationed Vetch in front of a rack of lances. Vetch could feel the eyes of every boy in the chamber on him, and it was all he could do to keep from cringing. He reminded himself of their scorn, and of his vow to be better than any of them. He would prove that an Alton was better than any two Tians put together. He fastened his gaze on the rack of weapons, as he was no doubt intended to do. Now, except for that mashed lance of Ari's, which had hardly been recognizable as such, this was the first time that Vetch had ever seen these lances up close, and much to his surprise, they appeared to be made not of wood, but of bundles of reeds and papyrus somehow bound and glued together into a whole. The surface was very shiny, the bindings of linen thread wrapped in intricate patterns and varnished into place with a lacquer that turned everything shiny gold. "Vetch, this is important. I want you to check each one of these, because this is your first time here. I've set this up as a learning exercise. I put some damaged ones in this rack to show you what to look for and how to check the lances for breakage and weak spots. Here, this is a good one." He thrust the lance, which was just a little longer than he was tall, into Vetch's hands. It was astonishingly light, and even more astonishingly strong. "First, flex it like this." He gestured with his hands to illustrate, and Vetch tried. Another surprise, the thing was springy, much more so than wood, and strong. "You feel that? That's how a good lance should behave. If it doesn't flex like that, it's gone dead. Toss it." He handed Vetch a dead lance, which had nothing like the flexion of the first. After trying it, Vetch obediently tossed it onto a pile of other discards. Behind him he heard the other boys at work at their own racks. Presumably they already knew what they were doing. "Learn quickly," he reminded himself. The overseer showed Vetch other defects to look for. Broken tips. They weren't so much broken as crushed. Weakened spots, which were soft and gave when poked. Lances gone out of true. So this was one of the important jobs of the morning, and Vetch could see why it was vital. He could figure out why the lances would have broken or had gotten weak places by himself. After all, the lances weren't for show. The Jousters used them to fight with, but he couldn't reckon why they'd go dead or out of true. Well, that wasn't his job. His job was to pull them off the racks when they did. There were a lot of lances, and each one had to be inspected minutely. Furthermore, every boy had to inspect every lance that passed, and the overseer followed behind them inspecting every one that they all passed, sometimes discarding one for no reason that Vetch could fathom. Perhaps it had something to do with magic. Perhaps it had more to do with caution and experience. A jouster's life could depend on his lance, and whether or not it held up in combat. It didn't take long, but by having the boys look the weapons over and discard the ones with obvious flaws, it surely must save the overseer a great deal of time. When they were all done with the lances for the day, they filed off in a group for another task that required all their hands. He trailed along behind, not too close, not so far that he would lose them at a turning. They ignored him. This one took them to a huge walled court, filled with coarse linen cloths, loosely woven, stretched over frames that were held above the ground on wooden legs, at about the same height as a sleeping couch. And on the linen cloths were the very familiar yellow-green rounded shapes of ripened tala fruit. This time he didn't have to be told what to do. A farmer's child knew drying racks when he saw them. He went straight to the baskets of tala waiting to be spread out on the racks, and took one to the nearest empty cloth waiting to be filled. Not hard or difficult work, but it was hot out here, and the sun bore down on him without mercy. Nor was his task over when the last of the fruits were spread out on the linen. Then he must go to the other racks to turn the fruits so that they dried evenly. Each thumb-sized fruit had to be turned by hand, of course. A rake would have damaged the coarsely woven sheets. That wasn't the end of his involvement with the tala either. Next, he was sent with a dozen of the others to pound tala berries that were fully dried into familiar powder that was mixed with the meat. Each of them stood at a heavy stone mortar the size of a bucket. The mortars stood on the floor in a row, each with a wooden pestle as tall as he was waiting in it, ready to make the tala into the form in which it controlled the dragons. He was no stranger to grinding things either. When you were a serf, tending to the land, you either ground the grain you were allowed to glean after the harvest into flour for yourself, or you did without bread. The scent of the tallow filled the air, green and bitter, a little like gall, but without the acrid aftertaste. He pounded the pestle into the stone mortar at his feet in rhythm with the other boys, thinking as he did so that this was not as bad as it might have been. They were all allowed to take a break for a drink of cool water from jars along the wall whenever they needed one, which was far more than Kefti had ever allowed. And although the drying chamber was in full sun, the mortars were arranged under shade. No, this was not as bad as it could have been, though the other boys complained loudly that they were ill-used. He simply set himself to produce more of the powder than any of them. Then, at long last, when even his work-toughened arms were tired, came lunch. He was more thirsty than hungry, and drank an entire jar of beer before he even touched a bite of food. While he drank it, though, he kept his eyes on the table in front of him, but kept his ears open wide.
"Going to come fishing with us after supper, Heifer?"
asked one of the boys, whose piping soprano betrayed that he could not be too much older than Vetch.
"Not unless you can promise more sport than last time," Heifer replied. "Joseph and Marta are going bird hunting, and said they'd take me along to hold their throwing sticks. They almost always get ducks."
He smacked his lips ostentatiously, but the other boy only laughed.
"Ha! Ducks! Nasty little mudhens, more like. You can have my share. Grilled fish, now that's more what I like."
For a moment he was surprised, but then he realized that of course fish would be a rarity on the table here, despite the abundance of other luxuries. You couldn't sacrifice a fish to the gods after all. So what was common fare for practically anyone else with the time to spend on the river was a treat for the dragon boys. A discussion of the superiority of grilling over coals versus baking in mud ensued, and when another conversation caught his ear, held in the deeper voices of a couple of older boys, he switched his attention to that.
"And I've 2 copper coins, which ought to be plenty," one said. "You can drink like the great king himself at Neferetu's beer shop on 2 coppers. Your jouster won't care if you go into Memphis to spend it?" The speaker sounded envious. "Mine's afraid if I go into the city, I'll decide this is too tame a life. He doesn't mind my hunting and fishing, but carousing in beer shops is out of bounds, eh? Worse luck for you."
Out of the corner of his eye, Vetch saw one of the older boys slap the shoulder of the other in a gesture of commiseration. Well, after yesterday, he knew where they got the money to spend. Fortunate creatures. Dragon boys weren't paid anything so far as he could tell. The generous allowances of food, clothing, and presumably lodging would be more than most apprentices could dream of, and apprentices weren't paid anything either. But perhaps dragon boys didn't count as apprentices, or more likely, once they got older, perhaps they, the free-born ones anyway, were counted among the servants, in which case they would get a wage. All but Vetch, of course. Serfs worked for nothing. So perhaps that was another reason why Ari had plucked him from Kefti's grip. The jouster wouldn't have to part with wages for his dragon boy. That put a bit of a change in the complexion of things, if true. Still, Vetch was the only serf here, and it didn't seem as if having a serf as a dragon boy had ever been a common thing among the jousters. So maybe saving money wasn't the reason, or at least not the whole of it. He kept thinking that there were uglier reasons for Ari taking him on, but he kept coming back to the conclusion that it was nothing more than he'd been told. Ari wanted a reliable boy who wouldn't leave, and was prepared to give him the same treatment every other boy got. And he'd seen Ari's quarters. The man lived frugally, yet he didn't strike Vetch as being a miserly sort. So what, if anything, was he saving money for by having a serf to serve him? No, money probably didn't enter into it. He finished his meal and hurried back to Cachette's pen. If his timing was right, this was just about the point yesterday when Ari had turned up at Kefti's cistern. So he and Cachette should be returning at any moment. He was, in fact, not far off. He did a bit of sweeping and tidying around the pen when he heard the clatter of claws on stone in the corridor and saw Cachette's head rising above the walls of the pens, looking alertly toward his own. Shortly after that, the dragon, with Ari walking at his shoulder, strode into the pen and positioned himself next to the saddle stand. And at that, Ari, though clearly weary and nursing a bruised shoulder and carrying a broken lance, laughed aloud. "Ha! Well, Vetch, I think you've passed Cachette's test. He doesn't line up alongside the stand for anyone but me. Not even Harricat gets that sort of cooperation." Vetch was already ducking under Cachette's chest to undo the belly band when Ari's words made him blink. How was he supposed to respond to that? The words were out of his mouth before he thought about them. "I like Cachette, sir. Animals can tell when you like them." "So they can." Ari tossed the useless lance aside. "Which means I can leave you both in safe keeping." With an affectionate slap of Cachette's shoulder, the jouster strode out, without even looking back to see if Vetch was doing everything properly. Vetch looked after him with mouth agape for a moment. Never once, in all the time that he had served Kefti, had the fat one ever left him unsupervised after only 2 times at a task. But Cachette's snort into Vetch's hair quickly recaptured his attention. The dragon's breath was very hot, hotter, in fact, than the sun on his skin. It was just short of painful. Vetch took that as a rebuke and hurried to divest Cachette of harness and saddle. Other dragons were coming in now, and with irritated hisses and whines, they paraded past Cachette's pen, their dragon boys keeping them on the shortened chains that would choke them if they tried to get away. Meanwhile, Cachette paid no attention to their protests. With the harness off, he dove into his sand wallow, where he rolled and writhed, as if he itched. Well, if he was putting on a growth spurt, perhaps he did. Maybe his skin felt too tight. Did dragons shed their skins as they grew, or not? Which reminded him, though Cachette had not been so unmannerly as to do so himself, he needed to get Cachette's food. He hurried off to the butcher's. Cachette would have a good, long nap in the heat of the day, so this might be the time to give him that extra feeding. Harricat was there, monitoring the amount each boy took in his barrow and the amount of tala he mixed in. 2 barrows for Cachette, sir?" Vetch asked diffidently, as he rolled his own barrow past the tala bin. Yes. You'll have a chance to sleep most of it off," Harricat replied, and then the briefest of smiles crossed his face. "Just a bare day here, and you're acting and thinking like a seasoned hand. Keep this up, boy, and it'd take the great king's personal order to pry you away from me and Adavari's service." Well, Vetch had no particular objections to that, if he had to serve his enemies. At least this lot of enemies wasn't striping his back until it was raw, and fed and housed and clothed him well. Cachette was more than ready for his midday meal, and climbed out of his wallow with eagerness when Vetch dumped the barrowful out on the stone verge. Vetch went back for a second load, returning as quickly as he could. The dragon saw the supplement to his repast arriving, and there was no doubt in Vetch's mind that he was ready for it by the way he pounced on the contents of the barrow. When the last morsel was nothing but a lump in Cachette's throat, the dragon returned to his sands, and quickly buried himself in them, and in mere moments was sound asleep. Vetch absented himself, but only after a moment of his own. The sleeping dragon was an amazing sight, and Vetch drank it in, hardly able to believe that he could command such a creature and be obeyed. Not like Ari, of course, but still. Enough. He left Cachette. He couldn't afford for anyone to think he was lazing about. The remainder of the day followed on the same pattern as yesterday had, except that he didn't bother to present himself to the overseer of the Jousters' quarters this time. He just slipped inside and found Ari's rooms and did his cleaning. The overseer actually came by while he was in the middle of it and did a kind of double-take that was so funny that Vetch had to turn his head away and turn his sudden laugh into a cough to cover it. Evidently the man wasn't expecting Vetch to be there this early. Or perhaps at all. Well, he was. And what was more, Vetch wasn't going to give him a single excuse to use his lash. Not then, not ever. By supper it was evident that the other boys had determined the pattern for their treatment of Vetch, at least for now. They pretended he didn't exist. And some of the other servants followed the boys' lead. This left Vetch sitting with a couple of burly, silent, and rather intimidating laborers, who had evidently been hired for their muscles, Not their minds, for they never spoke a single word all through the meal. But at least the friendly serving woman was still there, and though she hadn't time to talk to him, every time she passed, she gave him an encouraging wink. He had been the first to sit down for dinner, and he was the first to leave as well, once again bearing a little packet of food for a later snack. He went back to Cachette's pen as the last of the light faded from the western sky. The dragon raised his head a little and blinked sleepily at him, but didn't move. Their quarters became quiet as the dragons settled into their nighttime torpor, and the boys themselves either settled into their shared rooms or went out. This afternoon, with a little time to spare, he had determined that the dragon boys had a little court of their own, with a pool in it for swimming, and tiny rooms that they shared, 4 or 6 to a room, not as luxurious as a jouster's quarters, and to Vetch's mind, not much different from a pallet in the dragon pen, maybe a little inferior. They had no privacy to speak of. He walked about the dragon compound until dusk, familiarizing himself with the place. The dragon pens were ranged about the landing courtyard with long, narrow storerooms between each pen, so that the dragons couldn't reach each other over the walls. There were far more pens than there were dragons, though even the unused ones had sand wallows that were every bit as hot as Cachette's. On the west side were the jousters' quarters and the kitchens. On the north and south, those of their servants and slaves and the dragon boys. And on the east, the armory, the saddlers, and the butchery where the sacrifices were cut up, treated, and distributed. It was quite easy to figure out once you understood the pattern. Vetch didn't venture into the jousters' quarters, which were lit with torches and lanterns. Servants entered with food and drink and departed with empty platters, and there was a scent of incense and perfume on the night breeze. There was a great deal of talk and laughter going on in there, and Vetch elected not to try and peek in. He got the distinct impression that he definitely would get into trouble if he did. A free-born boy might get away with spying on the pleasures of his masters. A serf, never. At length he returned to Cachette's pen, and unwound his kilt, laying it aside. Vetch settled into his corner on his pallet, but he wasn't sleepy yet. As the gloom of dusk settled over the pen, he looked up at the robe of Nafet, spangled with the gold beads that were the stars. He tilted his head to the side, listening, and heard a hum of muted voices from the other parts of the compound, occasionally someone laughing loudly, both male and female voices, and music, and a woman's voice singing. Since it wasn't likely that it was the servants and slaves who were laughing like people at a feast, it was probably visitors, very particular sorts of visitors. Well, the jousters were the Tian's great weapon, the reason why they had conquered as much as they had, so it was only reasonable that they should have what they wanted, including women, dancing girls, singing women, and other women. Vetch was no stranger to why men wanted women. They were the farm animals he'd lived with, after all. And though Kefti could not have gotten a woman without paying for one, well, there were other men in the neighborhood, and there was a little nearby beer house where certain kinds of women plied a trade other than serving beer and food, and when they got a client, they took him wherever they needed to, including the alley just off the kitchen court where Vetch slept. So the jousters apparently got whatever rewards they wished to claim. They were heroes, after all, much admired and lionized. In fact, some of those women were probably the ladies of the great king's court, taking the pleasure here they did not find there. The Tian jousters were worth a small army in and of themselves, so Vetch had been told. When they swooped down on an Altan village, carrying fire pots to drop on the granaries and straw stacks, they brought terror to the Altan heartland. When they descended on chariots of the Altan army, terrifying the horses and sending them back through their own lines, there to wreak sheer havoc as they careened through the packed fighters, they disrupted the most successful of Altan tactics, the chariot charge. But worst of all was the tactic that struck true fear into the heart of every Altan officer. When the dragons plunged out of the sky, seized an officer or commander in their talons, lifted him into the air, and dropped him. Vetch had never seen this himself, of course, but everyone had heard the stories. He couldn't imagine how the Altan leaders were keeping officers in the field when at any moment they might find themselves being dragged into the air, then plunging to their deaths. Not that he had ever been within miles of the fighting. Even the village where he lived had never seen a dragon except at a remote distance, high in the sky. His father's farm had been only that, a farm, and not some enemy stronghold to warrant the attentions of a dragon. Just a farm of no tremendous value, except to those who lived there, whose sweat had watered the fields for generations, who had nurtured the soil since time out of mind. The sound of footsteps just outside the pen broke into his thoughts. He looked up and saw someone standing in the doorway. It was Ari. 6. Vetch had no source of light here in the pen, but there were, of course, the torches in the corridor outside. It was easy enough to recognize Ari's profile against the flickering illumination pouring in the doorway, light that came spilling in through the open arch of the doorway from the torch placed directly across the corridor wall. "Cachette," the jouster called softly. There was a sibilant sound as the dragon shifted in his sand wallow, and then the dark wedge of Cachette's head loomed above the jousters. Vetch was surprised. He hadn't thought that Cachette could be roused once he settled from the night. The dragon lowered his head and butted up against Ari's chest. The jouster staggered a little, then began rubbing the hide between his eyes. "I raised him," Ari said aloud, making Vetch jump. "That's why he's different. That's why we are different." The rest were all taken from their nests just before they were going to fly, or just after, when they are too clumsy to avoid the netters. But I hatched Cachette myself, just as a mother dragon would. "How?" Vetch asked. Ari chuckled. "I got an egg. I buried it in the hot sands of one of the pens. I turned it 3 times a day. I talked to him every day, too, while I turned him, because I've heard the mothers mutter to their eggs when they turn them, so I supposed that the sound might be important. I was there when he hatched, and fed him myself, and when he made his first flight, we flew together." Vetch considered that. "Do you think he thinks that you're his mother?" he asked tentatively. "Perhaps at first," Ari replied, "but he's an adult now, and I doubt that he does any more. I suppose you could say that we're friends. I understand him, and he understands me. Oh, not in words, of course. And it isn't as if we hear what the other is thinking, though some people believe that is what we do. We just know one another very well. It's a little like having a falcon, or a hunting pod, or a wild dog you've raised from infancy. You become accustomed to one another's habits, and able to anticipate what the other is going to do." He paused. "I'm pleased. I'm very pleased that you are getting along with him, and he is with you. He doesn't take to just anyone. Herricket can handle him, but it's clearly a case that he tolerates Herricket rather than likes him. He actually likes you." That explained a great deal about why Cachette was so unique among the other dragons, and so tame. Ari had actually hatched Cachette. The great dragon hadn't been tamed, because he was tame from the beginning. There was no doubt in Vetch's mind that Ari was right about why Cachette behaved so differently from the other dragons. Feral kittens taken half-grown from a farmyard never would properly tame down to become quiet, even-tempered pets, even though they were the same breed as, and in all ways identical with, the pampered and aristocratic temple cats. But a kitten from a perfectly feral mother, taken before its eyes were open and fed on goat's milk, became as tame as any temple cat. Most wise farmers had at least one such cat in the household, often more. Vetch's mother had always made it her business to have a pet cat in the household. She'd said it was to keep the house clean of vermin, but Vetch recalled many evenings in the winter when she would sit beside the charcoal brazier in the twilight, cat on her lap, petting it while Vetch's father mended some small item or other. Resolutely he turned his mind away from his memory. What good did it do to remember such things? Better to keep his thoughts on the here and now. Well, this was why Cachette didn't need Tala. This was why he was so trustworthy. Yes, he had something of a mind of his own, and probably had a temper as well, but he wasn't fighting his handlers all the time, and he was tame. True, Vetch had spent much longer on the sand bath than the other boys because it was quite clear that Cachette was not going to leave until he was satisfied, but so what? And he would probably need to be played with during times of idleness, and apparently needed to have a human with him at night, but Vetch couldn't see how that could really be counted as work. To Vetch, knowing now why Cachette was easy to handle, it seemed ridiculous that Ari was the only jouster with a truly tame dragon. "Why doesn't everyone do that?" Vetch asked after a while. "Get eggs, I mean, if it makes that big a difference." Ari sighed. It sounded weary. "Because it isn't the tradition, I suppose. Or because it is a great deal less heroic to take an egg than a fighting, hissing nestling that is a few days from flight, or one that is flying and might turn and savage you. Or, most likely, because tending an egg and the nestling that hatches is a great deal of work that must be done by the man who intends to ride the dragon. It can't be done by anyone else, for the dragon bonds with the person who tends him from the egg. I know Cachette would never let Herricket ride him, and I'm not entirely sure he'd ever let anyone other than me in the saddle. And you would have to get an egg freshly laid and move it in the heat of the day in order to move it without killing the dragonette inside. Why go to all that work when the Tala keeps the dragons tame enough to ride?" He made a bit of a scornful noise. "My fellow jousters, I suspect, would rather think of themselves as dragon masters or dragon tamers than dragon nursemaids." Vetch held his peace. The jouster didn't seem to expect an answer. He continued to scratch Cachette, who was making burbling sounds in the bottom of his throat. "I am somewhat out of place among our mighty warriors, I fear," Ari said after another, much longer interval. "I was never a soldier, never ambitious to be a warrior. I was trained as a scribe. It is only by virtue of the fact that I ride Cachette that I am a jouster. The others, well, they are fighters, always intended to be, and never thought of any other life." He coughed a little. "In fact, I suspect that they actually think as little as possible." "I guess that's good in a warrior," Vetch said, feeling obscurely troubled. "A warrior is only supposed to obey orders, not think about them." Ari coughed again. "You could be right. Herricket says that I think too much, and I probably do." Vetch sensed something that he couldn't quite put into words. He strained after it, but it eluded him. "Maybe Herricket is wrong. It's important to think before you say or do something," he said finally. "That was what my father always said." Ari's head came up, like a hound scenting something interesting. "Your father? The farmer? That is, since you are serf, I assume your father was a farmer? Did he own his land before we came and took it away from him? Or was he already a serf to an Altan master, so that our coming made little difference to him?" Strange questions, certainly not ones that any Tian had ever asked Vetch before. Dangerous questions to answer, if the anger got the better of him. But the darkness made Vetch feel bold, and the calm and curious sadness in Ari's voice cooled his ever-present anger, and he answered, though only after trying to keep his father's advice in mind. "We, our family, held our land for 500 years, he said, with painful pride. 500 years. A sigh in the darkness. "And did your father take arms against us? Or your brother? Or were you tilling the soil in peace, far from any battlefield, and never thought about war until the day someone came and told him that his land was no longer his, and made you all servants where you had once been masters?" Vetch felt his mouth falling open. Never once had any Tian ever said anything to indicate that the theft of the family land had been anything other than absolutely justified, the proper deserts for having been on the wrong side in the war. Just who and what was Ari? He felt impelled to answer. My father didn't know anything about fighting," he said, his throat growing tight. "We knew there was a war, because so much of our crops went in taxes to feed the king's soldiers, but we never saw any fighting. No, one long, slow year rolled into the next, and the time was marked by planting, growing, harvest, dry, winter, and flood, the 6 seasons of the year. No one but the tax collectors ever came to the village, for they were so far out of the way. Their farm was on the very edge of the swamp where the land became untillable unless you filled it in, one basket of earth at a time. And people did that. In fact, that was how Vetch's forefathers had gained their land. They had won it from the swamp an inch at a time. There was fever there, and the insects were a constant plague, but the land itself was generous and offered abundance to those who cared for it. The cruel memories came flooding back, and he stared at the darkness of the far wall, feeling his stomach and throat tighten as he spoke. It was planting season. Father wouldn't leave the farm at planting season, so I know he didn't go to fight the Tians. And I never had any brothers, only sisters. Sisters who were surprisingly tolerant of the small brother who plagued them with tricks, his mother's darling, his father's pride. Mother, father, sisters, and grandmother. All had lived in relative harmony in the mud-brick house that had been added onto by generations going back decades. Vetch remembered every room of that house. The kitchen at the rear, that was the heart of the house, the little room with his mother's loom, the storerooms, and that luxury of luxuries, separate little sleeping rooms for each of them. He remembered how, in the worst heat, they used to sleep on the roof at night for the sake of the breeze. He remembered how the sun used to pierce the high windows in his bedroom at dawn and ride a bright streak of light across the top of the opposite wall. The room was just big enough for his pallet, raised above the floor by a wood and rope frame, and a chest that held his clothing. But it was his, and when he dropped the curtain over the door, he could be quite alone with his dreams. That was when he still had dreams. Only the freeborn can afford to have dreams. I don't think my father ever saw a sword, much less ever held one, he said, his throat tight. The sharpest thing on the farm was his scythe. He had to stop and swallow. The war never even came near us. We just heard that the army was retreating, but we weren't near the big road, so we never saw it going. I don't think my father ever even thought about it. He was too busy worrying about the seeds and the seedlings. His throat grew tighter, his stomach ached, and his eyes burned. Vetch didn't want to think about when it all ended. Didn't want to remember the day that the strangers came, with their bronze swords and leather shields, their long spears, how they spoke to his father as if he were a slave. He still didn't know exactly what they had said. His mother had all of them sheltered in the house with her when his father had ordered them there. She'd scolded as she'd never scolded until they all went into hiding. But the memories came anyway, and once again he was there, back in that kitchen, where the bread was burning on the hearth, and his mother was paying no attention to it, though it filled the room with the scent of ruin. He was peeking around the edge of a door, and saw how the strangers demanded that his father kneel to them like a serf. Saw how he cursed them and picked up a sickle. It wasn't the anger that came, it was the grief. His throat swelled, and he wanted to howl out his loss like the jackals of the desert, but he didn't care. He stuffed his hand in his mouth to stifle his sobs, and even his anger was not proof against the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him. One moment, and his tall, strong father had been standing, defying the men who, he now knew, had come to steal the land that had been theirs for centuries. And the next instant, he was on the ground, and his mother had burst out of their futile hiding place, as if the Tians hadn't known they were there all along, to fling herself over his body. Vetch saw it before his eyes as if it was playing out all over again. His mother was running toward the twitching body of his father, screaming, and his sisters followed her, adding their wails to hers, while he stood frozen in the doorway for a moment, before following them. And there was red blood everywhere. It was saturating the front of his father's kilt, pouring into the dust beneath his feet, a single drop on the cheek of his killer, a smear on the blade of the murderous sword. He didn't remember leaving the house, but he was running, too, not thinking, only screaming at the top of his lungs, screaming at the soldiers. Then, horror on top of horror, the Tian soldiers grabbed her, grabbed him, grabbed his sisters, with the remote indifference of a housewife taking up a chicken for the pot. Grabbed them, throwing them down beside the road in the dust, and if any of them tried to rise, they were kicked or clubbed with the butt of a spear until they stayed prostrate. He remembered the taste of dirt, and tears of the blood from his split lip, remembered how his youngest sister wouldn't stop screaming and the soldiers kicked her in the head until they knocked her unconscious. She was never right after that. He couldn't get any words past his closed throat, but Ari was just as silent. In a way, he was glad, because if Ari had spoken a single word, he might have flown at him in a rage, and then, well, he didn't know what would happen. He certainly wouldn't hurt the jouster, no more than he had any chance of hurting the soldier who had killed his father. But in another way, it left him alone in the dark with unbearable memories. He remembered how, once he was face down in the dirt, he shook all over. He recalled viscerally how he was afraid even to look up when the sun baked down on his back and flies buzzed in his father's blood. He remembered that sound, that horrible sound. He was never able to bear the sound of flies after that. He remembered the bruises on his arms where the soldiers had grabbed him, on his ribs where they kicked him, the 101 scrapes and cuts where he'd been flung into the ground, the painful bump on his head where one of them had hit him with a spear. But most of all, he remembered the terrible grief and the helplessness, grief that nearly strangled him, and fear, for the bottom had dropped out of the universe and everything he had trusted in was gone. The soldiers made them lie there in the dirt beside the road as another stranger arrived, this one with a family and a wagon load of furnishings. Then the soldiers dragged them off their faces, all but Dershula, who lay on her side, her face black and blue. Her they picked up by her sheath, which tore, leaving one breast exposed, and dropped her behind the rest of them. The soldiers made them all kneel and watch as the strangers invaded their home, and went through the house, pulling out everything they had owned. And before long, it was unrecognizable. Every article was picked over. The little that the soldiers considered worth taking was pocketed, and the rest destroyed. Every bit of pottery was smashed, every scrap of fabric torn up, every bit of wood splintered and chopped to bits. Every possession was reduced to trash, then tossed onto the dust heap. But not before his father's body was thrown there first, with less ceremony than if it had been the carcass of a pariah dog, then covered with the trash that had been his possessions and pride. There was no burial ceremony for his father, no offerings, no prayers, no shrine. His ghost would roam the night, unhomed, rootless, unable to find its way to the summer country across the Star Bridge. And then that Tian family took possession of the house that had been home to his father's line, unbroken for long, long years. As the strange furnishings moved in, the man's wife began berating the servants that they had brought with them, and criticizing the house at the top of her lungs. Her shrill cries filled the air like the calling of a quarrelsome goose as she bullied her servants into emptying the wagon into the house that was rapidly becoming unrecognizable. Only then was Vetch's family hauled to their collective feet, except for poor Deshara, who was still unconscious, while the officer explained to them what all this meant, that they had been punished for harboring enemies of the Tians, for being enemies of the Tians, for attacking the Tians, that their land was confiscated, and they were graciously being allowed to live, even though their lives were forfeit because the male of the house had attacked an officer of the Tian army. And that was when they learned what the word serf meant. He could not remember the exact words, only the sense of it, but then again, the sense of it had been beaten into him for so many years that it hardly mattered, that he was bound to the land, and bound to serve the ones who owned it, that he had no rights except that of being fed and housed, that he was of less import than the kitchen cat, who at least was of a sacred line going back to the Pashet, the cat goddess, and last of all, that within the space of a morning he and his family had been reduced to chattel. They could own nothing, earn nothing, be nothing. They had become possessions, and ones of little value. Then, after seeing their husband and father murdered for no reason, after lying without food or water in the hot sun for hours, after watching everything they had ever known utterly and wantonly destroyed, they were permitted to rise and start their new lives. They were allowed to make their beds out of whatever they could get from the discards and what they could gather from their own two hands among the weeds and along the riverbank. They were permitted to lodge in what had been the cattle shed, to work their own land without profit or payment. He choked on his tears now, as he had then, when he had curled into a ball on the malodorous pile of river reeds and wept himself into exhaustion. And he remembered how from that day onward he had eaten what scraps were given to him in bitterness, flavored with tears, seasoned with grief too deep for words. He didn't want to remember, but he could never forget. 500 years ago, boy, Ari said softly, breaking the horrible silence. 500 years ago, a people called the Hakesin came to Tia. Did you know that? To us, they are the cursed people, the nameless ones, because of what they did to us. Only scribes, priests, and a few fools who call themselves scholars still know what they called themselves. And they destroyed our army, killed our king and our nobles, and sent their people to take the farms and livelihoods of Tians who had lived in their little mud-brick houses for hundreds of years. He paused and breathed into Cachette's nostrils. So does that story sound familiar to you? Vetch couldn't speak. Well, perhaps if I continue, Ari replied, as if he had not heard that faltering reply. Yes, they sent their people to become the owners and masters of homes they themselves had not built, had not tilled. And the Tians who called those places homes now served the newcomers as slaves. When the Tians rebelled, they were beaten and suffered further depredations. When they dared to strike against their overlords, dozens of innocents were slaughtered in the retribution. That was what was happening to us 500 years ago, when your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was settling his little farm, winning it from the swamp beside the great Mother River. Then we Tians learned to ride dragons, to drive chariots, and to make bronze swords and spearheads, and we rose up and drove the Hakesin out. There are those who even say that it was from the Altans that we learned to do these things, though most would deny this, or say it was the gods themselves who taught us. Oh, we were so proud of ourselves. We were sure that the gods had blessed us, and that we were destined to create a great nation. But what happened? If it was the Altans who taught— He stopped. He couldn't go on. Ari bent his head over Cachette's. Well, it depends upon who you ask. Some say that your people attacked ours, and that might very well be true, and it may not. I think it more likely that as we pressed northward, the Altans were pressing south, and we met and quarreled over the spoils. And perhaps it was only a matter of your kings hating ours, and ours despising yours. I think, only think, mind that the Altans probably did attack us when we grew strong enough to threaten them. I believe that they originally hoped to put us, the younger kingdom, in our place. And Vetch, they do continue to attack us. There is no denying that. They do send young warriors into our villages to kill the important men or the great king's officials there. They set ambushes on the road to murder and rob. And we use this as a reason to muster the army and press northward again, to pacify the countryside. The wrongs are so tangled up now that there is no disentangling them. The problem is, We did, and are doing, to you what the Hakesin did to us. The problem is, because we cannot catch the agents and soldiers, we take out our wrath upon those Altons we can catch. Once more Vetch had the sense of something very important that was just out of his grasp. But the grief and rage, the terrible emotion that Ari had roused in him, it was too raw, too painful to permit him to think about anything else. Tears cut down his cheeks, hot and bitter. His gut was a mass of knots, and his throat was swollen with grief. But he had learned since that terrible day how to cry without a sound, not even a sniffle, though his eyes burned and ached, and his throat closed up completely, and his gut was cramped with holding the sobs he dared not release. Not even in front of this man, who had been absently kind, who spoke as if he might understand. Ari shook his head and reached up to pat Cachette's neck. "And none of that matters to you, I suppose?" He sighed. "It certainly doesn't matter to the other Jousters. It doesn't seem to matter to anyone but me that the Tians are doing to the Altons precisely what we claimed the most heinous of crimes when the Hakesin inflicted them upon us. It doesn't seem to concern anyone that we have become what we most despised. Herricket is right. I think too much." He patted Cachette again, and the dragon nuzzled him, then pulled away, settling back into the sand, and without another word, Ari turned and left the pen. Vetch was alone in the darkness, with a slumbering dragon, a sorrow too deep and wide to leave room for anything else, and his memories. And an anger that built walls as high as his sorrow was deep. His throat felt raw, and his gut ached. In a way, it had been easier when he had served Kefti. He'd been too exhausted to be troubled by his memories at night, and his hatred for Kefti had eclipsed all other emotions. Now he lay and watched the moon rise above the pen walls, and when he closed his eyes, he watched his father, a quiet, dignified man, face the captain of the soldiers. Curon Dorian had been a strong but very lean farmer, bronze skin turned to the color of smoothly tanned leather by the sun. Altons were a trifle paler than Tians, but other than that, there was little difference between the peoples of the two kingdoms. Like all Altons, he cut his hair short, just above the ears, and wore the short, unpleated kilt that all Alton farmers sported. In all other ways, he and the soldiers could have been cousins, with the same black hair and dark eyes, the same jutting chins, the same beak-like noses. There were those who said that the Altons and Tians sprang from the same stock, although both sides would vehemently have denied any such thing. But this had been Vetch's first sight of a Tian, and he could not tell the difference between these men and the folk of his own village, other than the fact that they were a shade or so darker than his father, and the difference in clothing, of course, and the rest of their dress, and the weapons. Why had Curon reached for his sickle? He had stuck it in his waistband when the captain approached him, but why had he drawn it? Or had he only reacted instinctively, in anger, to protect his land and his family? Vetch tried to remember what it was that he had heard the captain say. The soldiers had spoken in broken Alton, with a heavy accent. There had been the insults, of course, and the orders. But surely Curon had known he could not prevail against an entire band of soldiers. Maybe he hadn't cared, or maybe he had just reacted instinctively, as any man would when faced with a threat. He had tried to drive out the interlopers, to defend what was his, and died for it. Vetch squeezed his eyes shut and curled himself up to muffle his sobs, and for the first time since his father had died, wept himself to sleep. The days settled into a pattern of meals, work, and sleep. Within a week, the other dragon boys got used to Vetch's presence, and went from ostentatiously ignoring him to absent-mindedly ignoring him, the latter being much easier to bear. At least there was no overt hostility, and the tricks and pranks he had dreaded never occurred. He wondered if Harriket or some other overseer had given them an actual warning about mischief, though that might have been waving a red flag at a bull. After all, the surest way to make a boy do something is to forbid him to do it. He never asked. He was just grateful to be left in peace. Once in a while, one of them would actually speak directly to him, though it tended to be a command, rather than a comment or pleasantry. Vetch ignored the commands, as he had ignored the hostility, for he was not theirs to command. The attitude that he was, however, rankled, and grew worse, not better, over time. By the time the Camisine died, it was clear even to Tevalathat that Vetch was a superior worker, and even the sour overseer of the household was willing to give him grudging credit for his work. So being told to fetch and carry by someone too lazy to do his own work, with an air of lofty superiority, made his blood boil. Such incidents gave his hatred fresh fuel to feed upon, fuel which was otherwise lacking. Harriket was unfailingly just. The overseer of the household scarcely ever set eyes on Ari's quarters any more, and thus Vetch seldom saw him, and the other servants, slaves, and serfs treated him no differently than any other dragon boy. His fingers no longer itched for clay to make a cursing figure from. In fact, he could go for half a day without being consciously angry. And as for Ari, well, during the daylight hours the jouster was kind, in an austere and distant fashion, courteous and polite. But every so often, the jouster would come to Cachette's pen late at night, and the most extraordinary exchanges took place. Vetch learned very little about Ari's childhood, only how he had apprenticed as a scribe. He did learn a great deal about dragons, for Ari had studied them extensively. In their behavior, at least according to Ari, they were most like the great cats of the desert, with a great deal of hawk-like behavior, especially when young, thrown in.
Their eyesight is much better than ours, but not as good as a falcon's,
Ari said one night, as Vetch sat a little apart from him, both of them with their feet and ankles in the hot sand of Cachette's wallow to keep off the nighttime chill. Cachette's head was actually in Ari's lap.
I've seen a falcon come down out of the sky from so high up that he wasn't even a speck, to take a bustard crouched in the desert a few feet in front of me that I couldn't see.
A dragon's eyesight isn't nearly that keen, but they are hunters, like the falcons, and when they get prey in sight, and they're hungry, you haven't a chance of diverting them from it. Not all the Tala in the world can overcome their instincts when they're hungry. Vetch thought back to his first day, and Harriket berating one of the boys for feeding his dragon too lightly.
"What'll they do?"
he asked.
"If it's a Jouster's dragon that's very hungry, I mean."
"Hunt," Ari said shortly. "Probably not their rider. They haven't had a chance to learn that we can be food, but they'll hunt things they've seen brought to them as food by their mother and father. Once they're old enough to feed themselves, their parents bring them whole animals and don't tear bits off to feed to them. And at the end, just before the youngsters make their first flight, sometimes the parents bring in prey that isn't quite dead, so the dragonettes get the experience of seeing their dinner alive and moving, and make a first kill early on, so they'll have seen sheep, goats, rabbits, maybe even fowl. A hungry dragon will ignore his training to hunt, and his rider had better hang on or he'll be thrown. And if that should happen in the middle of a fight or a flight, too bad. I've known a rider to be killed by Alton archers while his dragon was on the ground, feeding, and he was sitting in the saddle, an easy target." "And if a dragon ever does learn that humans can be food?" he asked.
"That dragon is destroyed,"
Ari replied flatly.
"That's happened, too, in training. Stupid jousters in training who let themselves get slashed or bitten, and their dragon gets the taste of human blood. You can see it in their eyes. They've made the connection, and no human is safe. We call them maw dragons, and no amount of Tala can make them forget. We can't turn them loose because they've lost all fear of men, but we can't keep them either.
Would that happen with Cachette? He wondered aloud. Ari started to answer him, then paused. I don't know. Dragons don't consider each other as prey, and I suppose Cachette thinks that we are dragons. It's not an experiment I'd care to try. Vetch enjoyed listening to Ari talk. He'd been a little worried at first, when Ari turned up after dark, wondering if Ari had something else in mind besides talking, but no more. And if he enjoyed listening, Ari appeared to enjoy having someone who would listen intelligently. Whatever the reason, at least he felt less alone. Vetch was surprised one noontide to find Harriket not overseeing the boys as they collected their meat. He was even more surprised to discover him testing the temperature of Cachette's sand wallow with his hand and forearm. At least, that was what he thought Harriket was doing. He couldn't imagine any other reason why the overseer would be kneeling at the verge with his arm plunged into the sand. Vetch did not stop to question him, however, for Cachette was tossing his head impatiently, wanting his meal. But Harriket was frowning as he got back to his feet, and strode over to Vetch, still frowning. "Get the pen completely cleaned when Cachette's away," Harriket ordered. "I mean completely. Tidy everything up. This entire row of sand wallows needs the heating spells renewed on them, and the Ged priests mustn't be offended by anything that isn't spotless and utterly neatened." He glanced significantly at Vetch's palette and his few belongings, and Vetch understood immediately. Tidy everything up meant to hide the reminders that this dragon was tended not by a freeborn dragon boy who lived with the others, but a serf. The Ged priests were notorious sticklers for tradition and tireless enforcers of custom. So he hid everything that belonged to him in the storage room, as well as anything else that happened to be lying about in the pen for good measure. Then he cleaned out wallow and privy, or at least raked out the top layer of sand in the wallow, and by the time the priests arrived, there was no sign even that Cachette's pen was in use. Wild with curiosity by this time, he hid in the storage room with the door curtain held down with a weighted bar across the bottom, so that it couldn't get caught by an ill-timed breeze to reveal where he was. He peeked carefully through a tiny gap between the curtain and the doorpost, as he heard the chiming sound of sistrums and the footsteps of many people. He waited there while they did whatever it was that they were doing, in the next pen over. It was hot and very close inside the storeroom, which lacked the roof-line windows of a room that was going to be used by people. Sweat prickled his scalp, and a drop slid down his back as he waited. Finally, Harriket led 4 priests and 4 little priestesses in a kind of solemn procession in through the door to the pen, and they arranged themselves around the wallow, a priest to each corner, the 4 priestesses in a line across the back wall, Harriket near the door. They were colorful figures. All 4 of the priests went shaven-headed, without a wig. But where their heads were bare, their bodies were anything but. Rather than the kilt of most men, they wore long robes of finely pleated white linen. Not 1 robe, but 3 of them. The first reached to the ground, the second to the calf, and the third to the knee. Their sandals were ornamented with turquoise, and like Harriket, wore a striped sash around their waists, and another running from left shoulder to right hip. But their sashes were embroidered and beaded in red, yellow, and green, and were twice as wide as Harriket's. The 4 young priestesses dressed in robes of whitest mist linen, with wreaths of blue lattice flowers about their heads, and beads of gold and carnelian at the ends of each of the hundreds of braids in their wigs. They appeared to be not much older than Vetch. Their eyes were lined with kohl and shaded with malachite, and they each wore cones of perfume atop their fine wigs. All 4 priests raised their hands together, and began to chant in time with the chiming of the sistrums shaken by the priestesses. They looked so identical at that moment that they might have been paintings on a wall done by the same artist. The spell was an intricate one, not some simple cursing. Vetch listened avidly as they began with a long, protracted invocation to the gods, Ged in particular. Then began the real work of the spell, and that was where Vetch lost track of what they were doing completely. It seemed to involve the sand wallow, but also the great king's palace. Both were described in exquisite detail, and the god Ged was enjoined to take something from the palace and put that same something here in the wallow. But what that was, Vetch could not make out. Whatever they were doing took a lot of time, though, a great deal of chanting and effort, and the priest's pleated robes were beginning to wilt a little before they were done. Inside the stifling storage room, Vetch was feeling a bit wilted himself. Finally, though, they finished. With a last shake of the sistrums, the priests dropped their arms as one and filed out the door as solemnly as they had come. Harriket followed them out, and Vetch heard the chiming and footsteps moving on to the next pen. Nevertheless, he waited until the chanting on the other side of the walls had started up again before venturing out. There was no doubt that their magic had worked, and worked well. The sands were hotter than ever, and as Vetch hauled all of the things out of storage that he'd so hastily shoved in, he saw a heat shimmer playing over the top of the wallow. He had to work quickly. He was already a little late to clean Ari's quarters. Fortunately, that hardly mattered. There just wasn't that much work to be done there, and he had gotten it down to an art. Cachette greeted the change in his wallow with a surprised snort, then gleefully plunged in. Ari raised his eyebrow and paused for a moment instead of heading straight for his quarters. "Were the Ged priests here?" he asked. Vetch nodded. He was still alive with curiosity. Harriket said the magic needed renewing. "I thought things were getting a little cooler than Cachette prefers," Ari replied, and allowed his eyebrow to drop again. "Good." Vetch wasn't sure he should be asking the question, but he couldn't bear not to. What were they doing, anyway? I mean, how do they make things hotter? Ari had half turned away, on his way out the door. Now he turned back and gave Vetch a long, level look. "You were listening, weren't you?" It wasn't a question. Vetch looked at his feet, then at Ari and swallowed. He was about to be punished. He knew it. He just knew it. "Yes, sir," he admitted. "Don't tell anyone else." The Ged priests would have a litter of kittens over the idea that an Altan serf was inside their sacred square. But Ari's normally solemn brown eyes were full of amusement, and Vetch took heart again. "As to how they did it, if I knew, I'd be a priest mage, not a jouster. But I know what they do, because I've copied it out of the rituals and spells for them before. Have you ever been to the Great King's palace?" Before Vetch could shake his head, after all, why would he get into a palace? Ari was going on. "If you had, the first thing that would strike you is that while everything else is hot enough to bake bread, inside the walls of the palace it's cool enough for the ladies to wear lamb's wool mantles. And that is because the Ged priests, with their magic, are taking the heat from there and putting it in our sand wallows. That's what the spell is for. It's like an irrigation ditch that allows the heat to flow from there to here." Vetch stared at him. He'd have doubted Ari's sanity, except that there was no reason to disbelieve the jouster. "But," he said, "what about in winter? You wouldn't want to make it cooler." It was the only thing he could think of. "In winter, they take it from somewhere else. My guess would be forges, bakehouses, places where there is a lot of heat it would be good to get rid of, even in winter. In fact, since the winter rains aren't far off now, they probably did just that this time around, rather than come back a second time to recast the spell." Ari shrugged. "They might even take it from the fire vents and lava cones out there past the desert. I might have copied some of their spells, but magic is something it's best not to know too much about. Now, don't let anyone know you watched the magic, and don't let anyone know I told you how the spell works." And with that, he was gone, leaving Vetch with quite a bit more to think about. That night, when Ari appeared to tend to Cachette, not a word was spoken about magic. But now Vetch was curious about other things that were not so dangerous to know. The weather was about to turn. The nights were more than chill. They were cold, and Cachette was very happy with his sand wallow this evening. "There are hot sands that the wild dragons use?" he said, making it a question as Ari rubbed under Cachette's chin. Of course there are. Though, mind, dragons also use the heat of their own bodies to hatch their eggs. Wild dragons take it turn and turn about, males and females to brood the eggs. That way they both can eat and drink. At night, when it's coldest, they brood the eggs together. Vetch considered this. "How do you know that?" he asked finally. Ari chuckled. "Ha! Because fool that I was, I went out and watched them. And yes, I could very easily have ended up going down one of those long throats. But I was young and immortal, and I was very, very tired of sitting about and writing endless copies of things no one cared about. Even when I came here, I was the unconsidered copyist. I wanted to do something different, something that would be read for the next 100 years. He chuckled again. Actually, although I didn't really want to be a scribe, my uncle wouldn't hear of anything else. And after my father died, he was the head of our household when he made my mother his second wife. He was always quoting the sages to me. The metalworker has fingers like crocodile hide, and stinks worse than fish eggs. The fisherman wears little but net, and eats only what he cannot sell. The farmer labors from dawn to dusk, serving only the tax collector. The embalmer is shunned by all. The brickmaker is as filthy as a pig. The soldier lives every day never knowing if it will be his last. But the scribe never goes hungry. He can aspire to the halls of the great ones, and his is the only profession wherein he himself is the overseer. Except that, of course, that last isn't true at all, and most scribes spend their lives not in the halls of the great ones, but sitting in a marketplace, waiting for anyone who wants a letter written, or bent over a desk in his lap, copying copies of things so tedious they send him to sleep. Vetch sighed. Whoever had written that hadn't known anything about farmers. Then again, whoever had written that was, without a doubt, trained as a scribe originally. He started to ask about Ari's parents, but Ari continued before he could say anything. When I came here to serve the Jousters, I decided to learn as much as I could about the dragons, and I decided that the best way to do so was to study the wild ones. I watched them courting in the sky, and although I never actually caught one laying an egg, I did know within a day when one was laid because I took to watching particular natural sand wallows. Which wasn't easy. Dragons only use the wallows that are sheltered to lay their eggs in, usually in caves. Vetch shivered. Thinking that wasn't easy was assuredly an understatement. What had Ari done? Had he actually been brave enough to slip into the caves to see if eggs had been laid? Ari had warmed to his subject. It seemed that whenever the subject was dragons, Ari could always stir up enthusiasm. The mother doesn't start brooding until her clutch is laid, so it wasn't particularly hard to sneak into her cave to see if she'd left anything. Not particularly hard. Vetch managed not to snort, but he did say, judiciously, I couldn't have done that. This time Ari laughed aloud and ruffled Vetch's hair. It was curious, at first. Vetch had been very wary of Ari, knowing, as he did only too well, that some men, but Ari had never given him a moment of unease. The physical demonstrations had all been safe. That was the word. Brotherly, perhaps. That was close enough to the word he didn't want to think of. Fatherly. Fortunately, Ari was still merrily talking away. They usually court and lay just at the start of the dry, and the egg hatches when the rains begin. They feed and grow all during the winter and spring, and fledge when the dry comes again. They're still small, far too small to joust with, far too small to carry a rider for long. But as you'll hear Heraket say 1,000 times, never jouster nor dragon are made in a season. Cachet, of course, began carrying me from the beginning. Is that why he's so strong? Vetch ventured. It could be, Ari agreed, and yawned. Vetch, if you want to hear more about Cachet— Yes, Vetch interrupted. Once again, Ari laughed. Ha! Then we'll have more time after the rains start, which they will within a day or so, or at least that's what the Nuth priests are saying. Then our patrols will be cut to one a day, because the dragons will not want to fly. Until then, Cachette and I need to get in as much flying time as we can, so I'm going to go to sleep. And you should too. Ari gently moved Cachette's head from his lap. The dragon grumbled, but shifted so that all of him was in the wallow. Then Ari stood up. Thank you for listening to me babble, Vetch. My fellow Jousters are more than tired of hearing me. He heard the faint echo of loneliness in Ari's voice, and quickly said, I'm not. Ari ruffled his hair again. I should hope not, he replied with mock sternness. Dragons in general, and Cachette in particular, are your business, young dragon boy. Get some sleep now. Ari went off to his own quarters then, and Vetch took his advice. He went to sleep quickly, dreaming of a sky filled with dragons. 7. It was the business of the priests and priestesses of the goddess Nuth, or more accurately, the seers among those priests and priestesses, to predict the start of the season of winter rains. This was of vital importance to the Jousters, for once the rains began, their work would be much curtailed. Dragons didn't like the cold, and performed sluggishly when the temperature dropped. And although you could get them to fly in the rain, not even Tala would keep them in the air for long. So, as the end of the dry season neared, the more closely the compound watched the temple of Nuth for word. Harriket sent messengers daily, asking if a date had been foreseen. Anxiety mounted, in no small part because the Jousters and their dragons were tired. They needed this respite, and needed it badly. They need not have been concerned. Precisely when the Nuth priests said they would, the rains came. 3 messages arrived from the avenue of temples before Harriket could send his daily request. The first gave warning that the rains would certainly begin the next day. The second gave the exact hour, which was the 2nd hour of dawn. And the third, that the first storm would be unusually heavy. Vetch and the rest of the dragon boys had all rehearsed what they were to do, and after the sun set and all the dragons had settled, they had gone down every row of pens and pulled the canvas awnings over every one of the sand wallows. There was no point in allowing even the unused wallows to become pits of hot sand soup, for green muck would grow in it if the water didn't steam away in time, and that would mean digging out all of the mucky sand and replacing it with clean. When the rains actually began, Vetch was sound asleep. He woke to the sound of distant thunder, and within an hour, rain poured out of the sky and drummed down on the awnings. It was still so dark that he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face, and the first rush of water put out the torches in the corridor outside. It was quite a storm, and he was glad to be under cover when it came, although all of the lightning stayed up in the clouds, and the thunder never was more than a rumble overhead. Still, as hard as the water was pouring down out of the sky, the roar as it hit the canvas and the ground was enough to drown out everything but that thunder. He couldn't help but contrast his position now with the same time last year, when he had actually climbed up onto the woodpile in Kefti's back courtyard to shelter under the canvas covering it, for he was not permitted an awning to keep him dry. These rains would actually do very little for the state of the Great Mother River, for the annual flood that enriched the fields with a thick carpet of rich silt were caused by rain that fell in the lands of the headwaters, much farther south, and the winter rains in Tia were nothing like the ones in Vetch's home in Alta. Storms could last for many days without a pause up there, but were gentle things, as much mist as rain. The floods had less effect in Alta as well. By the time the Great Mother River reached Alta, she had spread out into the flatlands and swamps, and there was more room for the floodwaters to go. On the first day of the rains, dawn did not truly arrive. The darkness merely lightened gradually to gray. The awnings were cleverly made to dump the rain into channels that carried the water away from the sand wallow. Very little got into the hot sand, and most of that quickly steamed away. Cachette showed no signs of wanting to move. In point of fact, it looked to Vetch as if nothing short of an earthquake would budge the dragon from his wallow. Not that Vetch blamed him. He wished he could stay warm and dry, but the rains didn't stop the chores from needing to be done, so he would have to get up and join the other boys at their daily tasks. He wrapped his woolen mantle about his shoulders and left the shelter of the awnings for the corridor, where he promptly got soaked. No awnings there. It would have been a shocking waste of canvas, even for so prosperous a place as the Jousters' compound. The best he could hope for would be that he'd get to spend most of his time inside rooms rather than courtyards. At least the wool of his mantle stayed warm, though wet. The linen kilt went sodden and cold and distinctly unpleasant. It clung to him clammily and only impeded his walking. He got Cachette's breakfast. The other boys were straggling in, as reluctant to leave their quarters as he was, and for once they didn't pointedly ignore him. Shared misery was making for a semblance of amity anyway. Harriquette was there as usual, and made sure that each of the boys covered the meat in their barrows with much stained quarters of scrap canvas, hide, or some other covering from a pile of such things behind the talla bin. Vetch did the same, although his load did not have talla on it. That was the main concern, that talla not wash off. The dragons would be reacting to the onset of the rains according to their natures. Some would be surly, some languid, some edgy, and the surly and edgy ones would need that talla if their boys were to handle them safely in their enforced confinement. He pulled his mantle over his head, squared his shoulders, and trundled his barrow back to the pen through the downpour. Cachette raised his head lazily from the wallow when he entered the pen, and took his time in eating his meat. Perhaps he already knew that there would be no flying today. He was certainly clever enough to know that when the rains began, work ended. Cachette seemed to savor each bite, rather than bolting his food. But Vetch didn't care that the dragon lingered over his meal. He took the opportunity to bury his chilled feet in the hot sand, and spread his soaking mantle over the top of the wallow out of Cachette's way. The wool began to steam immediately, and the hot sand felt so good on his cold feet that he left the verge and sat himself right down in the sand himself, wrapping his skinny arms around his knees and resting his chin atop them. Long before Cachette finished his meal, Vetch stopped shivering and began to warm up. Cachette paused when the barrow was just about half emptied and craned his neck over to look at Vetch curiously as the boy joined the dragon in the sand, but did nothing more than snort, then went back to his food. It occurred to Vetch then that this was an entirely unanticipated benefit of having Cachette as his dragon. Some of them were very territorial about their wallows, and it would have been sheer torture to have to stand there shivering, knowing how nice and hot the sand was, and not daring to put so much as a toe into it. Once fed, Cachette buried himself in his sand again, with his wings tucked in tightly to his body. Vetch cleaned the litter pit without Cachette even stirring. Presumably the other boys were having no more trouble with their beasts than he was with Cachette, since he didn't hear the usual cursing, hissing, and rattling chains from the pens of some of the troublemakers. He breathed a sigh of relief. He might not care much for any of them, but one thing that the rains were going to do was leave the others plenty of idle moments, and he really would rather that nothing increased their irritation. The rains had always been the worst time for mean tricks from Kefti's apprentices, because the apprentices, too, were cold and wet and miserable, and inclined to try and make anyone inferior to them even more miserable than they were. If the other dragon boys were having an easy time of it, they'd be less likely to have anything to take out on Vetch. He hated to leave Cachette's pen, and the heat radiating up from the sand wallow, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. Perhaps the dragons weren't going to fly, but there were plenty of chores that still needed to be done. But as he reported to his various stations, he learned that he was getting a bit more leisure than he'd thought. There was no need to check over the lances, for instance, and the last few baskets of the ripened talla, the fruits of the end of the season, had been discarded, for it could not be dried now, nor could it be pounded to powder in weather like this. So much dampness in the air would ruin it. And as for tidying the Jousters' quarters, well, that depended on the Jouster in question. Most of them did not want to be disturbed, which meant that the dragon boys got to sit around idle, though it was an enforced idleness that none of them really enjoyed. Yes, they could go out hunting in the marsh, or fishing, in the cold, soaking rain, which took all the joy out of such pastimes, and turned them into labor. They could go into the city, but even with coins to spend, there was no great joy for them there, for the beer shops were colder than their own quarters, suffered from floors that turned into mud, and were crowded with laborers who got the lion's share of attention from the serving girls and entertainers. Only the nobles and the wealthy got to spend the winter rains in an endless round of feasting and merriment indoors. The rest of the city went about its business in wet, cold misery. No one went out of doors unless he had to, and those who did were not happy about it. So the leisure hours of the winter rains were spent confined to their courtyard, playing what games they had, huddled around charcoal braziers. So far as Vetch was concerned, charcoal braziers were a poor substitute for the hot sands. Since Cachette didn't object, just after the noon meal he actually moved his pallet down onto the wallow, for sand in his bedding was a small price to pay for the added warmth. Ari was one of those who had told his dragon boy not to trouble with tidying up that afternoon, which meant that Vetch would have the entire time free. After feeding Cachette at noon, Vetch stretched himself out on his pallet to soak in the heat. He might not have done as much actual work today as he usually did, but the cold was as punishing as physical labor, and he felt absolutely drained. Not sleepy, just exhausted. In weather like this, Kefti would have him running about on 100 tasks, mostly concerned with leaks and mud, mopping up water that came through the roof, going up on the roof to find and stop the leaks, and cleaning up the mud that Kefti, his apprentices, his customers, and his household tracked in everywhere. During the rains, Vetch's life seemed to revolve around mud, cold, and wet, adding wretchedness to the perpetual misery of his empty belly. Kefti would lurch between two moods during the rains. In his first mood, he would be pleased, because after all, rains in a place made of mud brick buildings would mean more business for him afterward. Rain would get past the plastering if it wasn't properly kept up, and then Kefti would get his business. Vetch sometimes wondered if, now and again, Kefti didn't pay his apprentices to go about just before the rains and put a little damage on the homes of those Kefti determined could afford some rebuilding. But during the rains, only the pottery was working. He couldn't make brick until the rains and the flood stopped. So in his second mood, Kefti would be glum and angry, impatient for the rains to stop so that he could get to making those bricks, angry that 4 of 6 apprentices were idle, counting up the cost in fuel and food with no income from the brickworks coming in. Furthermore, Kefti would be as miserable as everyone else with the cold and wet, and would take it out on the nearest object, which was usually Vetch. Which was hardly fair, but fair wasn't a word that could ever be applied to Kefti. Vetch had Kefti on his mind a great deal today, which didn't necessarily make him feel safe. There was always the feeling that Kefti hadn't finished with him. He had just started to get warm and to think about what he might do to occupy his time, when he heard someone at the entrance to the pen and looked up. It was Harriket. He sat up with a start of guilt, wondering if putting his pallet in the wallow was something forbidden, or if he had somehow forgotten a chore that should have been done. The overseer gestured to him as he scrambled to his feet and up onto the stone verge, and his alarm increased when he saw Ari was with Harriket. Both were wrapped in dripping mantles, as if they had just come a long distance down the uncovered corridors. "Here, boy." Harriket thrust another mantle at him, this one adult-sized. "Wrap up in that and come along. You've been called up before the magistrate. He's waiting at the Dragon Hall." What? Vetch was so shocked by that statement that all he could do was stand stark still and gape at the two of them, the mantle dangling loosely in his hands. "Better say, we have been called up," Ari corrected. "Vetch is the object of disputation. It seems your former master is not letting go of you without a fight." Vetch felt his heart plummet right down to the ground, and he went cold all over. Kefti? Oh, gods. I knew it. I just knew it. This was too good to last. And Kefti would never ever give up anything that he thought was his by right.
Ah, neither are we, and the law's on our side, Herricote said, with a certain grim glee. The magistrates come here with the fat slug in tow, rather than summoning us to his own court. The magistrate knows who has the rights here. So come along, and don't look like a gazelle in the jaws of a lion, boy.
But he couldn't help feeling like a gazelle in the jaws of a lion. His stomach had gone into knots and was hurting, and not all of his shivers were due to the cold as he followed Herricote and Ari. They led him right out of the corridors he knew, into a part of the compound where he had never been before, right past all of the Jousters' courts. And all the while Vetch was in agony. They didn't know Kefti. They didn't know how grasping clever he could be. If he was here, it was because he had found a law that would give him possession of Vetch again. Kefti would never attempt anything that he thought would fail. If he'd come for Vetch, it was because he already knew that he would win. Herricote herded him down a dead-end corridor that terminated in an enormous sandstone building, the largest that Vetch had ever seen, which would have been a pale gold in the sunshine, but was a rich brown with the rain soaking into its face. It was easily 4 stories tall, and must surely be the tallest structure in the compound. The Harras Falcon of the Jousters, painted in red and blue and green, spread his wings above the bronze door, and 2 seated statues of the great King Hamanshet, he who had driven the Haik Sin out of Tia, and who had, so Ari said, been a jouster himself, flanked the doorway. They stared off majestically into space, ignoring the mere mortals who passed between them. Inside, the building was even more splendid than the outside, with wonderful, brilliantly colored wall paintings of jousters on their dragons flying above chariots, led by the great King Hamanshet, wearing the blue war crown, and mounted on his own malachite green dragon, driving against the barbarians that had thought to hold Tia. These were not paintings designed to make Vetch feel like anything other than the foreigner he was. At least it wasn't pictures of some other great king leading his armies against the Altans. An avenue of brightly painted and carved stone pillars, formed to look like bundles of lattice flowers, led to the dais at the other end of the building. Immense torches in sconces, shaped like tala branches, mounted onto the pillars provided plenty of light. On the dais was an old man in an immaculate white-pleated linen robe, belted with a plain scarlet sash, and a wig of many shoulder-length plaits, each ending in a small golden bead. He wore a pectoral necklace of the truth goddess Mot in gold enameled in scarlet and blue around his neck. Although his garments were anything but ostentatious, he held a little gold whip against his chest, showing that he was the great king's representative. This, then, was the magistrate. Below him was Kefti the Fat, who looked a bit less fat than he had when Vetch had last seen him. He also looked a bit more tired and very haggard. But he was dressed as Kefti always dressed when he was trying to impress someone, in a pleated linen kilt and overrobe of wool, which barely confined his belly, and a collar of faience beads, and his best short horsehair wig.
That's him!
His voice shrilled out as soon as Vetch came into view.
That's the boy! And that's the jouster who took him!
Are you certain? The magistrate asked mildly, as if he was totally uninterested in the answer. You will swear to this, by the goddess Mot?
Absolutely,
Kefti replied instantly. That's a fascinating observation, since until this moment, this gentleman hasn't heard my voice today, and I was wearing my jousting helmet at the time I took possession of the boy, Ari said, his tone one of reason tempered by just a touch of scorn. If this man is so prescient as to be able to see my face within that helmet, then perhaps he should be examined by the Thet priests. Tia could use one whose eyes are not deceived by outward appearances, and can see through metal and leather. Kefti set his jaw, and did not answer. The magistrate's face remained as a mask. Vetch could not tell if he was affected by Kefti's falsehood or not.
Harakat, overseer of the dragon courts, this man tells me that your jouster carried off this boy that was in his custody, the serf called Vetch, who is linked to a house and garden in the north.
The magistrate's voice was completely without inflection, nothing whatsoever to be read in it, and Vetch felt his heart shrinking within him.
"That is entirely true, my lord,"
Harakat said, not at all dismayed.
"It is also true that all serfs are the great king's, and that a jouster may requisition anything belonging to the great king within reason." "Within reason? But this was not within reason!"
Kefti shrilled, his voice awakening unpleasant echoes in the hall.
"I have no other serf of that bloodline, nor can I obtain one. The assessor has said that I may no longer hold that house and land as a result, a house and land which I got lawfully, and which I have much improved. I have spent every groat of my savings improving it. Am I to lose the price of it and all of my investment as well? It is not reasonable to take this serf from me."
The magistrate raised one eyebrow slowly.
"It is the great king's to say what is reasonable and what is not," he said in a cold voice. "And I am his voice in this matter."
Kefti did not take the warning from that tone.
"Then I call upon you, magistrate, to judge accordingly," Kefti demanded. "Every grain of barley, every groat in my possession, I have invested in this house and land to which the serf is blood-bound. I, who am the sole support of my aged and infirm mother. And I depend upon the labor of this serf, feeble-minded as he is, to tend to the work of my home, for I have not the means to hire servants or purchase slaves, with all my spare income bound up in that house. No one else would take him, so stupid and clumsy that he is."
Vetch shook inwardly, certain that Kefti would outmaneuver Ari and Harakat. He'd have laughed if he had not been so full of dread that a black weight hung over his heart. Aged and infirm mother, indeed. Aged, yes, Kefti's mother was certainly that, but not infirm, and possessed a property of her own which she would not let Kefti manage for her. As for being the obedient son, had he not, in Vetch's hearing, referred to her as the withered old bat, and prayed to the gods to take her before she drove him mad? As for the rest of Kefti's lies and half-truths, once they would have awakened a fire of rage in his heart, but not now. Now he had something to lose, and there was room in him for nothing but terror.
"I swear upon my honor that this serf was being badly neglected, magistrate,"
Ari said, with a little bow of deference.
"The proof of that lies in the scars upon his back, and the simple fact that in the short time that he has been with us, he has near doubled his weight. All the serfs are, as you have rightly reminded us, the property of the great king, and as such may not be abused."
"Turn about, boy," the magistrate ordered distantly. Vetch dropped his mantle at his feet, and did so, turning away from Kefti. He dared not meet his former master's eyes, or he would not be able to stop his trembling.
"It appears, from the number of scars upon the boy's back, that he has been punished far in excess of what I would deem reasonable. Also, I have no doubt that Jouster Ari is speaking the truth about his starved condition, which is also not reasonable. Have you anything to say about this, Potter Kefti?"
"The boy is a fool, magistrate," Kefti protested. "Almost an idiot. He would spoil good food rather than eat it, and the only way to correct him was to beat him. I tell you, no one else would take him when the time came to apportion the serfs to the land. He is as ignorant as a desert rat, and as stupid as a stone. He scarcely understands the simplest of orders."
"That lying beast!" Vetch's indignation almost overcame his fear as Kefti painted him to be utterly worthless, naturally brutish, wantonly foul, unfit to be in the company of anyone civilized. He made up an entire litany of things Vetch had supposedly done, objects broken, items spoiled, the trail of mischief and malicious ruin he supposedly left behind him. He wove his lies cunningly. And above all, he had the advantage of being Tian, free, and a craftsman. And as a serf, Vetch could not even speak for himself in his own defense.
Why, how very interesting that is. Since he has become one of the most competent dragon boys in the courts in the short time that he has been with us,
Herrick had exclaimed, when Kefti ran out of vile things to accuse Vetch of. Herricket's voice was even a little higher than usual, as if he was shocked by Kefti's statements.
Furthermore, my dragon Cachette will not do without him, magistrate,
Ari added.
My dragon has never been so well tended. In fact, thanks to this one, I have been able to take over the full patrol of any ailing or incapacitated jouster we might have, as well as my own. So well-tended Cachette is.
Oh. Vetch turned around about again at Herricket's prodding. The magistrate seemed interested now. The skill of this dragon boy with his charge has relevance to this case. We must see this. Ari smiled.
Vetch, he said, with calm confidence, please go and bring Cachette back to the dragon hall.
Vetch made an awkward little bow and scuttled off, but not before he overheard the magistrate say to Ari, "If that boy can budge a dragon in this weather, he must be the most remarkable dragon boy in the compound." Vetch ran out into the rain and wondered as he passed through the doors just how he was expected to get Cachette into the building, but at that moment that hardly mattered. As long as he could get the dragon here, that was all he needed to do. His problem was going to be getting Cachette out of his hot wallow and into the cold rain. Cachette liked the rain as little as Vetch did, and if Cachette didn't care to budge, there wasn't going to be a great deal that Vetch could do about it. If he couldn't manage to get Cachette to obey, would the case be lost? Would he have to go back to Kefti? He'd never had to ask Cachette to do something that the dragon really didn't want to do, until now. His feet slapped on the wet floor of the corridor, splashing through little puddles standing here and there. The rain was not going to quit, and Cachette had made it very plain this morning that the dragon did not like the rain at all. If Vetch's stomach had hurt before, it felt as if there was a cold rock in it now. His shoulders were so tight that he was afraid to turn his head too quickly, lest his neck lock in place. And when he reached Cachette's pen, the rain was still coming down as hard and as cold as ever, maybe harder, and the dragon had not moved since he'd left. That was not a good sign. What if Cachette had gone torpid? What if he was so deeply asleep that nothing would wake him? Sprinting to the front of the wallow where Cachette's head rested, he saw with relief that at least the dragon's eyes were open. So he wasn't asleep, and he wasn't torpid. "Cachette!" he shouted, hearing his own voice going shrill with nervousness in his ears. "Cachette, up!" Cachette raised his head and swiveled it down to stare at him, his huge eyes focused and wide. Vetch thought that the dragon looked incredulous, as if he could not believe that Vetch was ordering him out of his wallow, and he showed no signs of intending to obey the order. "Cachette, up!" he repeated, feeling desperation eat at him. This could go badly so easily. What if he couldn't get the dragon to his feet? What would he do then? He felt his throat tighten, and his stomach began nodding even more. "Please, Cachette," he begged shamelessly, feeling his eyes sting as he tried not to blubber. "Please, Cachette, stand." He got an idea. If ever there was a time to see whether the dragon understood more than simple commands, now was the moment to test that hypothesis. "Ari, Cachette," he cried.
We need to go to Ari. Up!
Whether Cachette understood him, understood the desperation in his voice, or just elected to be obedient, Vetch couldn't tell. All that mattered was that after a moment that seemed to last a year, the dragon sighed, heaved himself out of the wallow with a groan, ducking his head to avoid the canvas awning, and stepped up onto the stone verge. He gave Vetch a sorrowful, long-suffering look as the first drop of rain hit his nose, and he tucked his wings in close to his body, the first sign, so Ari had said, of an unhappy dragon.
I know,
Vetch said, feeling terribly sorry for his charge. If the air and rain were cold to him, what must Cachette be feeling?
I know it's horrible, but please, Cachette, we have to go to the Dragon Hall. We have to go to Ari. Cachette, come.
He put one hand on Cachette's shoulder, as always, and stepped forward, not knowing if the dragon was really going to follow, and terrified that he would not. But after only a slight hesitation, Cachette paced unhappily forward. They made their way along mostly deserted corridors. The rain was keeping everyone with any sense in under a roof. Cachette looked longingly back a time or two, and made false starts off toward the familiar destination of the buffing pens. But when Vetch didn't veer in that direction, he heaved another pained sigh and kept going with his wings clamped tightly to his body, head down, rain dripping from his nose and wings, the very picture of one who is imparting the greatest of favors by going along with something he doesn't want to do, and not enjoying it one bit. Vetch's heart was in his mouth with every step they took. The farther they got from the pen, the more likely it was that Cachette would decide that he had had enough of the cold and the rain, and rebel. It would be perfectly logical for Cachette to decide he'd had enough of this nonsense, and turn back to the pen. Vetch didn't have a chain or a collar on the dragon. He had no way whatsoever of controlling him. In the urgency of the moment, it hadn't even occurred to him to go look for a chain and collar, and now it was too late. Too late to do anything but hope that the habit of obedience was strong enough to overcome Cachette's distaste for the cold and wet, that the dragon understood he was to go to his beloved Jouster, that Cachette really did feel enough affection for his dragon boy, that he would obey in the face of discomfort, or all three. And he dreaded the moment when they turned down that corridor that ended in the Dragon Hall, for when Cachette saw the dead end, he would be all too likely to turn back. How was he going to stop the dragon? Would Cachette respond to another shouted order, or would he just ignore Vetch and go back to his pen? Cachette's head came up, though, the moment that they turned into the dead-end corridor where the Dragon Hall stood. Vetch saw at the very same time that the little door he had gone through had simply been inset in a much larger door that would admit a dragon, and that this door now stood open wide, though how anyone could move something that big was a mystery to him. Cachette's nostrils flared, and he picked up his pace, then craned his neck forward, peering through the rain, and increased it again until Vetch was running to keep up alongside him. Of course, by Cachette's standards, it was still nothing but a fast walk. And as Vetch peered through the curtain of rain, he saw what Cachette had alerted on, Ari standing just inside the door. Of course, Cachette must have scented Ari before he saw him. Vetch felt a rush of relief that the jouster had thought of coming out where the dragon could scent and hear him. Ari retreated back into the building, but Cachette had seen enough. He knew where Ari was now, and no matter how much he wanted to go back to his wallow, Ari's presence was a more powerful draw than the now distant sands of his pen. When Vetch and Cachette entered the shelter of the Dragon Hall, Ari was back at the foot of the dais with Herriquette, the magistrate looking on with interest. Cachette paused for a moment in the relative dimness, probably so that his eyes could adjust, then resumed his walk toward the jouster. But now that he was in more confined surroundings and out of the rain, he proceeded at a ponderous walk that Vetch easily matched. As they neared the dais, Kefti was moving too, backing up, eyes wide. one crab-like step at a time, until his back was against a pillar and he could go no further. The magistrate, however, showed no signs of alarm, and appeared to be as easy in the presence of dragons as Herrickette. When they got within speaking distance of the group, Vetch noticed that Ari's lips were moving in an exaggerated fashion as he mouthed something, as if he was trying to tell Vetch something he didn't want to say aloud. Vetch narrowed his eyes and tried to make it out. One word. Down. Ah, of course. He needed to demonstrate that he could command Cachette without chains and other devices. "Cachette, down," he ordered, and Cachette obeyed, ponderously dropping both fore and hindquarters down onto the sandstone paving squares. Only then did Ari come forward to take his place on the opposite side of the dragon from Vetch, and Cachette curved his neck around and brought his head down for a well-deserved scratch from his beloved jouster. His wet scales gleamed in the torchlight like an enormous pile of gemstones, and he shone in this opulent setting as beautifully as any exquisite jewel. If the magistrate was looking for evidence of a well-cared-for dragon, Cachette's appearance was certainly that. "Well," the magistrate said, his voice taking on a slight tinge of warmth as his lips curved in the faintest of smiles. "No collar, no chain, brought here all the way through the rain. This is the most remarkable dragon boy in the compound. He definitely serves the great king far better in this position than any other." He chewed on his lower lip for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind about something. "In fact, I cannot see how he could be replaced. The great king requires his services here." "No!" Kefti shouted, his face purple with rage, as he lost all control, seeing his property slipping through his fingers. "No! He is mine! Mine by right!" And he lunged toward Vetch, who reacted instantly out of long habit by cringing back against Cachette's side. All of Cachette's languor vanished. He shot to his feet and spread his wings, cupping them over Vetch, then snapped out his neck parallel to the ground as far as it would go. He made one angry bite at the air in warning, and hissed at Kefti with the sound of water hitting white-hot stone. Kefti yelped with sheer terror and lurched backward as quickly as he'd lunged forward. Cachette didn't quite snap his jaws a second time at the swiftly retreating brickmaker, but it certainly looked as if he wanted to. "Most interesting," was all the magistrate said, as Ari slapped Cachette's neck to get his attention, and ordered him down again. Kefti remained where he was, warily out of reach. "Magistrate!" the brickmaker called desperately. "It isn't just the land, property into which, I say again, I have invested all that I own, property which was to support me and mine in my honorable age. When I can no longer ply my lawful trade, this boy was, all I have to tend my talla field. I cannot tend it and attend to my apprentices at the same time. Where will the talla for the great king's jousters come from, if my field withers for lack of tending?" "There are other fields," Ari said, making his annoyance at Kefti's attempt to play at blackmail very evident. But a shaven-headed, white-kilted scribe who had been standing at the side of the dais, hidden in the shadows until now, came forward at that and whispered in the magistrate's ear. The old man listened carefully, nodding, then smiled. Smiled benevolently at Ari and Herrickette, then turned the smile on Kefti. But when he did so, the smile was less benevolent. Vetch might, if he'd been asked to describe it, call it vindictive. And it came to him in that moment that the magistrate had taken more of a dislike to Kefti than Vetch could have ever thought possible, that he would never, exceed the bounds of justice and the law. But when justice and the law handed him a means to deliver Kefti a blow, he was not above taking joy in the fact that it had done so.
"Of course we cannot allow our tallow field to fail," he said, in so smooth a voice that not even the finest cream could have been smoother. "Nor can we deprive you of the investment you made to sustain you in your age. Not when there is a simple solution available to us."
He stepped back a pace and held up his little whip.
"Therefore, in the name of the great king, I decree that there shall be a transfer of attachment. This serf is no longer bound to the house and land of his blood line, and Kefti the brickmaker now owns these properties outright, to do with as he pleases."
Kefti was not given time to react to this, for the magistrate followed this pronouncement with another.
"And since he has declared he cannot sustain his tallow field without the labor of the serf, in the name of the great king, I bind this same serf boy to the tallow field formerly owned by Kefti the brickmaker, and take this property into the hands of the great king's overseers, to be administered by them on behalf of the great king and his jousters."
The magistrate's smile widened as Kefti's cry of pleasure turned to a gasp of loss and dismay, and Vetch was reminded irresistibly of a crocodile that had just swallowed a large and particularly tasty meal.
"The great king has simple serfs in plenty to tend this field, and it will be efficient for the tallow to come directly into the hands of the great king, rather than through an intermediary."
Efficient? Ha! It means that the tallow will come to the great king for nothing, save only the labor of a serf or a slave. Vetch was dazzled by the beauty of it all. The scribe had surely told the magistrate that Kefti's tallow field was, as simple property, worth less than the house and land stolen from Vetch's family. So Kefti could not even protest that he was being cheated. He now owned that house and garden, rather than merely holding them, a right which could have been revoked at any time. He could sell them at a profit. He could do anything with them that he chose. But the value of the tallow that had come and would come in the future from that tiny field would far exceed that of the property now given to him, and Kefti very well knew it. There would be no more duck on Kefti's table, no more palm wine, no more little luxuries, and the great king would have the yield of one more tallow field without the need to pay for it.
"And meanwhile," the magistrate concluded, "this serf, who clearly cannot be spared, will be permanently assigned to the Jousters' compound in the service of Jouster Ari and his dragon."
Kefti whimpered and dropped to his knees as the magistrate moved his whip out from his chest until his arm was completely outstretched in the ritual motion that signified that the judgment had been passed and there was no use in protesting it.
"So let it be written," he intoned. "So let it be done."
Ari and Harriket bowed as the magistrate turned to the side and strode out of the hall, his scribe in close attendance. Kefti remained where he was, his face a study in tragedy. Ari signaled to Vetch with a sideways nod of his head, and he and Vetch turned and moved out of the hall again, with Cachette pacing happily between them. The dragon seemed to understand that something good had just happened, and that it was due to something he had done. He arched his neck, and his eyes sparkled. He carried his tail high, and his wings half furled over his shoulders. Vetch was nearly beside himself with joy. No one could possibly have devised a more perfect revenge. Why, this could be the manifestation of Vetch's own curse. Surely Kefti's food would be as thistles in his mouth, and his belly cramp as if it were pierced with thorns on a daily basis. And all of his own ploys had been turned as weapons against him. He had lost lost the income from the tala field that had kept him in luxuries, lost the services of Vetch, which had cost him nothing, and now would probably have to hire a servant or buy a slave to take care of the things that Vetch used to do, lost the tala field itself, and would have to look upon it every single day as the serfs or slaves of the great king tended it in Vetch's place. And all because the words out of his very own mouth, because of his own actions. Vetch skipped along beside Cachette, feeling as if it was he, and not the dragon, that had the wings. "Well, are you satisfied?" Ari asked, when they were several corridors away, amusement in his voice. "Yes," was all that Vetch could get around the happiness that tightened his chest. "Good." Ari patted Cachette's shoulder. "It's nearly time for Cachette's last feeding. Get him a basket of hearts, will you?" And with that, he left the two of them, heading back toward his own quarters in the pouring rain. Cachette hesitated, looking after him for a moment. "Dinner, Cachette," Vetch reminded the dragon soothingly. That was all it took. Once again, he had to run to keep up, but it was a run that he was happy to make. Ari did not come to the pen that night. Not that Vetch blamed him, for the rain continued to come down until long after darkness fell, and it would have been a miserable journey. Vetch fell asleep on his pallet in Cachette's wallow, with the dragon an arm's length away, both of them basking in the warmth. But the next day, although the skies did not clear very much, the rain stopped, and Ari arrived in the afternoon. The Jousters still did not fly, for it was all too possible for them to come to grief in the uncertain winds around the storms, or to be struck by lightning. So Ari arrived after Cachette's second feeding, wrapped in his woolen mantle against the cold, and sat down to bury his feet in the hot sand. "This is better than any brazier," he said contentedly. "I always spend a lot of time here with Cachette in the rains." He looked over to the far end of the wallow, where Vetch's pallet still lay, and nodded with approval. "Very smart. My last dragon boy was too afraid of Cachette to move his bed where it was warmer. I could never understand that. If the dignity of a jouster permitted it, I'd sleep here every night of the winter, and not in my quarters. Every rainy season I find myself regretting that I am a jouster, and not tending my hatchling any more." He turned his gaze toward Vetch and smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid I have to ask you to go tidy my rooms while I'm here of an afternoon. Otherwise, Tevelathat will be angry with you for shirking your duties, and the other jousters will be angry with me for not insisting that you do them." Vetch read a world of implications in those few words, as he was probably meant to. The others would, of course, have heard all about Kefti and the magistrate. Initially, of course, they would have been outraged that a mere brickmaker dared to set himself against a jouster, and they would have been pleased at Kefti's thorough trouncing. But then, once they'd had a chance to mull it all over, some of them would be sure that this incident would spoil Vetch, or that Ari was overindulging him. Bad enough in a free Tian boy, but not to be thought of in a serf. Anyone in the compound who had their doubts about Ari's choice of dragon boy would be watching Vetch as a falcon watched a bird, and they would be just as ready to pounce on any suspicion of poor performance. Vetch jumped to his feet as suddenly as if he had sat on a wasp. "Of course, sir," he exclaimed. At this point, after the scene in the Dragon Hall yesterday, if Ari had asked him to fling himself into a crocodile's jaws, he probably would have done it joyfully. Well, perhaps not joyfully, but he wouldn't have hesitated. He ran off without another word, and, as usual, found that there really was not a great deal to do except that his usual chore of sweeping out had turned to one of mopping out, cleaning up the mud that had been tracked everywhere. Given that he was being watched, he elected to clean the mud out of the courtyard as well, even though that wasn't technically his task. Not that it was a quarter as much work as the same task had been for Kefti the Fat. And Vetch grinned the whole time he was doing the job, startling the life out of Tevelathat, who looked in to see that he was there and doing his job. He was picturing Kefti doing the job for himself, for surely he had not yet managed to hire a servant nor buy a slave. No, the wages he'll offer will be too small by half, and no one will take them, Vetch thought gleefully. And the price he'll be willing to pay for a slave won't get him anything. He'll have to wait until some dealer comes by with a lot of slaves that nobody else wants, and even then, he'll end up paying twice what he wants to. The picture of Kefti with a mop was so delicious that he undertook to move every stick of furniture and clean under and behind it, startling Tavela That when he came, once again, to check on Vetch's progress. Vetch didn't care what the overseer thought, so long as he was impressed with Vetch's diligence.
Nothing could spoil his pleasure today, nor for many days to come.
Kefti the Fat had brought Vetch's curses down on his own head with the words of his own mouth. Life was very, very good.
8. After that first afternoon, Ari spent time with Cachette, and indirectly with Vetch, nearly every afternoon during the rains. The mornings, though, proceeded nearly as they had during the dry. Mornings were spent in training flights, if there was no wind and no storm directly overhead. If the rain was going to stop at all, it usually did so during the hours of the morning, and training was vital for the dragons, no matter what season it was. They needed practice even though they weren't fighting, as did all warriors. But more than that, in the rains, when it was impossible for armies to move and difficult for even individual fighters, the dragons needed exercise. In the wild, dragons would be going about their business, hunting, mating, teaching their young the business of being the largest predator in the hills. Dragons in the compound didn't need to do any of those things. Their meals were brought to them. They were prevented from mating. Therefore, at all times, but especially in the rains when they were confined to the area around the compound, they had to fly and get plenty of vigorous exercise, or they would get fat, spoiled, and stale. Now, the dragons themselves were not at all in favor of this. They saw no reason to bestir themselves. Like Cachette, they hated the rain and the cold, and there was a lot of protesting from the pens as they were led out to the landing court in the morning. Cachette protested too, but it was mostly a token. "He takes forever to get up in the morning," Vetch noted one morning near the end of the rainy season. "But once I get him up, he doesn't hiss and moan about, flying off the way the others do. The others, you'd think they were going off to be whipped." "He enjoys the training," Ari explained. "He likes the training a lot more than the patrolling." "Or the fighting?" Vetch wondered. Well, Cachette would truly enjoy himself for some time then. Spring and the flood were not far off. Already the half-priests were going down to the measuring stone 3 times daily to see if the waters had begun to rise. No less than the season of rains, the season of flood was one in which it was difficult for armies and individuals to move about, and Cachette would surely enjoy the fact that the days would soon be getting longer and warmer, and the rains would stop. Ari was giving Cachette's eye ridges a good scratch, unaware of Vetch's thoughts. "He likes the kinds of things that we do in training, and he always has." "He probably likes being able to outfly any other dragon," Vetch observed, as he buckled a chest strap. Ari laughed. "He probably does," the jouster agreed. "Now I wonder what the morning holds for us." Ari lifted his head and took a deep breath, testing the air like a hound. He was almost as good as a priest for being able to predict weather in the short term. "No scent of rain. We should be all right and get the full morning to work out in. Are the other boys leaving you alone?" Vetch was getting used to Ari's sudden changes in subject, though not quite used to Ari's personal interest in him. He ducked his head to avoid looking into the jouster's eyes. "I'm all right," he said softly. "They don't bother me." "But they don't make friends with you either." Vetch shrugged, as if he felt nothing more than indifference. But that was a third thing that he wasn't used to, Ari's uncanny ability to know pretty much what was going on in his life. "It doesn't matter as long as they don't bother me," he said firmly. "Vetch, look at me." Ari ordered. Feeling distinctly uncomfortable now, Vetch stopped what he was doing and obeyed the order. Ari had a very sharp, very direct gaze. Those dark eyes seemed to look through everything. Ari's mouth thinned. It wasn't quite a frown, but it was clear to Vetch that he was not entirely happy. When Ari had begun showing this interest in him, Vetch had been nervous, but Ari had never displayed anything but concern for his welfare, as if he felt responsible for Vetch in some way. Vetch still didn't understand it, and he still wasn't comfortable with the attention, but that was mostly because he just didn't like telling anyone as much about himself as Ari wanted to know. There was no reason for Tien to want to know a serf's inner thoughts. Everything he had learned about the masters made him very nervous when they started probing, and even if Ari had never once been less than fair with him, it still made him nervous when it was Ari. "You have no friends among them, and that disturbs me." Now Ari frowned faintly. "It isn't right, and even I had a few friends when I was your age, and not just among the other scribes. You shouldn't be so alone." "I'm not alone. I have Cachette," Vetch replied, trying to sound as if he was perfectly happy with the situation. "I didn't have any friends when Kefti was my master, and his apprentices, the boys I had to work around, were always trying nasty tricks on me. It's much better here. No one dares do anything to me, especially after what happened to Kefti. Maybe they don't think I'm the proper rank to be allowed to be a dragon boy, but they can't do anything about that as long as Harriket is satisfied. And as long as you are." And really, he was happy mostly, contented at least. He was getting enough to eat and plenty of sleep in a warm and quiet place. He was clothed well, he wasn't exhausted and cold all the time, and Ari was kind to him. In fact, Ari was more than kind. He was learning from Ari, learning as Ari spent long hours talking to him about dragons, which was proving to be very important to him. For Vetch had conceived a passion for dragons that surprised even him. He liked them, even the dragons that were not as special as Cachette. Now and again, when their boys weren't around, he would poke his head into a pen and speak soothingly to one that was restless, or look one over to make sure it was getting properly fed. He felt a kind of proprietary interest in all of them. He had learned from Ari about every step in a dragon's development, from egg to full-grown dragon. He had learned a very great deal about Cachette specifically, which only helped him when it came to handling the great beast. And as for Cachette, well, no boy could have had a better creature to care for. "Are you sure?" Ari persisted. "You're certain that you're happy here, even though the boys aren't being friendly with you?" "Serfs," Vetch said, with so much unexpected bitterness that it surprised even him when it came out, "are not supposed to be happy. Serfs are not supposed to be treated like chattel," Ari said with surprising gentleness. "They are involuntary war captives by no fault of their own, and to me that means that within the limit of what I can do, any serfs under my orders are supposed to be happy." Vetch bit back the things he might have said, because Ari deserved none of them. "I haven't been happier than I am here since my father died," he said instead. "That is not precisely a recommendation," the jouster replied dryly. "Well then, I'm not likelier to get happier," Vetch said firmly. But in a sudden burst of inspiration, he added, "And all I have to do is think about Kefti on his knees, wailing like a baby over a stolen honey cake, to make me very happy." As he hoped, Ari laughed and threw up his hands, acknowledging that Vetch had the right of it. "Well enough! It's no bad thing to have true justice delivered to you by a magistrate with no interest in seeing you get it. If you are content, then I suppose I must keep my own opinions to myself." Then he left Vetch alone with his thoughts, which was a great relief to Vetch. Over the past weeks, Ari had somehow managed to coax all of Vetch's life story from him. What there was of it, that is. It hadn't all come out at once, more in bits and pieces, the story of the day that the Tian soldiers came, and the death of Karan coming out last of all. Perhaps it was easier because when Ari put questions to Vetch, instead of the other way around, it was in the evenings when Ari came to bask in the heat of the sand wallow before going back to his rooms to sleep. It was always dark. There was usually rain coming down on the canvas awnings, drowning out the sounds from beyond the immediate vicinity of the pen. He would pet Cachette, who was like a great cat in the way he liked being scratched and caressed when he was feeling sleepy. There in the darkness, Ari was hardly more than a shadow, and halfway across the pen, he never offered to approach Vetch or his sleeping pallet. It was Vetch who would come to sit next to the jouster if he chose. It was unreal, as if Vetch was talking to a ghost, or as if he was asleep and talking in a dream. It was at those moments when Ari would say things that would leave Vetch wondering and thinking long after he had left. Sometimes it was news. Ari preferred to tell Vetch things that were bad news for any Altans before Vetch heard about them in a taunt from one of the other boys. That a tax collector had been murdered in some occupied village, and Altan men and boys had been crippled or even killed outright as the soldiers tried to find out who did it. That another village had been taken, had resisted, and had been razed to the ground. That a well had been poisoned, and all of the villagers made to drink the water afterward, to ferret out the one who had done it by seeing who was afraid to drink. The Tian response to revolt was to try to make it too expensive for Altans under occupation to be willing to hazard it again. That the ploy wasn't working seemed to have escaped them utterly. "No one seems to have worked out that your people have nothing left to lose," Ari had said only last night. "And that is a position you never want to put someone in. When you've nothing left to lose, there's no reason not to try whatever you can to win something back. The Hakeson learned that lesson from us, to their cost. I find it difficult to understand why we have not made the connection for ourselves." Vetch thought about that all during his chores, and wondered just what he might have tried out of desperation if he'd been under Kefti and was older. Probably just about anything, for nothing short of death could have been worse than the conditions he'd been living under. Maybe that was why the other boys would have nothing to do with him. Under their taunts, they were afraid. They didn't know what he might do. They didn't realize that there wasn't a chance that he would jeopardize what he had here. He was worse than a wild dragon to them, unpredictable and possibly dangerous. In a way, that cheered him up a little, and yet, for some reason he could not understand, it also made him sad. "I've been doing some reading in the law scrolls," Ari said that night, with the great delicacy he always used when he was going to talk about Vetch's past. "Perhaps a bit dry, but it seemed to me that I ought to make certain what protections the law provides you, given what your former master attempted to try. It seems that there are laws about the Altan farmers, that there are treaties, that we can't just come in and confiscate land unless there's proof that the landowner in question fought against us or harbors and gives protection to enemy fighters." "Those laws didn't protect my father," Vetch replied bitterly, "and it doesn't sound as if they are protecting anyone else either." "Well, you know, if I was someone unscrupulous and I wanted a rich farm in a recently annexed territory," Ari said after a long silence, "I believe that I would bribe the commander of hundreds to send out some captain that was a friend of mine to investigate farms and farmers on newly won lands. And I believe I'd tell that friend that it would be to his advantage if, on one particular farm, there happened to be an incident. After all, if a farmer flies into a rage and attacks the captain of 10 in full view of his own men, well, at that point the law doesn't protect him, and his lands are clearly going to be legally confiscated." "I suppose," was all Vetch replied, feeling the all-too-familiar knot in his stomach. Then Cachette gave him a reason to change the subject to a more comfortable one, by making a peculiar, hollow whistle in his throat, a mournful sound that made both of them jump. "Why does he do that?"
Vetch asked. I think, Ari replied, as an answering whistle came from the next occupied pen. It's so that they all know where each of the dragons in the flock are, even at night when they're asleep. Ah, Vetch, speaking of knowing where someone is, I won't be coming tomorrow afternoon, but I'd like you to come clean my quarters anyway. I'm going into the Memphis markets to get a few things. It won't be long before the rains stop. The flood comes and goes, and we have to go back on full duty. Ari didn't say anything more on the subject of the laws regarding farms in conquered land, but that had left Vetch wide awake and staring at the stars of No-Fret's robe long into the night. It made sense. It made hideous sense. And in a curious way, it settled his mind. For if this was the true answer, it wouldn't have mattered how hard Karun tried to keep his temper when the soldiers came. No matter what happened, the whole scene had been scripted beforehand. No matter how reasonable he had tried to be, it was foreordained that Vetch's father would be forced into a position where he would have to attack the officer. The provocation would have gone on until the desired result was achieved. Maybe Karun had even sacrificed himself for the good of his family, or thought he had. Vetch really didn't know, other than the insults, everything that had been said to his father on that fateful day. Maybe the captain had threatened awful things to Vetch's mother and sisters. Maybe the insults had just hit Karun on a raw nerve. Vetch would never know. But the next afternoon when he returned from cleaning the Jousters' quarters, he found that Ari had brought something back from the market that wasn't for himself or for Cachette, and had left it under the awning where Vetch kept his few belongings. It was a funerary shrine, a tiny thing no bigger than the box that held a scribe's tools and also served as a desk. With it was a small Septi figure painted like a prosperous Alton farmer. It wasn't a Tian shrine either. It was Alton. Such things were not outlawed after all, for it would be futile to try and prevent even a conquered people from worshipping the gods they'd known all their lives. Futile and stupid, for doing so would guarantee that the worship would go on underground, and probably would result in riots eventually. Besides, the Alton and Tian gods were hardly incompatible. In some cases, they differed only in name, and that slightly. But the Tians believed that a dead man's body must be preserved in order for him to enjoy his life across the Star River, and that grave goods here meant possessions there. For the Altons, even if the body was not preserved, nor given a proper funeral, all could still be well, if one of the family or friends saw to it that there was a shrine, a Septi figure properly named, representations of offerings, and the proper prayers, all of which, of course, had been denied Karun. Until now, that is. Vetch stared at the beautifully made object with his mouth dropping open. Step by step, he ventured to the corner and squatted beside the little shrine. It was basically a box, with a hinged lid and a series of compartments inside. One held a sarcophagus to put the Septi in, another a set of farming implements in miniature. Then came a pair of oxen, an entire herd of goats, a flock of geese, another of chickens, tiny beer jars, minuscule bread loaves, cheeses, bunches of onions, sacks of grain, even a pair of blank-faced, nameless Shapti figures to serve as servants. It was perfectly appointed in every way for a farmer's life in the summer country. In fact, it must have cost more than a cow and milk or a herd of goats to purchase such fine workmanship. On top of the shrine when it was closed, there was a niche for the Septi, a bowl for offerings, and best of all, since Vetch didn't know most of the prayers for the dead, the prayers were graven into every surface of the shrine itself. With hands that shook, Vetch picked up the figurine and named it, placed it in the niche, and began reciting as much of the proper prayers as he could remember. It wasn't as if he hadn't done all of this before. But the mud figures he made would crumble or melt in the rains, and worst of all, he simply didn't know the vast majority of the all-important prayers. He couldn't have been older than 5 or 6 when his father died. How could he have remembered the prayers? But it didn't matter now if he recalled them imperfectly or not at all, for the prayers were there,
carved into the shrine, perfect and magical, and anything that Vetch did would only reinforce what had already been set in motion once the figure was in its niche, or tucked away in the sarcophagus inside. In his mind's eye, he could see the bridge across the Star River being formed of the magical words, see the silver road stretching out from Curran's feet to the bridge and over it, see his father wake as if from a nightmare of wandering, look down and see his way to that paradise in the stars made clear. And if he wept as he tried to chant, and found the mist mingling with tears that choked his voice, well, there was no one to see him or mock him for his womanish behavior. Ari said absolutely nothing about the shrine, nor did Harriket. In fact, they paid no more attention to the shrine and to the offerings that Vetch laid fresh in the bowl every morning than they did to the pallet. But with the shrine and the septi, even without the proper funeral and tomb, Vetch's father would no longer be a hungry, homeless ghost, wandering the world, unnamed, impotent, alone. It was impossible to hate Ari after that. Absolutely impossible. Vetch's hatred of all things Tian began to shrink and chill. Not that it went away, far from it. It was still there, but it was no longer quite so all-encompassing and all-consuming. He no longer began and ended his days in hate. He woke thinking of other things, some special duty, or some possible amusement, and he went to sleep with the prayers for the dead on his lips, instead of curses. And with those prayers, there was generally one for Ari. "Keep him safe," he would plead with the Altan gods. "Defeat him, but don't hurt him. Don't hurt Cachette. Make them dizzy, make them ill, but don't hurt them." He included Cachette in his prayers because he knew that if anything were to happen to Cachette, Ari would be shattered. For that matter, so would Vetch himself. There was no doubt that there was a real bond now between Cachette and his dragon boy, a mutual bond. Cachette would often solicit attention from him, and even became playful around him, engaging in a tug-of-war with a spare leather strap he liked to toy with, or throwing it into the air with a toss of his head for Vetch to catch. These days of relative peace, with more leisure time, meant that he and Cachette spent more time together, and he had more time and opportunity to learn about his charge from Ari. The more he learned about dragons, the more he found himself wanting to learn, and it was certainly a subject that Ari never got tired of talking about. But the rains couldn't last forever, much as he would have liked them to. 2 days after Ari left the shrine for him, the compound was abuzz with the word that the waters of the great Mother River were rising at last. The flood had begun, that would cover all of the arable land, if the gods were kind, with the silt that made Tian land so fertile. The same floods would proceed downriver toward Alta, isolating it and making it impossible for any fighting to take place until the waters receded. "Patrols will begin very soon," Ari said absently, when Vetch gave him the news that morning. Vetch didn't want to think about that, so he changed the subject. "Harriket said before the rains that he thought Cachette was putting on a growth spurt, but he's fully grown now," Vetch said, as Ari scratched under Cachette's chin. "How can it be that he's growing, if he's already adult?" "They never do really stop growing," Ari replied. "In fact, I'm pleased to hear that. Cachette's a bit leaner than some of the others, and I've been concerned about that. Is he eating more?" "A lot more," Vetch said ruefully, since he was the one who had to haul the extra twice daily. "And I've had to let out his chest straps." "Good. He's putting on the muscle I think he needs, then." There was clear satisfaction in Ari's voice. What Ari didn't know about dragons wasn't worth knowing, and Vetch wanted to know it all, too. It wasn't enough for him, as it seemed to be for the other dragon boys, just to feed and groom Cachette. And today, with the resumption of Ari's duties looming ahead, he threw caution to the wind and plied question atop question. For when patrols began, who knew when Ari would be available to answer those questions again? What did the Tala do to the other dragons? What was a starving dragon likely to do? How long did dragons live? If they kept on growing, were there bigger dragons out there than the others that the Jousters flew? Tala acts a little like beer, and a little like poppy, but most like cat. It makes a dragon quiet without putting them to sleep, unless you give them too much. It wears off quickly, though, which is why the boys have to douse each meal with it. A starving dragon will go hunting, and nothing a rider can do will turn him back to his pen. He's likely to throw off his jouster because if he's that hungry, the Tala wears off quickly, and it will occur to him that he can be rid of the rider. And since he'll do that when he's flying and not when he's on the ground, well, Ari shook his head. Then he'll escape back to the wild dragons, and eventually be rid of his saddle and harness as well. And yes, there are bigger dragons out there, much bigger. To tell the truth, I suspect most of them are escapees, because a dragon that's been ridden knows about arrows, javelins, spears, and knows that humans are to be avoided. Such a dragon will grow to be old and wise, and very large indeed. Ari answered every question he had with patience and interest of his own. It was the longest actual conversation that Vetch had ever had with a jouster, and it seemed as if Ari was actually enjoying it. He only called a halt when his own stomach rumbled, a growl that made both of them laugh. If he had to be a serf, then this was the best place he could have found himself. Now he just had to keep Ari and Cachette safe, so he could continue to stay here, even if it meant laying siege to the gods with his prayers. Jousters were called by that name because they were not utterly unopposed in the air, because they did in fact joust with other dragon warriors. The Altans had dragon riders just as Tia did. In fact, more than once, Ari had said that it was supposedly the Altans who had taught the trick of capturing and taming dragons to ride to the Tians. Unfortunately for Alta, the number of jousters that the Altans could field was much fewer than the Tians, and their training didn't seem as good. That might have had something to do with the dragons themselves. They were desert creatures, and Alta was mostly swamp, river delta, and island. Perhaps it was harder to find them, and harder to keep them under such conditions. When two jousters met in the air above a battle, they dueled for supremacy with the same short lances that Vetch spent so much time inspecting for flaws, weapons that were blunt rather than pointed, made to knock the rider from his saddle, or at least to knock him unconscious. Ari was presumably very good at this. That had not changed. What had changed was that now Vetch had gradually stopped praying that he would be defeated in any way. Now he was torn between wanting him to be better than anyone else and wanting his own people to start winning against the Tians. Jousting was deadly. An unseated jouster was generally a dead jouster. Every jouster that Ari defeated was probably a severe loss to the Altans, but for Ari to be defeated did not bear thinking about. By the time Ari went back to his patrols, Vetch was trusted to leave the compound itself alone and unsupervised, which meant that if his duties took him there, he could go out to the training ground beyond the walls. And one bright, warm, humid day, when Vetch had been serving Ari and Cachette for a little more than half a year, Harriket sent him to the training grounds with a message, and Vetch got to see precisely what jousting really looked like, and how very dangerous it could be, even in practice. The floods had peaked. It would be a good year, for the waters covered all of the arable land, but had not ventured where they were not wanted. Although in Kefti's village and many others, there was water up to the very doorsteps, and people waded ankle and knee-deep in the streets. The only houses or storehouses that had flooded were ones built by incredibly foolish folk, who had not the sense to listen to the priests. The compound and the training ground, of course, were built on land that could not be farmed, and hence flooded only in years of a disaster. In fact, other than the green water smell in the air, there was no sign of flooding as Vetch stepped outside the walls. He'd never been to the practice grounds before during training. He'd always been kept busy at his assigned tasks when the jousters were practicing. He'd never even seen the empty grounds, actually, and he'd had to ask what gate to leave by to find them. To tell the truth, he had not really wanted to see the jousters in action.
It would only remind him of his divided loyalties and make his stomach hurt. The practice grounds stood well outside the final wall of the Jousters' compound. The first, and very odd, sight that marked them for what they were was the nets. Fishing nets were strung between strong poles or palm trees, so that they hung parallel to the ground and well above it. He had not expected that. It had honestly never occurred to him that the Jousters would have something in place that would let them practice aerial combat without fatal consequences. He'd somehow assumed that they didn't practice actual fighting while aloft, only fighting maneuvers, and the passes that would allow them to get close enough for blows. Several dragons and riders were on the ground, watching those that were in the air. Vetch scanned those grounded first for Ari and Cachette, and didn't find them. Then he looked up, and saw that they were hovering in place high in the air above the middle of one of these nets, as Ari shouted directions to two more Jousters who were sparring above the net next to his, with the blunted lances. To Vetch's surprise, there were a lot of onlookers off to one side, and many of them seemed to be wealthy or of noble birth. They had their servants with them, holding colored sunshades above their heads, fanning them, offering them cooling drinks, whisking insects away. They looked like a garden of pampered flowers. He hadn't expected that either. The world of the Jousters within the compound was as isolated as that of any temple. He had never seen anyone who wasn't associated with the Jousters, and although he had overheard plenty from the other boys about many feasts, entertainments, and gatherings at which there were outsiders, he hadn't attended any himself. He'd heard them in the distance some nights, particularly during the rains, music and laughter, sometimes raucous, sometimes drunken and quarrelsome. For whatever reason, Ari kept him away from such things, though other boys were sometimes permitted to attend as auxiliary servants or hangers-on to their Jousters. Now here were spectators who were clearly of the elite of the Tians of Memphis. They glittered in the sun, all of them sporting armbands and wrist cuffs of gold, and collars of gemstone beads, fine wigs, or elaborate headcloths, and linen kilts of the best fabric with sashes and belts richly embroidered. There was even a woman among them, dressed in a tightly pleated, transparent linen dress with a sheath made of a net of turquoise-colored beads over it, holding the folds of the linen close to her body. She was attended by no less than 4 servants, one with a sunshade, one with a fan, one to carry a chair for her, and one to supply her with cooling drinks. These, then, were the people that the boys had spoken of, who gave them money to carry letters to the Jousters, who bet upon the outcome of their combats, who desired their presence at their entertainments, as if the Jousters were themselves some form of entertainer. And something else occurred to Vetch at that moment, as he watched their avid faces. They did not go to war themselves, but they certainly profited from it. They did no fighting, yet when the fighting was over, it was they who had gained. More land, more goods, more money in their coffers. He found himself suddenly filled with such hatred that he had to look away from them, lest by his expression he betray himself. Not that he cared if they knew he hated them, but he might get Ari into endless trouble. So he looked back up at the dueling Jousters being instructed by Ari. This practice session didn't look very dangerous, for even Vetch could tell that these two weren't very good at the jousting. Their dragons would not come close enough to permit any real combat, and although they heaved at the guiding reins, the dragons stubbornly fought their riders. When they did close in, they got nowhere near enough to actually make an exchange of blows. The dragons made very clumsy passes at each other, one high, the other low, while the Jousters were flailing at the air yards away from one another. It was partly the fault of the dragons, and partly of the riders, who, he suspected, were afraid of getting close enough to be hit themselves. Vetch knew all the dragons by sight now, and it wasn't hard to tell which the 2 Jousters rode, even if he didn't know the names of the men themselves. That was a failing among the dragon boys, to know the dragon and refer to the Jouster as so-and-so's rider. One of the dragons was Seftu, a handsome if irritable crimson male, and the other was Corson, a female of a deeper hue and notoriously whippy tail. Corson was usually mild-mannered in nature, or at least she didn't give any more trouble than any other dragon, excepting only that she was known to leave her dragon boy with black and blue calves and thighs with that unpredictable tail. But something had her on edge the last week. From what Vetch had been hearing, her dragon boy was half afraid to go in her pen of a morning and kept her chained as short as he dared. He'd been tempted to go look in on her himself, but his own duties had kept him so busy that he hadn't had the time. Their Jousters were the newest of the group, barely out of the ground training, and certainly it was going to be a very long time before they were the masters of either their weapons or their dragons. Ari was getting very frustrated, and no wonder. The dragons were giving most of their attention to each other, and very little of it to their riders now, and were circling each other in a peculiar fashion that reminded Vetch of something. And just when he realized what it reminded him of, Seftu's rider finally got close enough to deliver a sideswipe with his lance to Corson's jouster. The latter was momentarily distracted from the job at hand, since Corson chose that moment to curvet sideways in the air towards Seftu, close enough to actually land a blow for the first time since Vetch had started watching. Only this was a blow for which neither the attacker nor the defender was prepared. The lance connected, hard. With a terrible crack, it connected with the jouster's skull. The lance bent in the middle, the sign that it had hit with enough impact to be ruined, all of the fibers pulped. And that was nothing to what must have happened to the rider's head. Not even the jousting helmet could have saved him from that blow. Vetch caught his breath and his heart stopped. As if a god had waved his hand to slow time itself, everything froze for a horrible moment. The jouster hung in his saddle, hung there, balanced only because he hadn't yet unbalanced. Then his lance dropped from a hand gone limp. The broken lance followed it, falling down, down. Vetch's mind hadn't caught up with what was happening, but his gut felt that crack and knew exactly what it meant before his thoughts could form. Then, in painfully slow motion, Corson's jouster bent over the saddle, then went over the saddle in a slow forward somersault, and continued to roll, tumbling right out of his saddle. As Vetch's heart clenched, he plunged toward the net below. But he wasn't falling right. There was something horribly wrong. He was limp, limbs sagging, and Vetch felt his stomach lurch as he realized that not only was the man not conscious, but that he was going to miss the net entirely. The jouster was Tian, the enemy. Vetch didn't even know his name. Vetch should have been silently cheering at the demise of one of the people who was responsible for all the horrible things that had happened to his land and his family. Should have, perhaps, but couldn't. All he could see was the body dropping straight to his death. All he could hear was the cry from above where the second jouster still flew, a cry of desperation, thin and filled with utter terror. Everyone else watching seemed to realize the same thing at the same moment. There were gasps and cries of horror, and the sharp scream of the woman cut across the heat-shimmering air. Vetch's stomach lurched again. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't. He seemed to be paralyzed as the body hurtled towards the earth, unchecked. In a moment, there would be a spreading stain of red on the pale, baked earth, like Kuran's blood, and the smell of death, when his father lay despised in the yard of his own house, and the buzzing of flies coming for the blood, as they came to feast on Kuran's. Then a flash of blue-green swept across the sky, and with it came the sound of dragon wings, a thunder and a wind that shivered across the ground, driving the dust before it. It all happened so quickly that it was over before Vetch registered what had happened. But the jouster was no longer tumbling down through the air, nor was he lying in a smashed heap on the ground. The jouster was lying across Ari's saddle, draped over Cachette's neck. Vetch thought his eyes were going to bulge out of his head in startlement, for Ari had, somehow, saved him. 9.